Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Director, Alfred Hitchcock. Star, Robert Montgomery.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of A Comedy of Marriage, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery and introducing the director of the film, Alfred Hitchcock. Like every other art, the motion picture has developed its own popular catchphrases of evaluation and criticism. One of these is the Hitchcock touch. The Hitchcock touch is more than an artist's signature. It represents the highest pitch of the screen director's art, an indelible impression of the director's unique talents upon the other ingredients of the film. And now it is with pride that the NBC Theater presents the screen director of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and such other unforgettable pictures as Rebecca, Shadow of a Doubt, Spellbound, Notorious, and Rope. Ladies and gentlemen, Alfred Hitchcock.
Thank you very much. It would seem that after a decade of directing motion pictures in this country, I have become associated with that emotional skyrocket, suspense. So perhaps I should warn you that tonight, suspense has been suspended. I must confess to several attempts to scare the daylights out of an audience, or at least to tie their nerves into pretty little knots. But in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we reversed ourselves and turned to comedy. So don't bother sitting on the edge of your chair. It might strain your diaphragm if you feel a giggle coming on. Now we give you Mr. and Mrs. David Smith, a family with a formula, a couple with a constitution, a set of rules for a successful marriage. There has just been a domestic battle between the Smiths. Right now, handsome David Smith is reclining on the bathroom floor, his head pillowed on the bathroom scales. Anne Smith is brandishing a razor at her husband's throat. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith. That's right. Mrs. Smith is shaving Mr. Smith, and they are both feeling very smug about the latest success of domestic diplomacy.
Oh, easy with that razor, Anne.
You look like 5 of the men who mutinied on the Bounty.
Oh, I'm late for work.
Now hold still.
Oh,
Oh, sorry.
you realize that I've been away from the office 3 solid days?
I know. But we had to keep our main rule. You are forbidden to leave the apartment after a quarrel unless you've made up.
Yeah.
If every married couple had that rule, there'd never be a divorce.
No one would ever get down to the office either.
We've got respect for each other, David.
Yep, that's our big trick.
David.
Uh-huh.
We're very happy, aren't we?
Well, what do you expect me to say at the point of a razor?
David, if you had it to do all over again, would you marry me?
Uh-oh.
Remember Rule 7. Be frank and honest with each other at all times.
Well, frankly and honestly, if I had it to do all over again, put that razor down a minute, will you? Thanks. I wouldn't marry you.
What?
Well, a man gives up so much freedom and privacy and independence when he gets... Oh, now your feelings are hurt.
Oh, no. No, it's perfectly all right.
So can I get up now and go to work?
Of course, David, if you want your freedom.
I just want you to get up off my chest, darling.
I don't want to cling to my husband if I'm not wanted.
And I do want you. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you.
Oh, if my only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Darling, you're my little girl, and I'm frantic about you. Now, forgive me. Say you forgive me. Oh, come on, say you forgive me.
I forgive you.
Well, give me a kiss. Now, can I get up and go back to work? Morning, Jeff.
Well, good morning, David. Glad to see I have a partner in the law business again. You've been out 3 days this time.
Well, you know how Ann is, Jeff.
You don't have to apologize to me, David. I envy you from the bottom of my heart.
Yeah, she's a good kid.
Oh, there's a little guy named Deaver waiting for you in your office.
Deaver. Never heard of him unless it's Danny Deaver. They hung him in the morning, didn't they? Oh, well, I'll go right in and talk to him. Are there, Mr. Deaver?
Good morning. Mr. Smith, I take it?
Yeah. What can I do for you, Mr. Deaver?
Beecham is on the other side of the river.
It is? Say that again, will you?
Well, Beecham is on the other side of the river.
That's nice.
Yes, but it was always incorporated in Brender County, which is in Idaho. You follow me?
Yes, we're in Idaho. Go on.
Yeah. Well, we in Beecham found out that we belong in Nevada.
Yes?
So anybody who got married in 1946 with an Idaho license...
Yes?
Like you did...
Oh?
Well, they aren't really married.
Oh, they aren't?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but the Chamber of Commerce figured if everybody got married all over again, it'd be better.
That's pretty funny.
And so here's your $2 back. Now, you can use it to get another license.
Well, now, that's very square of you boys in Beecham.
You just get married again, that's all.
Oh?
Well, I've got to be on my round. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Goodbye, Mr. Deaver. Thanks a lot.
Oh, no. Not at all. Thank you.
Yeah. Mrs. David Smith. Now, Miss Ann Krausmeyer. Miss Albright, get me my home, please. Little Annie Krausmeyer. My favorite date.
And with Beecham on the other side of the river, Mrs. Smith, that makes us in Nevada, not Idaho. So the marriage isn't legal.
Not legal. But for 3 years
It's nothing serious, Mrs. Smith.
Oh, no, just a matter for the vice squad, that's all.
Please, Mrs. Smith.
Stop calling me Mrs. Smith, as though that makes a good woman out of me.
Oh, all you do is get married again and everything. I explained it all to your husband.
Oh, then David knows about it, too.
Spoke to him an hour ago.
Well, why didn't he tell me about it when he telephoned?
Well, you see...
Oh, yes, of course. That's why he invited me to Mama Lucy's restaurant.
Yes.
That's where he proposed to me 3 years ago.
Oh.
He's going to ask me again tonight. He's a dear.
Well, just so he isn't a stag.
Oh, Mr. Deaver. Oh, he'll ask me tonight. He'd better ask me tonight. It's a lovely dinner, isn't it, David, dear?
Going up in price since 3 years ago.
Yeah, well, some things haven't. I mean, like postage.
Yeah, airmail just went up to 6 cents.
Well, yes, but I mean, like permits and licenses and stuff.
Yeah, fine if you own a dog.
David.
Now, don't nag me about buying a dog again, dear, no.
David,
Yeah?
where are we going to go after this?
Home?
Well, aren't we supposed to do something before we go home?
Nope. Just go home.
Oh. What happened at the office today? Anything new, exciting, unusual?
Same old routine, same old palaver. Yakety, 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 yakety.
That's all?
That's all.
That does it. That does it.
Ann.
You know we're not married.
Annie, the public...
You were just going to go through life with me with that silly, oh, what I know about us expression on your stupid face.
Put down that champagne bottle. I was going to tell you later.
Back home and without getting married, sure.
Annie, everybody
If
is
you don't
looking.
leave me alone, I'll call the police.
Annie, for heaven's sake.
Help, please.
Annie, great Scott.
This man is molesting me.
Annie.
Help.
Annie.
Help.
Oh, for crying out. Annie.
Well,
Remember me?
Libertine.
Brought you flowers.
Eat 'em.
Ow! Bido's! You broke Bido's! Bido's is bleeding. Ed, open this door at once. Eddie! Anne,
Stop following
you're
me.
my wife.
We are not married.
All right, we'll get married. Does that suit you?
That's a nice, snarling proposal. Well, I wouldn't have you.
What's the matter with me? Name one thing about me you don't like.
Oh, my, aren't we vain?
One thing I am not is vain.
Oh. What about that tar stuff you kept rubbing in your hair that smelled up the bedroom?
I was only trying to keep my hair for you.
Well, keep it for yourself. I've got hair. Now beat it before I call the police.
Now, you see here, Annie.
Help! Police!
Annie.
Measure!
Annie.
Measure! Public nuisance!
Oh, Annie.
Measure!
David, as your friend as well as your law partner.
Yeah, I know. I'll catch up on my work, Jeff. Don't worry.
It's not that, Dave. I want you to drop into your own apartment tonight for dinner. I'll be there.
You? What for?
Well, Anne is fond of me, and I'm fond of her. I think I can get this thing straightened out, Dave.
What, Jeff? What, Jeff, you're the best friend a fella ever had.
We're partners, aren't we?
You're the best partner a fella ever had.
We were schoolmates, David.
Yes, and you were the greatest halfback that Alabama ever had.
You mean that, Dave?
I used to think that Hinkle was the greatest, but Hinkle couldn't lay a hand on you.
Thank you, David boy. Thank you.
Hello, Anne.
Come in, David.
Anne, I want to tell you here and now how sorry I am
Talk
about...
to my lawyer.
Lawyer? What lawyer? Hiya, Jeff.
Anne has asked me to represent her in this case, Dave.
She what?
Asked him to represent me.
She doesn't really need a lawyer, you know.
Well, then you ought to do fine.
Dave, as a lawyer yourself, you know that Anne may halt this relationship between you at any time and marry someone else. As in the case of Peterson versus Peterson, Adams versus Adams, and Gimble versus New Pennsylvania Coal Company.
Stabbed.
Now, David boy...
That's dirty tennis.
David, I'm asking Anne here in your presence if she'll think of me as a possible someone else to succeed you, David.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, Jeff. You know I've always been fond of you.
Thank you, Anne. I shall regard that as encouragement.
Oh, Jeff.
That settles it. Goodbye, Anne.
Oh, goodbye, David.
And you, Jeff Custer, comparing yourself to Hinkle as a football player. You couldn't even wring out Hinkle's sweatshirt. Goodbye.
Hello?
Anne, darling.
Oh, yes, Jeff.
Great news. My mother and Dad have just come up from Alabama. They want to meet you.
Meet me, but I'm a Yankee.
When they see you, they'll forgive you. Meet us all in our office in 30 minutes. And Anne.
Yes.
You know that daring, rather low-cut dress of yours?
Yes.
Don't wear it.
Oh.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, y'all.
So, you're my boy's fiancé. Well.
Those lovely Confederate gray eyes.
Well, thank y'all.
Any of your family from the South, Miss Krausmeyer?
No.
Oh?
But an ancestor of mine deserted from the Union Army.
Many Northerners saw it that way. Yes, I commend him quite highly. Son, this young lady will do.
Jeff, my secretary tells me that... Am I interrupting something, Jeff?
Mother, father, David Smith, my partner.
How do? Happy to know a partner of Jefferson, sir.
And this is Anne Krausmeyer, Jeff's fiancée.
We've met, I think.
Fiancé?
And I was just about to suggest a boat trip for Anne and Jeff to New Orleans.
Boat trip? Oh, but Anne isn't a very good sailor. I know. I tell you what, though, Jeff. If she gets sick on the boat, you put her to bed and put a hot water bottle on her stomach and hold it there.
Hold it? There?
No matter how she hollers, you hold it there. Never failed with us, did it, Anne?
David fancies himself quite the doctor.
Yes, and by the way, Anne, when does my laundry come back? I'm out of shorts.
Shorts?
His running shorts, Mrs. Custer. Every morning, David runs 5 miles.
Runs? He's a Yankee, all right.
Anne sort of took care of David's things around the house, Mother.
Yes, best little housekeeper you ever saw. And let me tell you something. I know of no finer compliment than this. When I've been sitting across the breakfast table for a woman for 3 years and still want to marry her, that girl has something.
Well.
Jefferson, may I see you all in private?
Why, certainly, Father. In this other office.
Come along, Mother. Come along.
David Smith, I hope you're satisfied making those 2 fine old people miserable.
Well, what about me being unhappy?
You are always thinking of yourself. Why can't you be like Jeff?
Because I can't climb trees.
Oh. Jeff is so kind and considerate and gentle.
Since when are you so crazy about the gentle act? Do you recall how I grew this scar on my forehead? You threw a bed lamp at me. I was out for 3 days.
That's only because you'd been out for 2 nights.
Very funny.
It's all right, Anne. I'll explain the entire situation in quick order.
We understand completely, Anne.
And we want you and Jeff to visit us at Lake Placid next week.
Lake Placid? Oh, I'd love it. Thank you.
As for this northern lawyer...
Mr. Custer, is it my fault that I'm related on my mother's side to General Sherman?
General Sherman?
Father!
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing the director of the film, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
Bye. Bye.
Thanks for driving us up here, boys. We'll telephone the hotel if we need you.
All right, Mr. Custer.
Oh, this air's so invigorating. Whew. Wonderful.
There's our cabin, Anne.
Oh, it's large, isn't it?
There are 3 suites altogether. 3 suites in a unit.
Oh, I see.
You'll find your suite quite comfortable, I trust. They're adjoining, but not connecting.
Oh, dear, proper Jeff. Hey, maybe there'll be some time for skiing before it gets dark, huh? Oh, Jeff. Who's that coming out of the suite on the other side of my suite?
Devil.
It's David.
The same thing.
Oh, he's ill. Look, he's staggering. He'll fall down the steps. David, you'll fall. Oh.
He did.
David! David!
There, that gets him in bed.
Oh, here, help me get these wet clothes off him.
Why, Anne.
Oh, we'll go away the first 2 weeks in December.
What's he talking about?
Oh, we were going to come up here the first 2 weeks in December.
Delirium.
You'll be crazy about it, Anne.
Oh, he's been up here all week torturing himself. Well, come on, help me get him undressed.
Anne!
Well, I'm his wife. Come on.
Look out!
Huh?
Don't fall now.
Oh, you see, he thinks we're skiing. All right, now, come on, off with his clothing.
Watch out there. Never try to pass the tree on both sides at once.
He's so sick. Is that a rattle?
I don't know. I wish I could hear it again. He's just clearing his throat.
Oh, he looks awful.
He could do with a shave.
I'll shave him.
You will?
I always shaved him. I'll find his shaving stuff in this bag here.
Just a minute, Anne.
Huh?
He's asleep now.
Oh, poor boy.
Let's go next door to your rooms. I want to talk to you very seriously. So that's my position, Anne. I love you, and I want to marry you. But I'm not sure that you're not still in love with David. Perhaps you better think about your promise to marry me, Anne, for your sake.
Jeff, I don't think a person ever existed who was as fine and generous as you are.
I'm thinking of your happiness, Anne.
You're very sweet. Now I better have a look and see how David's doing.
Don't wake him up.
Well, I'll just have a look through his window. I'll be back in a minute, darling. Oh, the beast! The scheming, tricky beast! I'll murder him for this. I'll have his heart out. You!
Anne.
Sitting up in bed, sucking on oranges, smoking cigarettes.
And put down that lamp.
Pretending you came here on a heartbroken bender, the big sympathy act.
Anne, I love you. Put down that lamp, and you love me, and I won't give you up. I won't let you marry that heap of southern fried chicken.
I love Jeff, and he loves me, and don't you call him fried chicken.
You're not going to get married.
We are going to get married.
You can't. What kind of a combination is fried chicken and calf's brain?
You!
All right, all right. I've done all I could to win you back because I wanted you back. I've neglected my work and lost clients, and now I'm through. Washed up. Go on, marry the guy. I hope you'll be very happy. And may all your children be dietitians.
Oh, you... Jeff, I can't help worrying about David. He really does love me. Now he'll take to drinking.
Or he'll find someone else, Anne.
Oh, no. I'm afraid he'll ruin a brilliant career on account of me. If I could only make him hate me, despise me, if I could disillusion him somehow, if I could make him think that Yes, Jeff. You go back to your suite. And whatever you hear in here, don't do a thing.
What are you going to do, Anne?
The walls are paper thin. He could hear everything if I pretended you were still here and, well, not the gentleman that you are.
Oh, I understand.
Yes.
This is a mighty fine thing you're doing for him, Anne.
Yeah. Well, now, go out, but don't make a sound.
Good night, Anne.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Well... here goes. Oh, Jeff! No! Oh, Jeff, you were always such a gentleman. No! Oh, no, not Jeff, don't. No, I said, don't, no! Oh, Jeff. Oh, Jeff, you're so strong. I never realized you were so... No, Jeff! No, Jeff, no. Jeff, now, look, now, if you don't behave, I'll have to ask you to leave. No, please, Jeff! Oh, Jeff. Oh, no, what would your coach at Alabama think if he knew it?
All right, Jeff, put her down, you big hunk of... Oh.
David Smith, I despise you for busting in like this.
I see. Well, there's just one way of handling you, and that's rough.
Let go of me, you northern lawyer.
You're coming home with me.
I'm not. Jeff, help! SOS! Jeff, help!
Anne, David, come to your senses, both of them.
Hit him, Jeff. Let him have it. Murderize the bum.
Well, start murderizing.
David, I'll forgive you.
Oh.
For heaven's sake.
Well, would you respect me more if I knocked him down, Anne?
Would I? Why, you big hunk of southern fried chicken.
What?
I'll bet your mother was scared by a magnolia blossom.
No.
Now get out of here before I forget I'm a lady.
The lady says be so kindly as to scram, Jefferson.
Gladly. And what a narrow escape I've had.
Your slip is showing. I'm getting out of this clam bake.
Chicken fry.
Chicken fry.
Hey, what are you doing with the skis?
The sleigh service is discontinued after 10 at night.
Well, spend the night here.
Not on your life.
Okay. Here, let me fasten your skis for you.
No, it's all right. It's all done.
All set to go?
One side, please.
One moment.
Get your hands off of me.
A gentle, firm pressure on the shoulders
quit
like this.
Quit shoving. Hey!
may easily upset a skier and render him or her helpless.
Pull me out of this chair. You hear me?
Hmm?
What are you going to do? I warn you, I'll kill you in cold blood. Some night when you're fast asleep, I'll...
Shut up.
At breakfast, there'll be ground glass, and
I said shut up.
I'll say I was cleaning my gun when accidentally...
Hmm?
I'll even say...
Yes?
Oh, David.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Robert Montgomery with Mary Jane Croft, and introducing Alfred Hitchcock, the director of the film. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you the scintillating comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell, and presenting screen director William Seiter. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Robert Montgomery and Mary Jane Croft, and screen director Alfred Hitchcock.
Ladies and gentlemen, as well as being a fine actor, Mr. Montgomery is also a screen director. You are about to hear the clash of great minds as two directors face each other across a microphone.
Hello, Bob.
Hello, Hitch.
Well,
Well, what?
aren't you going to talk shop?
Shop. Whatever you're talking about, Mary Jane.
Well, you're both directors, aren't you?
Mary Jane, Alfred Hitchcock is more than a director. He's a force, a state of mind.
A state of mind? Have you ever seen a state of mind with a 92 3/4 inch waist measurement?
Well, you know, there's one thing bothering me about our radio version of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. It didn't have the Hitchcock trademark, did it, Mr. Montgomery?
You know, that's right. Hitch, you can't place yourself in a radio scene the way you do in a picture just to identify the Hitchcock product.
Ah, that's where you're wrong. Do you remember the sound of shaving in the first scene?
Yeah?
Oh, when I was supposed to be shaving, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes. Well, when the sound man made that noise, those were my whiskers being scraped.
Ah, the Hitchcock touch. Good night, Hitch. Mary Jane, good night.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Robert Montgomery, Mary Jane Croft, and Alfred Hitchcock. Tonight's cast included Carlton Young, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and Dink Trout. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Mr. and Mrs. Smith was produced by RKO, producers of the Technicolor production The Boy with Green Hair, starring Pat O'Brien, Robert Ryan, Barbara Hale, and Dean Stockwell as the boy. Robert Montgomery may currently be seen in the Warner Brothers production June Bride. Soon to be released is Alfred Hitchcock's new picture, Under Capricorn, starring Ingrid Bergman and Joseph Cotton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Hired Wife. Director, William Seiter. Star, Rosalind Russell.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Hired Wife. Director, William Seiter. Star, Rosamund Russell.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of Life as It Is Lived by a Private Secretary. The comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosamund Russell, and introducing the director of the film, William Seiter. Tonight, it is the privilege of the NBC Theater to introduce a man whose profession is the relentless pursuit of that titillating will-o'-the-wisp known as motion picture comedy. The hunt has been a remarkably successful one, for as a screen director, he has employed his unusual abilities to create some 175 films, most of them designed for laughter. You've seen his director's credit on such pictures as Roberta, Up in Central Park, The Affairs of Susan, One Touch of Venus, and tonight's story, Hired Wife. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Seiter.
Thank you. About 25 years ago, when I was working as an actor in a motion picture comedy, my director became ill. Somehow the word got around, let Seiter finish the film. That's where they made their first big mistake. They've never gotten me out of the director's chair since. Why? It's simple. I like making comedies. I like making people laugh. What do they laugh at? Well, maybe after another 25 years of directing, I'll know for sure. But for now, all I can do is guess. For instance, I took a guess on a story, Hired Wife, and a character named Kendall Browning, a private secretary. Rosalind Russell seemed to be a natural for the part. Kendall Browning was employed in New York by Stephen Dexter of the Stephen Dexter Cement Company. With her horn-rimmed glasses and poised pencil, she was efficiency personified. Her boss was sublimely unaware that his perfect secretary was also a beautiful woman. And, of course, Kendall was in love with him. But every spring, she watched him go off in a romantic toot, some come home with his heart in a sling. So one April, when Stephen had fallen into the clutches of a man-eating blonde named Phyllis Walden, Kendall decided to take matters into her own hands. What happened to that is one of the reasons I like making comedy.
Oh, Kendall.
Yes, Mr. Dexter?
Phyllis Walden, the model, will be dropping in to discuss an advertising contract.
Yes, Mr. Dexter.
Please show her in as soon as she arrives.
Very well, Mr. Dexter. Phyllis Walden. Miss Cement Bag of 1949. I've got a good mind to toss her out on her shell pink ear. Yes?
Phyllis Walden is here to see Mr. Dexter.
Tell her that Mr. Dexter will see her right... Oh, no. No. Send her in to see me. I'm probably going to hate myself for this in the morning.
You're Stephen's secretary?
Yes. I'm Kendall Browning, Stephen's private secretary.
I'm Phyllis Walden.
Miss Walden, I've some bad news for you.
Oh?
Mr. Dexter was going to put you on his cement bag.
What?
As a model, I mean, for advertising.
Go on.
Well, the deal is off. Mr. Dexter changed his mind about it just before he left for Chicago.
Chicago? Oh, what did he say?
Well, if you really want to know, he said, tell Miss Goofy Pan she can't peddle her kisser to Steve Dexter.
What?
Yeah, that's right.
Kendall, is Miss Walden here? Why, Phyllis, darling, come in.
Well, Stephen, my, but that was a fast trip to Chicago.
Chicago? What are you talking about?
No, don't get excited, Stephen. When you finish with Miss Miss Walden, I'll explain.
I still can't understand what made you say those things to Phyllis Walden. She was so upset I had to take her home.
Phooey.
What?
I said phooey.
Now, that's a fine attitude.
It was for your own good. Every spring, your young man's fancy lightly turns to thoughts of man-traps. 2 years ago, it was that Hoboken redhead. Last year, it was
Never mind. Phyllis is a lady.
Huh.
Kendall, you're my right hand. I can't run this business without you. But stay out of my private life.
All right. I'm tired of doubling as a nurse for a juvenile delinquent anyway.
Kiddies, end of round one.
Come in, Roger.
Either of you want a good lawyer?
My secretary here objects to a young lady of my acquaintance.
The great love of his life. He saw a picture in an advertisement for a new model automobile and went all gooey.
Yes, I did.
He was fascinated by the automatic rumble seat.
If you kiddies really want to fight, save it for the board meeting at the General Cement Company.
Oh, that's right, Stephen. We're due there in half an hour.
Those cutthroats are sore at you, boy. They'll pull every legal trip in the book to get you out of business.
Get to your notebook, Kendall.
Right away.
Come on, Raj, and sharpen that keen legal mind. We're going to need it.
Dexter, we offered to buy your company at a fair price.
The price wasn't fair, Mr. Hudson, and you know it.
We gave you a chance to come in with us, but you chose to fight.
That's right, Latimer, and I'll keep right on fighting.
But not for long. We're bringing an injunction against you the first thing in the morning. Dexter will tie up every penny you own.
It's a technicality, a
It's
trick.
unfair.
Well, of course it's unfair, but it's legal, and there's nothing you can do. Right, Hudson?
Right.
Oh, Stephen.
Well, take a good look at the office. The Stephen Dexter Cement Company is on the way out.
We'd better take home a few sacks. I hear they make good tents.
Please now, Roger. Isn't there something we can do?
No, they'll tie up every cent in your name. Too bad you aren't married. That's it. Stephen, you've got to get married.
What?
You mean him? Married?
Sure. I'll put every last penny, every sack of cement, even your house, in your wife's name.
Oh, there must be some other way.
It'll just be a formality. After a few weeks, you can get a divorce.
Stephen, it's a wonderful idea. All you have to do is find a girl you can trust. Someone who understands your problem. Someone close to you.
Kendall, you're right. And you know who she is.
Oh, Stephen.
Come on. You'll have to be married tonight. You can't do that in New York, so you'll have to fly to Charleston.
Oh, I'll have to go home and change my clothes.
Why?
For the trip.
Why do you have to go?
Stephen, who are you going to marry?
Well, who do you think? Phyllis Walden. What? Now let's get busy. I'll make a list of all my property. Roger, draw up papers transferring everything to my wife. Miss Howard?
Yes, sir.
Get 2 reservations of the next plane for Charleston. And Kendall, go ask Phyllis Walden to marry me.
What?
I'd ask her myself, but I haven't got time.
Oh, what do you want me to do? Drag her here by the hair of her phony eyelashes?
Please, Kendall, I need your help.
You don't need me. You need Dorothy Dix.
Well, you know how to talk to another woman, Kendall. You can explain.
Yeah, sure. Yes, I certainly will.
Oh, it's you. Goodbye.
Oh, wait a minute. Mr. Dexter sent me.
Well, come on in. I'm dying to hear what you have to say. Your lies are so corny, they're fascinating.
This one will knock you out. Mr. Dexter wants you to marry him tonight.
He does? Well, I hardly know what to say.
Well, you might try a simple yes or no. Now, look, Walden, I'm not batting for Cupid. This is strictly business.
Whose business?
Yours. This can put you within spending distance of a very serious sum of sugar.
Go on, I'm listening.
Stephen will be waiting at the airport at 5 o'clock.
Flying to Chicago again, I suppose?
No, Charleston.
How nice. I've never been married in Charleston. You must think I'm an awful dope, really, Browning.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Yes, wouldn't it be nice for you to go back to Stephen and say, that Walden number has a price tag, but I'm not that kind of a girl.
Well, Stephen just told me to ask you.
Tell him I'd love to marry him tonight, but my trousseau is in the laundry.
All washed up, eh? Well, little Kendall has done her duty. I'll tell him, Walden. Brother, will I tell him?
Roger, our plane leaves in 5 minutes. I wonder what's keeping Phyllis.
Will you stop having pups? You know you can count on Kendall.
Steve!
There's Kendall, but Phyllis isn't with her.
Steve, Phyllis said no.
You mean she won't marry me?
Well, now you can't blame her. No woman wants to get married just for a favor.
Well, it was a nice business while I had it.
You haven't lost it, Steve. All you have to do is marry somebody.
Yes, but who?
Well, don't look at me. I can't cook.
Now, look, Steve, look. You've got to get married tonight. It doesn't matter who, as long as she's a girl you can trust.
Steve, don't you know a wife when you see one?
Kendall? Well, maybe she's busy tonight.
Well, I really had planned to read another chapter of Little Women.
Wait a minute.
Now departing gate 5, Mr. Dexter.
Kendall, what do you say? Marry me until this trouble blows over?
Oh, and this is the romantic moment I've always dreamed about. Come on, husband, let's go.
Happy landings. I'll be waiting at your house when you get back. Well, the bride and groom return. Welcome.
Hello, Roger.
Here we are.
I couldn't find the rice, so I got out a box of cornflakes to throw at you.
Well, go ahead and throw them.
I can't. I ate them while I was waiting.
Did you bring those papers with you?
Yes, right here.
Where do I sign?
On this line.
That does it.
Congratulations, Stevie boy. You're now a pauper. I'll have the transaction recorded. If there's anything you need, Stephen, just ask your wife. Good night.
Fine friend he is. He didn't even stay to drink a toast to the bride.
Never mind. I'll drink it for him. Then you better run along.
Oh, well, I am pretty tired.
You're a real friend, Kendall. And thank you for marrying me.
You're welcome, I'm sure. Oh, Stephen, let's not kid about it. I know it's just a business arrangement, but it is marriage. I'm glad I didn't know it was going to be like this.
Kendall,
Yes, Stephen.
right now I'm rather glad I married you.
Oh, no, Stephen, don't.
You're my wife.
Not because you wanted me. I'm a substitute for Phyllis Walden. Phyllis Walden would be Mrs. Dexter tonight if I hadn't made her refuse your bid.
My bid?
Yes, the way I put it. I knew she'd turn me down. No woman likes to admit that she's up for sale, even if she is.
You mean you made Phyllis believe I thought I could buy her? Well, you double-crossing little...
Stephen, remember, you're a Harvard man.
Stop acting so confounded married.
We are, you know.
Don't take advantage of a technicality. And go home.
Why, Stephen, where am I?
Will you please get out of my house?
Your house?
All right. If it's a fight you want, you'll get one.
Stephen, you're in no position to fight.
Are you going?
Yes, but I'll be back. And in the meantime, don't get any cigarette burns on my rug.
Kendall.
Yes, Stephen.
You're fired.
Yes, Stephen. Stephen.
What?
You're broke. Everything you own belongs to me, Mrs. Stephen Dexter. Good night.
Good morning, Miss Howard. How's my favorite receptionist?
Just a minute. Where are you going?
To my office.
You can't go in there. The boss is busy.
Boss?
Yes, Mrs. Dexter.
Well,
It's locked.
it can't be locked. She can't do this to me.
She did. If you want to see her, I suggest you call later and try to make an appointment.
Kendall. Kendall. I'll get in if it takes me all week. Kendall!
Well, Mr. Dexter, you back again?
How long can this go on? I've been here every day this week and she wouldn't see me. But this is Friday and I'm getting in.
Mr. Dexter, what are you hiding behind your back?
This!
Mr. Dexter, put down that axe.
Stand aside.
Oh, but there's something you ought to know.
Out of my way. There.
Mr. Dexter, I tried to tell you, your wife's out to lunch.
Oh. Did she leave any message?
Yes. She said you were to have all the money in the petty cash box for meals.
Ah, food at last. How much is there?
1 dime, 3 Lincoln pennies, and a 2-cent stamp.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of Hired Wives, starring Rosalind Russell, with Carlton Young as Stephen, and introducing the director of the film, William Sider.
Mrs. Stephen Dexter, Cement Company.
Mrs.?
She changed the name.
Oh, is Mr. Dexter there?
Yes, he's been in the outer office all day.
What's he doing out there?
No desk.
Oh. Oh, well, let me talk to him.
It's Roger Van Horn.
Roger, a fine lawyer you are. You got me into this mess, and now I never see you.
Don't complain. I saved your business, didn't I?
Ha! Save my business. I haven't got a business. I haven't got an office. I don't even have a desk.
Something wrong?
It's Kendall. She's thrown me out.
Your own wife?
My own sweet, darling wife.
Well, maybe you don't treat her the way a wife ought to be treated.
I've tried, but I can't get close enough to kick her.
That's not what I meant. Have you tried being affectionate?
Affectionate? With that water cooler?
Try it. She just wants a little romantic attention. You go in there and I'll be right over.
All right, I'll try it. I'll walk in there and say, Kendall, I want to talk to you. Kendall, I want to talk to you.
Very well, Stephen.
I can't go on any longer. How can I see you like this every day? Cold, detached, unemotional.
But isn't that the way you wanted it?
Yes, at first. But now I know you're more than a secretary. You're a woman.
What are you driving at?
You're a desirable woman. You shouldn't be scorned. You should be loved. Kissed.
Stephen, what's happened to you?
Kissed like this.
Oh, darling.
Stephen, I just dropped by to... Oh, kissing your secretary. How nice.
Phyllis.
Oh, hello. What's new in the woodwork?
Stephen, I'd like to talk to you alone when you're quite through kissing your secretary.
I am not his secretary. I'm his wife.
Is this true, Stephen?
Yes, Phyllis, but it's you I love. Will you marry me?
Oh, nice talk from a bridegroom.
I swear my wife means nothing to me.
You traitor.
She's just a business arrangement.
There goes your allowance.
I'm not going to live with her.
You're not going to live, period.
I won't even talk to her.
All I want to hear from you is a death rattle.
It was you I wanted, Phyllis, right from the start.
Well, you can start right now and take her with you.
Ha! I wouldn't have him if you served him on a silver platter with an apple in his mouth.
Well, what are you waiting for? Here's a nickel for the apple. Now beat it.
What was that just whizzed by?
Out of the way, Roger. Mr. Stephen Dexter is on his way out.
Oh, no, he isn't. I've got a surprise for you kids.
Nothing could surprise me now.
Oh, yeah? Well, try this on for size. Someone tipped Latimer of General Cement that your marriage isn't bona fide.
It isn't. It's an optical illusion.
If they can prove that, we're sunk. They're bound to check up on you. Kendall, go home and start packing.
Good. Ship her away.
Away nothing. I'm shipping her to your house.
My house? My house?
Naturally, your house, your house. When I move into Roger's house, Roger's house? Well, I won't do it now. That's asking too much.
Oh, I don't know. Most newlyweds put up with it.
But think of the position it puts me in.
Yes, naturally. We Dexters prefer death to dishonor. Well, what about me? What'll I tell my husband? Not you, the next one I'm going to marry.
No.
Very well, prudes. I'll see you in bankruptcy court. Now, look, if you're going to be scaredy cats, invite some respectable relative or friend to stay in the house and referee.
That's an idea. Roger.
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute. You can't do this to me. No, no, no!
Oh, for Pete's sake. Roger. Roger! Can't you stop that snoring? This is my home. Why do I have to sleep in the guest room with you?
Because Kendall's in your room.
What?
Oh, and I'm your chaperone.
Roger. Please. Please, Roger.
Stephen, answer the phone.
You answer at your house.
Don't be calling me at your number.
Oh, well, all right. Hello?
Hello, Dexter.
Yes, who's this?
Let me speak to Mrs. Dexter.
Who?
That woman you're supposed to be married to.
Oh, her. Wait a minute. It's Latimer.
Oh. Hello?
Mrs. Dexter?
Yes, Mrs. Stephen Dexter.
This is Latimer of General Cement.
Oh, yes, Mr. Latimer. How nice of you to call. What can we do for you?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Dexter, we doubted that you and your husband were really living together, but since you are, let me congratulate you.
Thank you.
Let me talk to Mr. Dexter.
Hello, Latimer.
You beat our injunction, and we're ready to make a deal.
Fine. I'll call you tomorrow. Good night. Well, what do you know? They're licked. Finished.
Oh, Stephen, that's wonderful. I'm so glad.
So am I. Now I can get a divorce. If you hurry and pack, you've just got time to make the 2 o'clock plane for Reno.
I am not going to Reno.
That's a good girl. What do you mean you're not going to Reno?
I've suddenly decided I like being Mrs. Stephen Dexter, that's all.
But I want a divorce.
Well, whistle for it.
Oh, my toe! You slammed the door on my toe!
What are you doing out of bed?
Oh, Latimer called.
Checking up, eh?
Yes, we're making a deal.
Oh, we beat him.
Now I want a divorce.
Would you mind waiting until morning?
How long will it take?
Is Kendall willing?
No, she isn't.
If she fights...
And she will.
It'll take years.
How many?
5.
Good.
Your best bet is to disappear and be given up for dead. Of course, that's just a curbstone opinion. Now come to bed, Stephen.
See? You're stuck with me.
So, you like being Mrs. Stephen Dexter, hmm?
Well, I thought I did.
Come here, Mrs. Dexter.
Stephen, don't you dare touch me.
I'm going to shower you with all the kisses a wife deserves.
Stephen! Steve! Oh, don't!
I wish you'd make up your mind.
How can I get rid of this woman?
Well, not that way, old boy. There is a way, though, an annulment.
How soon can I get one?
A few weeks. We'll just have to show it's been no marriage.
Well, you can testify to that.
I'll start proceedings tomorrow.
Well, Kendall, that closes the book.
I guess it does. I'm going home, Stephen.
Good. Then I'll get a good night's sleep in my own room. What about your things?
I'll call for them in the morning. Stephen.
Yes?
It has been kind of fun, hasn't it?
Fun? Yes, I guess it has at that. I'll call cab for you.
All right, Stephen.
Good morning, Roger. Lovely morning for an annulment.
Yeah, only there won't be any annulment.
And what is that remark supposed to indicate?
You can't expect me, an attorney, to testify that you slept in your own bed last night.
But I did, in my own room. Kendall went home.
She did?
She did. Oh, that's probably her now. Come to pick up her clothes.
Good morning, Stephen.
Morning, Kendall. I was just talking to Roger here. Can you beat it? He refuses to testify in our annulment because he thought you were in my room last night.
He did?
Yes.
Oh, he did? Well, isn't that a scream? He still doesn't know for sure, does he?
Oh, you wouldn't dare.
Oh.
This is blackmail.
So, Kendall, where were you last night?
Go on, tell him. You went home and stayed there.
I went home and stayed there.
That does it. A barefaced lie if ever I heard one. My best friend stabbing me in the back.
Leave your back out of this. Oh, there's the door again. Phyllis.
Stephen, dear, I just couldn't wait to come over and straighten out our misunderstanding. Oh, what's she doing here?
Having breakfast with my husband.
Phyllis, darling, I can explain. You see, Kendall was sleeping in my room, and I couldn't sleep with Roger because he snored.
Oh, it's all right, Stephen. Don't bother to explain. You win, Walden. He wants you. I quit. And for your information, Roger, I did spend the night at my apartment.
Well, That's that.
Will, somebody pass the sugar?
Oh, shut up.
Well, now what's the matter?
There goes the best secretary a man ever had.
Oh, there are lots of secretaries.
Not like Kendall's.
Stevie boy, are you sure you aren't in love with Kendall?
Roger, I've been deserted. My wife walked out on me.
Now, why in the world would she do a thing like that?
Oh, you big dope. You've been crazy about her all along.
Good Lord. I'm in love with her.
Well, go get her. What are you waiting for?
That's what I'm going to do right now. Kendall! Kendall!
Don't shout, dear. I'm right here behind the door.
Oh, darling. How could I ever let you go?
Really, Stephen, you never had a chance.
Kendall, will you marry me?
But we're already married.
Oh, yes. Well, let's go back and kick that chaperone out of our house.
Yes, darling. What do we need with a chaperone?
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell, with Carlton Young, and introducing the director of the film, William Seiter. Next week, as every week, the NBC Theater brings you another great film drama with its original team of director and star. The memorable Lloyd C. Douglas story, Magnificent Obsession, starring Irene Dunn, and introducing screen director John Stahl. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Rosalind Russell and Carlton Young, and screen director William Seiter.
Well, Bill, as a motion picture director, now what do you think of radio?
It'd be a great invention, except for one thing.
Yes? Well, what's that?
Microphones. I'm scared to death of them.
Listen to that, Carlton. He was an actor when they used to turn out a whole complete picture in 1 week, and he's afraid of microphones.
It's so simple, Bill. All you have to do is talk.
Okay, I'll try. Franz, let's talk about your last picture, The Velvet Touch. I thought
No,
that probably...
Bill, no. If we're going to talk, I have something else to say. Often the public isn't quite aware of the immense part that you and the rest of all the directors play in motion picture making. You might be a little scared of the microphone there in the studio, but on the set, no one knows better than I what a fine showman you are, lending your talent and experience to actors and actresses and all the others concerned with the picture. Thanks, Bill. You are a great guy, handling one of the toughest jobs in films.
Well, after a compliment like that, Roz, not even a microphone scares me. Here, let me get closer to this thing. I'm going to start to talk.
Another thing about radio, Bill, it runs on schedule. There's only time to say one thing.
What's that?
Good night. Night, Roz.
Good night. Good night, Bill.
Good night, Roz.
And good night to you, Rosalind Russell, William Seiter, and Carlton Young. Also heard on tonight's program were Ed Begley, Joan Banks, Fred Shields, Herb Litton, Dan Riss, and Betty Moran. Script was by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and directed by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley. Associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Hired Wife was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, soon to release the new comedy hit The Life of Riley, starring William Bendix as Riley. Rosalind Russell is currently starring in the independent artist production The Velvet Touch, released by RKO. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment, production Magnificent Obsession, director John Stahl, star Irene Dunn.
The Screen Directors Guild program comes to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
On behalf of the American Heart Association, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Magnificent Obsession. Director, John Stahl. Star, Irene Dunn.
This is the Screen Directors Guild presentation of the unforgettable Lloyd C. Douglas novel, Magnificent Obsession, starring Irene Dunn in her original role. The motion picture medium is often described as the most magnificent art form ever devised, for it is a combination of all the arts. One of the most critical of these is the new and dynamic art of the screen director, for it is he who must integrate and guide the forces which combine to make the film. Therefore, it is with pride that the NBC Theater presents one of the most celebrated exponents of the screen director's art, the president of the Screen Directors Guild, Mr. George Marshall.
Thank you very much. I'm pinch hitting tonight for John Stahl. John, as you know, directed Magnificent Obsession and other such wonderful films as The Keys of the Kingdom, The Foxes of Harrow, and The Walls of Jericho. Magnificent Obsession is one of John's favorite pictures because of the appealingly simple manner in which it translates basic human values into film, telling of hatred turning into love and darkness into light. And speaking for myself, I know that you will enjoy Magnificent Obsession, starring Irene Dunn in her original role as Helen Hudson.
I am very calm. The vortex, the very center of the whirlwind, is the stillest. There is tense, anxious action all around me, and I am the center of that tense activity. Yet I am calm. All about me are the thin, brittle sounds of instruments being made ready, the whispers of the nurses, the low, efficient voices of my surgeons, and the surgeon. Instruments, voices, the voice of the chief surgeon speaking to me, only faintly dimmed by the anesthetic.
How do you feel? Are you all right?
Are you all right? He asked tenderly, and I say, fine, all right. When do we start?
We've started. Now be a good girl now.
I'm always a good girl, but I do wish you could hold my hand. In darkness, I await my great moment, the moment that will bring me light or leave me in lifelong darkness. But I am calm. Many things swim through my mind. The music of a small girl's voice.
When was young, so neatly as she dressed, and so sweetly.
A wisp of music, bittersweet. And then, the sudden nightmare of a time long before Paris. I remember Brightwood, my husband's hospital on the shore of the lake, the deep, smooth, fatal lake, the quiet lake that killed my husband. And in my mind, I see again the wild, bereft eyes of Joyce Hudson, my husband's daughter, my stepdaughter. Joyce telling me how it all happened. It all comes back. It all comes back.
father had been in surgery all day. I suppose he shouldn't have gone in swimming, but he always did. He had a cramp. We finally brought him up from the bottom.
But where was the respirator?
The respirator was gone.
Gone?
It was over at the Merrick boathouse. That young playboy, Bobby Merrick, nearly drowned. He was drunk and he nearly drowned. He developed pneumonia and they brought him here.
Brought him here? Well, I never want to see him or meet him, because all my life I shall know that because of him, my husband had to die. I shall always hate Bobby Merrick, loathe him, hate him.
Helen, you've got to talk to Bobby Merrick.
I won't.
He won't listen to anyone. He has a fever of 103 and he refuses to stay in bed.
There's nothing I can do.
Helen, you're the head of this hospital now. You must talk to him.
Oh, what have we here? Nice.
Mr. Merrick, you've been behaving very badly.
Shucks, honey, I can't help it if I'm the active type. I want to get out.
Well, believe me, I'd be very happy to see you go. But it's our responsibility to take proper care of you.
Now, look, you don't have to recite the Hippocratic Oath to me. I had 3 years of medical school myself. I wasn't bad either. But I was bored, so I quit.
I'm not surprised. My husband always said that the mere possession of a medical degree didn't make a doctor. It takes humility, humanity, things that you're too selfish to understand.
Now, wait a minute. Are you going to be the next one to tie into me because I happen to be drowning at the same time this Dr. Hudson was drowning? Is it my fault that this whistle-stop hospital had only one respirator? And anyhow, did I ask for it?
A lot of people loved and honored Dr. Hudson.
Sure. And they're all wondering why I should live and he had to die, huh?
Yes.
All right, I'm not worth much, but you might as well face it. He's dead and I'm alive. We're both out of luck. Hey, when do we eat?
I'll have a tray up in 10 minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Mrs. Hudson.
Mrs. Hudson.
With good luck, we may be able to discharge you in a week.
Dr. Wayne Hudson's wife?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know.
Now you know.
I suppose you hate me.
Yes, Mr. Merrick. Yes, I hate you. In the operating room, I feel no pain as the surgeons operate. I feel the dull pressure of their instruments somewhere about my head. The fine surgical lamps blaze for them, but although I am conscious, I am in total darkness. And in that darkness, I think back to the events that are having their climax here.
Mosquito forceps.
Let me remember.
More suction, please.
We discharged Bobby Merrick from the hospital, and I did not see him again for many weeks, nor did I wish to see him ever again. What happened then comes from Randolph, the stonecutter, across from the cemetery where my husband lay buried. One night in a thunderstorm, Randolph was awakened by a pounding at his door. Who should it be but Bobby Merrick, drenched, covered with mud, and of course, very, very drunk.
A ladder.
What can I do for you, sir?
A ladder. Gotta have a ladder.
A ladder, sir?
A ladder, sir. Getting out of my car, I fell into a ditch. So now I'm in a ditch and can't get out without a ladder.
Come in. Why don't you stay here overnight, and in the morning we'll find a ladder and help you climb out of that ditch.
Hey, what are all those statues around here for?
I'm a stonecutter. I make gravestones and such.
Is so? Who's that one over there?
That's a bust of Dr. Wayne Hudson. You may have heard of him.
Heard of him? He's haunting me. First they save my life with Dr. Hudson's lung machine, and then they take me to Dr. Hudson's hospital. And I meet a beautiful girl. Who is she? Dr. Hudson's wife. His widow. Haunting me, that's what.
Tell you what. You get some rest and sleep it off.
Haunting me.
I'll make you breakfast in the morning, and then we'll get a ladder and look for you.
Good morning, Randolph.
Oh, come in, Mrs. Hudson. I've finished the bust, and I'm ready to mount it on your husband's tombstone any time you say.
Oh, thank you, Randolph. That's why I came down this morning.
Mrs. Hudson, Mr. Robert Merrick.
We've met.
My car stalled last night with a wet carburetor. Randolph here was good enough to put me up overnight.
Randolph, I'm ready to go to my husband's grave whenever you're ready.
Ready right now. I'll get my coat and my boots. Rather muddy this morning.
See, I'd like a word with you, Mrs. Hudson, when you get back, if you don't mind.
I mind very much.
Well, then I'd like a word with you anyhow. You know, it was very kind of you to offer to drive me back to wherever my car happens to be.
I meant only to be civil, not kind.
I had an interesting talk this morning with Randolph. He thought very highly of Dr. Hudson.
Dr. Wayne Hudson inspired everyone he met.
He did have a remarkable influence over people, I suppose.
My husband understood the one important law of survival. He knew that man could continue to deserve life only so long as he lived to serve others. He believed in the power of unselfishness and in power from unselfishness.
It's a remarkable theory.
It's a working, living theory. My husband discovered that Randolph had a talent for something better than carving gravestones, but he encouraged him to continue making memorials for the beloved dead. It wasn't art at first, but because it was in the service of plain, stricken, unhappy people, it became great, as my husband knew it must.
That's very interesting.
Oh, I know. You, to your worldly kind, there's no value in human sympathy, no virtue in unselfishness.
You know, you're beautiful.
Mr. Merrick, I think you'd better get out here.
Well, I've hardly talked to you.
There's nothing further to say.
I haven't had a fair chance to express myself in the unfortunate incident about your husband.
Incident? 1,000 people have lost their hope of happiness and even life itself, and you call it an incident.
Well, I only meant to try to...
Get out of this car.
Oh, why don't you melt?
Get out.
Please, look at that beautiful scenery.
Will you leave this car?
What a view. It's Arcadian. It's classic.
All right, then I'll get out.
Here, wait.
No, let go of my wrist.
Now, listen to me.
Let go, I tell you. Let go.
Oh, come on back. After all, I would... Look out! Look out for that car! Joyce? Joyce, tell me.
I'll tell you.
Will she live?
She'll live. For the rest of her life, Helen will be blind.
Blind?
For as long as she lives. First my father, then Helen.
Blind.
Oh, why do people like you have to go on living? Why? Why?
On behalf of the American Heart Association, the NBC Theater is presenting the Screen Directors Guild production of Magnificent Obsession, starring Irene Dunn as Helen Hudson, with Willard Waterman as Robert Merrick.
Some normal saline solution here, please.
Yes, Doctor.
I lie in darkness while the surgeons work about me, trying to turn the darkness into light for me again. I know I'm safe with them, safe and calm, and I think mistily of the warm days in the park, feeling the warmth of the sunshine that I could not see. I think of the little girl who used to meet me in the park to help me with my Braille lessons, where I was learning to read with my fingertips, to live in the darkness.
Time when Jenny Wren was young, so neatly as she dressed and so sweetly as she sung. That doesn't even make sense to me. But it's your turn.
My dearest Jenny Wren, if you will but be mine, you shall dine on cherry pie.
Cherry pie.
And drink nice
Currant.
wine. I'll dress you like a... I'm stuck.
Goldfish.
Oh, no, that can't be right. Can it? Goldfish?
Goldfinch.
Oh.
It's a kind of a bird.
Hello there.
Hello.
Susan, I thought we were alone.
Oh, him? He's here every day. Let's read some more.
No, I'd rather not today.
Tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow.
Well, okay. Take care of yourself.
All right. I'll be seeing you, Susan.
Bye, mister.
So long, dear.
I didn't know anyone was near us.
Won't you let me help you with your reading?
No, I'd be embarrassed learning my ABCs with a grown-up.
Oh, before long, you'll be reading the classics in Braille. I have a friend who collects them. I'd like to bring them to you from time to time.
Oh, thank you, but I'd better learn my Mother Goose first. Are you interested in Braille?
Yes, very much.
You a doctor?
Just took my degree.
Oh, how nice. What's your name?
Robert?
Oh, Dr. Robert. I'm Helen Hudson. Well, now, I'd better hurry home.
I'll walk home with you.
No, it'll be out of your way.
No, it isn't far.
How do you know?
Well, I've watched you every day.
Oh,
May I?
well, yes, thank you. Tell me something.
Sure, anything.
Have you ever been connected with Brightwood Hospital?
Brightwood? Why?
Your voice just seemed familiar, that's all. Day after day, he was there waiting for me, reading to me, as I learned to read with my fingertips. Day after day, he walked with me as far as my corner and no further. He never accepted my invitation to come in the house for a moment, never. Then one day, it rained furiously, and I didn't go out to our bench in the park. He telephoned me, and I was glad, for I had great news for him. But again, he wouldn't come over until I happened to mention that my stepdaughter, Joyce, was not at home. Then he consented to visit me. Only then.
Well, I had to come over when you hinted at this mysterious great news. Now, what is it?
Dr. Robert, I'm going to Paris. 4 famous doctors have agreed to consult over my case. I suppose they mean it as a tribute to my husband, don't you?
Yes, I dare say. Well, then I won't be seeing you for a while.
No, but when I come back, perhaps I'll be seeing you.
Perhaps.
Oh, Helen.
Oh, back so soon, Joyce?
It began to rain so hard I just gave up the whole idea of...
Oh, Joyce Hudson, this is Dr. Robert. You've heard me speak about him.
Oh, yes.
Well, I was just about to go, Miss...
Let me go to the door with Dr. Robert.
Thank you.
Wish me luck.
Oh, I do. From the bottom of my heart, Helen.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bon voyage, darling. Ready, Joyce?
I'll write to you, Dr. Robert.
Goodbye.
Now, what is this, Bobby Merrick?
Don't use that name outside her door.
What's your game, Mr. Merrick?
Things have changed, Joyce. I've changed.
She hates Robert Merrick with all her soul. But she loves a voice named Dr. Robert. What's going to happen when she opens her eyes and sees you?
Perhaps she won't open her eyes.
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Joyce, I arranged for those specialists in Paris. I did.
That's even worse. Helen would rather be blind than owe her sight to Bobby Merrick.
Paris and hope. Paris and disillusion. 4 great doctors looked into my eyes, examined x-rays, tested, asked questions, gave up. All the next day and into the early evening, I sat at the window of our hotel, hearing the voice of the city, listening to life and laughter in the streets, feeling so much and seeing nothing, and never hoping to see. Yes, come in, please. Joyce? Is that you, Joyce?
Helen,
Oh,
I had to come to you, Helen.
Dr. Robert, you came all this distance to... Oh, give me your hand. Let me see if you're really here. Oh, yes, yes.
Are you so glad?
Glad. Oh. Dr. Robert, I'm not going to see, but it's quite all right now, really. I'm happy. I'm almost happier than I've ever been. Isn't it silly? Isn't it silly?
No, it isn't silly. And you are going to see.
They say no.
You're going to see the world, Helen, through my eyes. And we're going to start with Paris. I'm going to show you Paris. And I'm going to show Paris you.
All day, day after day, we saw Paris. Paris from the omnibus, the tower, the cathedral. Paris in the dawn, Paris in the murmuring dusk. Paris laughed and made the sounds of bells and violins. Paris glittered and sparkled and shone only as it shines for such as walk in darkness with a lover at her side. Then one evening, on the heights of Montmartre, the song of the city came up to us where we sat, hand in hand, on an ancient stone bench. I sat in darkness, my hand in his, and I was happy.
Helen, you're crying.
I know. Oh, I'm so happy, darling. So very happy.
Helen, could you ever again feel rancor or ill will for anyone? Anyone at all?
Never again for anyone, dearest.
I want you to be very sure, Helen.
I am sure, Robert.
You called me Robert.
Yes, darling.
You know, then,
I've known for ever so long.
that I was Robert Merrick, the man who...
The man I love.
Oh, Helen, my dearest.
Please, Robert, please don't be humble.
We're going to be married, Helen.
A blind woman for your wife. People would be sorry for you. Oh, no, I couldn't stand that.
Helen, I came to bring you home as my wife. I'm going to do what I set out to do.
Oh, Robert, darling. Let me answer you in the morning.
All right. In the morning, Helen. Remember.
Take me home, Robert. It's like a dream. A beautiful, beautiful dream. In the morning, Joyce and I left Paris. It was the only thing to do. For 6 long years, I did not see Robert again. I heard that he was abroad working, studying, and then one day I received a note from him. Joyce read it to me, only a few words.
Dearest, I am a man possessed and obsessed, but I am not mad, only in love. Wait for me, I'm on my way. Robert Merrick, M.D.
I feel nothing as I lie on the operating table, only the sure elation of my love and of my trust in the man who works in darkness, calling for instruments. For Robert is with me, a Robert possessed, a Robert inspired, full of the medical wisdom of his years of study and understanding and love. Once he held aside the veil of darkness, and I saw Paris, and he can brush the shadows from my eyes forever, if anyone can. For his is the power and the glory of those who live unselfishly for their fellow men.
open your eyes. Helen?
Robert, I can see light.
Good. Each day will be brighter until one day soon, all the shadows will be washed away.
Robert.
Darling, you mustn't get excited.
All right, Robert. Can I get excited tomorrow?
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of Magnificent Obsession, starring Irene Dunn. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you another great motion picture story with its original team of director and star, John Cromwell and Ronald Colman in the romantic adventure The Prisoner of Zenda. Co-starring with Mr. Colman will be Miss Benita Hume. Now, here again is tonight's star, speaking not as an actress, but as the woman's chairman of the American Heart Association, Irene Dunn.
Thank you very much. As you've been told, tonight's Screen Directors Guild production was presented on behalf of the American Heart Association. Tomorrow marks the beginning of National Heart Week, and a friend of mine has dropped into NBC Theater to tell you a little about it. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Lund.
Thank you. Thanks, Irene. Folks, next week the American Heart Association and the various local heart associations will be asking you for $5 million. But the real goal of the National Heart Week campaign isn't dollars, it's lives. Close to 600,000 lives which each year are snuffed out by heart disease. That's an awfully large figure, large enough to include you or a member of your family. So when you make your contribution to the Heart Association, you won't just be giving money away. You'll be buying something, research, a program of public education, and the most modern and efficient heart disease treatment to serve your own community. For example, rheumatic heart disease strikes hardest at our children. To protect the youngsters, the Heart Association is setting up an organization to examine the heart of every child in the land. I know the American heart is big enough to protect the hearts of its children. Don't let National Heart Week slip by without helping out. Good night.
Our thanks to Irene Dunn, John Lund, and screen director George Marshall. Also heard on tonight's program were Willard Waterman as Robert Merrick, Barbara Eiler, Ralph Moody, Dan Riss, and Ann Whitfield. Magnificent Obsession was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and directed by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Magnificent Obsession was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, now releasing The Fighting O'Flynn, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. and Helena Carter. Irene Dunn is currently starring in the RKO production I Remember Mama, the picture which has won her nomination for the Academy Award. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild assignment, production The Prisoner of Zenda, director John Cromwell, stars Ronald Colman, Benita Hume.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors Guild Assignment. Production, The Prisoner of Zenda. Director, John Cromwell. Star, Ronald Coleman.
The NBC Theater presents the Screen Directors Guild production of a romantic fiction, The Prisoner of Zenda, with its original team of screen director John Cromwell and screen star Ronald Coleman, who co-stars tonight with Benita Hume. Some 22 years ago, the new dimension of sound threw the motion picture medium into a ferment. The call went out for experts in the spoken word, and to Hollywood came a handful of seasoned stage directors. Many of them remain to devote the full sweep of their talent to motion picture directing, helping to develop and establish the film medium we know today. Outstanding among these is our guest tonight, universally respected for his brilliant direction of such films as Anna and the King of Siam, The Enchanted Cottage, Night Song, and, of course, tonight's story, The Prisoner of Zenda. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Cromwell.
Thank you very much. The Prisoner of Zenda is a story you probably won't believe. That's part of its charm and the reason why it's one of my favorites. It represents the ultimate in the field of romantic adventure. A drama flavored with the fantastic, equipped with all the delights of dark intrigue, high-spirited adventurers, and beautiful princesses. Here, then, is The Prisoner of Zenda, starring Ronald Coleman as Rudolph Rassendyll and Benita Hume as the Princess Flavia. Let Rudolph Rassendyll's own memoirs concerning his remarkable adventure speak for him. Rudolph Rassendyll was an English country squire who found himself on this fateful day toward the close of the past century, dozing beside his fishing rod in the forest of Zenda, kingdom of Ruritania. Slowly in his half-sleep, he became aware of someone standing over him, and then exclaiming in delighted amazement,
"Astonishing! Shave him, and he'd look like the king."
Let Rudolph Rassendyll's own account continue from there.
I awoke suddenly. A large, ruddy-faced man in hunting costume was staring down at me in amazement. He continued to watch me warily as I got to my feet. Then he spoke again.
May I ask your name?
I'm Rudolph Rassendyll, traveling from England, and not so long ago in the service of Her Majesty the Queen.
Rassendyll? Of course.
You appear to know me or know of me.
I am Colonel Sapt in the service of His Majesty Rudolph V, King of Ruritania. And you are Rudolph Rassendyll, the king's distant cousin.
Yeah, that's true.
I wouldn't have believed it.
Oh, it's quite a fact.
Oh, no. Your resemblance to the king. You could do it.
Do what?
Shave.
What?
Pretend to be the king.
Nonsense.
King Rudolph is at this moment in his hunting lodge in these woods, drunk as usual, and I fear drugged by his enemies. If he isn't at his coronation tomorrow, his brother Michael will seize the throne. You must prevent that.
Oh, it's unthinkable.
A kingdom at stake and a throne in the balance.
Nevertheless, my dear Colonel, I'm here on a fishing trip.
Then Black Michael sits tomorrow on the throne, and the king lies in prison or his grave.
Is it as bad as all that?
Believe me, Rassendyll.
Well, after all, it would be only for a day.
And the next day, you'll be safely across the border.
King for a day. Yeah, it'd be quite an adventure, wouldn't it?
Look now, all ye assembled here, upon our most puissant and liege lord, Rudolph V, undoubted king of this mighty realm. Receive, Rudolph, this scepter and this crown, wielded and worn
There
by
I
our
was,
sovereigns
accepting the crown and throne of Ruritania from the cardinal himself. There I was, king for a day, while the real king slept it off.
And an increase of all virtues. God save the king.
There I was, anointed king of Ruritania, receiving court after my coronation, receiving particularly the lovely Princess Flavia kneeling before me, although before such serene loveliness I should have knelt.
I, Flavia, do become thy vassal, swearing to serve thee until death findeth me, so help me God.
I kissed her on both cheeks. Seemed quite the proper thing to do, and very pleasant too. And presently, the ceremony here was over, and I found myself in the royal carriage with the lovely Princess Flavia at my side. I thought everything went off very well, didn't you? I mean, for a coronation.
I must confess, Rudolph, you surprised us all today.
Surprised you, Flavia?
You arrived sober and really behaved like a king at last.
Yes, new leaf and all that. By the way, I'm told I've rather neglected you lately.
2 picture postcards from Paris and the Riviera in 3 years. My fiancé. I've scarcely seen you.
Oh, I'm truly sorry.
If you hadn't appeared today for the coronation, the people would have demanded your abdication.
Yes, so I understand.
Your brother Michael was prepared to seize the throne.
Imagine that.
You know how he hates you and he wants to be the king. Better be careful of him. Him and that lieutenant of his, Rupert of Hentzau.
Why should you be concerned?
I am to be your bride, am I not?
Oh, are you?
Why, Rudolph.
I mean, am I worthy of the loveliest, most charming woman in Europe?
Oh, you used to call me that tow-headed little scarecrow.
Oh, I hope you slapped me.
I did. Don't you remember?
The old Rudolph wishes to forget and to be forgotten.
Black Michael, your brother, will not forget.
Oh, surely you're taking him too seriously.
You must realize how much your life means to your country.
Only my country?
And your friends.
Friends?
And to me, your loyal servant, Flavia.
Hentzau, what went wrong with our plans?
Easy there, my dear Michael. Easy.
I was the king at the coronation today. I told you to get him drunk, drug him in his lodge, keep him away.
I did.
Then how did the king get out of the lodge?
You've heard of a Britisher named Rassendyll?
Rassendyll? The king's distant cousin?
And your own.
Just what are you trying to say?
Simply, my dear Michael, that Rassendyll, and not the king, was crowned in the cathedral this morning.
No.
But yes.
You know, there was something strange about the fellow. But where is the king now?
I moved him to a safer place, Castle Zenda.
Is he safe there?
Well, it's damp in the dungeon. It could be made damper. Perhaps 8 or 9 feet of dampness.
And let the English impostor reign all his life? No.
I hadn't thought of that.
But if the Englishman dies first and is buried as the king...
You would mount to the throne.
And you would be next to the throne.
Your Highness shows me the path to my patriotic duty. The impostor must die. Any shrewd ideas?
Somehow we must lure him to Castle Zenda. How?
Perhaps a forged note from the king.
No, not from the king. Rassendyll is no fool.
Michael, are you in there?
Antoinette, of course. And so, there are times when we need the ladies, even in affairs of state. She will write the note.
Michael, darling.
Come in, Antoinette. Come in.
Your Majesty. Your Majesty.
Come in, Colonel Zapt.
Rassendyll, I'm worried.
Why, what's the matter? And where have you been? I've missed you.
I've been back to Zenda Lodge to see if the king is sober enough to take over his responsibilities tomorrow.
Well, is he?
He's gone.
Yes, he was pretty far gone when I saw him.
Oh, I mean gone, vanished, disappeared.
No.
And his servant, dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Impossible. Duke Michael?
No. Black Michael's been in the capital all day. But his swordsman, Rupert of Hensau, has been absent. They know you're an imposter.
Yes.
We're in deadly danger, man.
Well, they can't denounce us without confessing to kidnapping the real king and murdering his servant. Oh, but they may kill the king.
And leave you on the throne?
Oh, they wouldn't dare. If they do that, they're finished. Besides, I can't carry on this masquerade any longer.
And let Michael become regent and marry Flavia?
Flavia marry Michael? She'd never do that.
As princess of the royal house, she'd have no choice.
Oh, you can't let that happen to her.
I can't prevent it. But you can. Speak to her tomorrow night at the ball.
Well, of course I'll speak to her.
Good fellow. She's been expecting your proposal.
Proposal?
What else?
I'll not propose to her tomorrow night or any other night.
You've got to carry this through now, Rassendyll. All the way.
Really, Rudolph? You needn't have brought me out into the garden just for a romantic gesture.
Ah, Flavia, if I could only make you understand.
In front of everyone, the cardinal asks you when you plan to marry me, and you say, 6 months, more or less. How do you think I must have felt?
Flavia, perhaps I'm the sort of man who'd take advantage of many people, or even a whole country. But I could never willingly hurt you.
I don't understand a word you're saying.
Then, without understanding, please try to believe this. I love you.
Rudolph.
More than life or truth or honor, Flavia. I love you.
Oh, Rudolph. How is it that I love to hear you say that when I didn't even like you before? You're different.
Flavia, if I were different, and if I were not the king, could you love me?
Other women have loved men who were not king. I should be like other women.
Then I must tell you, Flavia, I am not, in fact...
Your Majesty.
Colonel Zapt.
His Eminence the Cardinal is waiting to take his leave.
Yes, thank you. Faithful, faithful Colonel Zapt.
Your romance progressed very well tonight, Rassendyll. You struck a good blow for the king.
And what's to prevent me from striking a blow for myself?
You're honor bound to play the king's part, lad.
I'm in love with a woman who loves me. Why should I ever leave the throne? Could you expose me? I could remain king and marry the princess.
You could do that, lad, but you wouldn't.
Then find the king. Find him before it's too late.
I may be able to do just that. Read this note. It was under the door when I came in. Read it.
If Mr. Rassendyll desires to know the whereabouts of the king, let him meet me tonight at 2:00 in the Royal Hunting Lodge in Zenda Wood. If he neglects this invitation, he may harm the Princess Flavia. Oh, it's an obvious trap.
Read on.
If Mr. Rassendyll fears a trick, let him ask Colonel Zapt what woman would do most to prevent Duke Michael from becoming king and marrying the Princess Flavia. Signed, A.
Antoinette.
Who's Antoinette?
Frenchwoman madly in love with Michael. Don't ask me why. She'd definitely lose him if he became king.
Lose him to Flavia?
Definitely.
We'll meet Antoinette at Zenda Lodge tonight. But I must speak to Flavia first.
Boar hunting in Zenda Wood, Rudolph, again?
Are you offended with me, Flavia?
What right have I to be offended? Tonight, you made me feel every hour away from me was wasted. But boar hunting, that's a different thing.
Do you think I want to go?
I'm sure you don't. It's the boars. They're simply pining for you to hunt them.
Perhaps the boars will hunt me, Flavia.
What?
Perhaps they'll catch me. You're not touched by that danger?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, my darling, did you really think that I was leaving you to go boar hunting?
Then you're not going hunting?
Not for boar.
Then what are you going? Rudolph, it's Michael.
Well, there's something hatching in Zenda Wood.
Oh, you mustn't go. Send someone else.
What sort of a king would do that?
I'm sorry. You see, I've never been in love before.
Ah, that's better.
Oh, darling.
Princess.
You won't let Michael hurt you.
No, sweetheart.
Or Rupert of Hentzau hurt you.
No, sweetheart.
Or keep you from me.
No, sweetheart.
And you'll come back.
Shan't a man come back to the loveliest lady in all the world? Now, let me go quickly. Turn away, darling. Don't look back. If I see your eyes, I might forget to be a king.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Guild production of The Prisoner of Zenda, starring Ronald Colman and Benita Hume, and introducing the director of the film, John Cromwell.
It was early when Colonel Zapt and I arrived at Zenda Lodge. Rather too early for our rendezvous with Antoinette. Zapt drew the bar and opened the heavy walnut door. It was quite black inside, black as the pit and humid with danger.
Black as blasphemy in here.
What about lighting a lamp?
Never mind, gentlemen, about lighting a lamp.
Antoinette.
Oh, I am glad you came earlier than we had planned.
Oh, why?
Because you have been led into a trap.
I knew it.
Oh, I had to write that letter at Duke Michael's orders. 3 men are coming here to kill you.
Where is the king?
Oh, before I tell you, will you give me a word of honor that no harm will come to Michael?
If you tell us the truth, yes.
The king is in a dungeon in Michael's castle, Zenda.
That's what I wanted to know.
But wait. If the castle is openly attacked, the king will be instantly killed by his guards and no trace of his body ever found. The castle must be taken by craft and guile rather than by force.
How?
One of you must go for help. The other must get into the castle to lower the drawbridge for your men to cross when they arrive.
Yes, but how?
Swim the moat. Climb to my room where a light will be burning. Then I will show you the way.
How many men guarding the king?
2.
How many others in the castle to oppose us?
Tonight, only Michael and
And who?
Rupert of Hentzau.
Hentzau. Oh, I despise the treacherous dog.
Oh, I fear and loathe him with my soul. He kills so willingly.
Can we trust you?
If Michael becomes king, I will lose him.
We can trust you.
Au revoir, Rassendal. Follow me in a few minutes.
Castle Zenda. A monster of a medieval fortress rotting slowly against the sky. The water in the moat looked as though it had stagnated there for centuries. Slimy things stirred within it, and the gases of decay bubbled slowly to the surface. I looked up and saw light burning in a high window, Antoinette's window. I saw the drawbridge drawn up by its enormous chains. And then, with a shudder, I slipped into the water, armed only with a knife. I reached the other side. I began to climb. I climbed and clung to the sheer granite walls, scratching for a hold, making desperate hand traverses like a mountaineer. And then something happened that almost made me lose my hold. Antoinette! I scrambled up the wall, breaking my nails, slipping, scraping, and gasping for breath. But at last I was there, on the sill of Antoinette's window. I dropped to the floor inside. Antoinette was crouched on the stone floor, her hair and clothing disheveled, and at her knees, a man who looked so much like me and the king that I knew he must be Black Michael, the king's brother, Antoinette's lover. Michael was dead.
Oh, no.
Antoinette, what's happened?
Oh, I told you he was a fiend. A fiend.
What happened?
Ensor came in when I was alone. He tried to make love to me. Michael came in. Before I could warn him, before Michael could draw his sword, Ensor ran him through, killed him.
Where did Hensau go?
To the parapet.
What parapet?
By the drawbridge, above the moat.
But I've got to cut the drawbridge ropes.
I tell you, he is there. The monster, the killer.
Well, then I must face him there. All I have is a knife.
Oh, no. Michael's sword. Take Michael's sword.
Yes, of course. Of course. Let me try it. Excellent. Excellent.
Who's there? Anyone there? Who is it, I say? Guards? Antoinette! Answer!
Rassendyll.
Rassendyll, the play actor.
I swam the moat.
Surely not with a heavy sword.
Oh, just a knife.
A knife! Splendid.
Oh, you would fight with a sword against my knife.
Well, you may as well face it, Rudolph. I am not a gentleman, and it's inconvenient now for you to live. Therefore, en garde. Liar! You have a sword.
I borrowed Michael's.
And I thought you were a gentleman. Break. Missed! Ah, I see a game now. Try to slash the bridge rope, will you? There. There. Oh, you're a clumsy fellow at this, aren't you?
Well, I do my best.
Ha!
Break.
Why won't you let me kill you quietly?
Why let you kill me at all?
Amateur. Break.
No, listen. My horsemen are below, Hensau.
They'll never cross the moat.
Only that rope stands between us and success.
You'll never cut the rope.
We'll see. Break.
Break.
And the rope.
You dog!
Success.
Success! That you'll die for that. I was a fool to prolong this.
Good work there, Rassendyll. Good work.
You'll die.
Touche, Hensau. My side.
Goodbye, Rassendyll. Oh, clumsy fool.
Sorry. Beginner's luck, you know.
Play actor.
Rassendyll. Yeah, Zapped.
Good man, you killed the swine. But you're wounded.
Oh, never mind that. You know where the dungeons are. Go to your king. My work's over.
Rassendyll.
Your Majesty.
Come in.
At your service, sire.
You could not have served me better, cousin. I know what you've done for my country and for me. Tell the Princess Flavia that you have taught me how to be a king and that I shall not forget. She is waiting for you in the drawing room.
Rudolph.
Flavia, they've told you?
That you're not the king? Yes. But you're hurt. They never told me that.
My only hurt is the thought of the pain I've caused you. Flavia, from the first moment I saw you in the cathedral, I've loved you with all my heart and soul. But forgive me.
It would have made no difference if I'd known. It was always you, never the king. Oh, Rudolph, what are we to do now?
Oh, I must go away tonight.
No, not tonight.
I must, before people have seen me. Flavia, come with me.
Oh, if I could. If only I could.
Oh, why not? I love you.
But, Rudolph, help me. Is love the only thing? If love were all, I could follow you in rags to the world's end. If love were all, you would have left the king to die in his cell. Honor binds a woman too, Rudolph. My honor lies in keeping faith with my country and with my house. I don't know why God has let me love you, but I know that I must stay.
I think God shows his purposes to such as you.
Your heart will always be in my heart, and the touch of your lips on mine.
Your heart will always be in my heart, and the touch of your lips on mine. May God comfort you, my darling. Goodbye.
The NBC Theater has presented the Screen Directors Guild production of The Prisoner of Zenda, starring Ronald Colman and Benita Hume, and introducing the director of the film, John Cromwell. Next week, as every week, the NBC Theater brings you another great film drama, Night Has 1,000 Eyes, with its original team of screen director John Farrell and star Edward G. Robinson with William Demarest. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Ronald Colman and Benita Hume, and screen director John Cromwell.
Ronnie, it was wonderful to hear once again the clash of swords in the castle of Zenda, the strains of the waltz, and the undying romance of Rudolph and Flavia.
Yes, and to recall the happy days when we made the picture together, John.
By the way, your love scenes were as good as ever. How do you do it?
I like that. How does he do it?
Ah, there speaks my beautiful wife. Well, it's easy, John, with all the rehearsal we've had since we were married.
Well, of course, I should have known. But as a director, Benita, what do you think of Ronnie's performance? Didn't you feel it was just a trifle, shall we say...
Well, I thought I detected a touch of,
This is mutiny.
Darling, I was only going to say a touch of the old maestro.
Ah, my princess. But, John, what did you think of Benita's Flavia?
Ah, delightful. I know you've done some fine work on the stage and screen, Benita, but how did you get your radio experience?
Oh, that's on account of the laundry.
Laundry? What on earth has that got to do with radio?
Well, I go on Jack Benny's show, and he does our laundry.
John, may I thank you and all the cast for their grand work tonight. Zenda was one of my favorite pictures, and I'm glad to have this opportunity of saying that a great part of its success was due to your splendid direction.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Good night, John. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Ronald Colman, Benita Hume, and John Cromwell. Ronald Colman is currently starring in A Double Life, the picture which won him last year's Academy Award. Tonight's radio adaptation of The Prisoner of Zenda was based on David O. Selznick's dramatic production of the distinguished novel by Anthony Hope. The Prisoner of Zenda will soon be re-released along with several other David O. Selznick screen masterpieces. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Guild assignment. Production, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Director, John Farrell. Star, Edward G. Robinson.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company. From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Directors Directors Guild assignment. Production, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Director, John Farrell. Star, Edward G. Robinson.
The NBC Theater presents the Screen Directors Guild production of A Chronicle of Fear. Paramount's Night Has 1,000 Eyes, with its original team of screen director John Farrow, screen star Edward G. Robinson, and William Demarest. Although technical and artistic skills are the everyday instruments of the motion picture director, the very heart of his craft is fashioned from another sort of knowledge, the knowledge of the world in which he lives, and that can be gained only by living a life rich in experience. Such is the background of tonight's guest on the NBC Theater. A native Australian, he has been a seaman, soldier of fortune, adventurer at large, and has made an enduring mark as a scholarly writer of fiction and nonfiction. Here, then, is the director of many famous Paramount films, such as Wake Island, 2 Years Before the Mast, The Big Clock, the soon-to-be-released Alias Nick Beale, and tonight's story, Night Has 1,000 Eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Farrow.
Night Has 1,000 Eyes is a story of the supernatural, but it is not a flight of fancy. Counterparts of the strange phenomena in tonight's story have been the subject of recent scientific study by some of our universities. Thus, through the medium of film, and now through the radio, we attempt to reveal a bizarre and a rather terrifying aspect of the strange, strange world in which we live. Now, for the first time on the air, here is Night Has 1,000 Eyes, starring Edward G. Robinson as John Triton, with William Demarest as Lieutenant Shawn.
In the drawing room of a fine suburban home, a young man named Carson reads a strange manuscript while the company listens gravely and silently.
My dear Carson, as you read this manuscript, I will be dead. No one is to blame. My death was as certain as all the other strange events I foresaw. Some of you who have seen me die will doubt this story and dismiss it as a series of
contrived events and coincidences. But you, Carson, and some of the others will know that there are things on Earth still hidden from us, still secret and unfathomable. I suppose most men can look back and see the exact point where destiny touched them. My destiny came upon me on the night of August 3rd, 1929. I was billed as Triton, the mental wizard. Like most mind-reading acts, it was a phony, but a first-class phony. Jenny, my lovely fiancée, had collected all the questions from the audience, and my good friend Whitney Cortland was ready for his part at the piano.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, from where I stand, I shall endeavor to read the questions which you have written and which are now unopened, mind you, in that glass bowl. Now, if I may have a little quiet music, Mr. Cortland. Let me see. I sense a name. A lady's name. Bayer. That's it, Byers. Clara Byers. Miss Byers asked a question. She wishes to know... Something's wrong. There are disruptive impulses coming from the audience. A woman in a white dress, a little boy. Madam, you there in the third row. Your little boy is in great danger. You must go home at once. At once! Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue where we left off. If I may have some quiet music, Mr. Cortland.
The incident disturbed me. But then I forgot about it entirely until late that night when the telephone rang in my room. It was the woman calling to tell me that she had come home to find the boy's room in flames. She had arrived just in time to save the child's life. And I was worried, deeply worried, although not yet frightened. There were other incidents, one of them brought on by Courtney's usual concern about our economic situation.
Well, kids, it's the same old story. Broke again. We could stand a little ready cash. Matter of fact, I'm going to put our last 10 spot on ready cash in the 5th at Green Meadows.
Ready cash? No, not ready cash. He'll fall and have to be destroyed. Peer Gynt by 2 lengths. Ready cash fell and had to be destroyed. Peer Gynt won by 2 lengths. It occurred to me that we might make fortunes this way. I didn't want to. It scared me. I began having a crazy feeling that by telling them, I was making the things come true. I began to wonder, would anything have happened if I'd kept quiet? And then one dismal, rainy day, I had my chance to find out. I was coming out of the theater. A little boy recognized me and asked me for an autograph. And then he turned to skip away. Wait, son! I'd had a vision of a car skidding on the slick pavement. A wild cry. And then I thought, no, perhaps if I keep it to myself, it won't happen. Nothing, son. Just run along now. Run along. He went. A moment later... It was no use. After the boy's death, I knew I could foresee these events, but I was powerless to prevent their coming true.
Look, Johnny, I just met a big oil man down in the lobby who wants us to come in on this Comanche Hills oil field.
Well, so what?
Well, do you suppose you could get a hunch on a sporting proposition like that? Might make us a lot of money.
No, it's no good, Court. We're washed up on hunches.
Why, Johnny?
Well, because I'm scared, Jenny, plain scared.
I haven't had a very good feeling about it myself, Johnny.
Well, all right. We'd better get down to the theater then and earn it the hard way. Curtain in 20 minutes.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will all please concentrate on the sealed questions you have addressed to me, please. A little quiet music, Mr. Cortlandt. I'm concentrating on a particular envelope. A young lady's handwriting. She, the young lady... I looked at Jenny. Stared at Jenny, so beautiful, so fragile and desirable, and so much to me. I saw her and something else.
Johnny.
Ring down the curtain.
Johnny, what's the matter?
Ring down the curtain, I tell you. Ring down the curtain!
Are you sure you feel better now, Johnny?
Oh, sure, Jenny. I just felt a little dizzy out there.
You sure had us worried there for a while.
Oh, Court.
Yeah?
Had a sort of a minor hunch about that Comanche Hills oil proposition. Be one of the richest oil pools in the country. Make us all rich.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, Johnny. Now let's go out and eat.
No, you and Jenny go ahead. I'll join you later. Maybe it was the wrong decision, but I went away. What I'd seen that night on the stage had been Jenny's death. If I stayed, we'd be married and there'd be a child. The child would live, but Jenny wouldn't. I had to go away to save Jenny's life and save my own sanity. I knew Cortlandt would take care of Jenny and Comanche Hills Oil would take care of both of them. Yes, but I knew I had to get away from people, especially the people I loved. I went away. It didn't work. A year later, I heard that Jenny had married Cortland. She died when her daughter Jean was born. I read about it in Variety. For 20 years, I lived almost a hermit's life and had no more visions. This gift or the curse seemed to wither from this use. And then after 20 years, on the night of Jean's debut, I stood outside in the crowd and I watched her go inside the fine hotel, holding tight to Court's arm. Jenny's daughter was lovely, and I was proud. I watched them disappear inside, and then after 20 years of peace, it happened. For a moment, I saw the image of wreckage, the smoking wreckage of an airplane. And then it was gone. What did it mean this time? But nothing happened. And I forgot about it completely for 3 months. Until one day in my shop, I turned on a small radio I just repaired.
Now the 11:55 news brought by your Comanche oil reporter. New York. Flying his converted Army bomber, Whitney Cortland, multimillionaire president of Comanche Oil, took off from LaGuardia Airport early today in an attempt to smash the East-West transcontinental record. He and his pilot, former Army flyer Richard Sims...
No! I must warn Jean. Miss Cortland, I'm sorry to force my way in here, but I have an extremely important message for your father.
I'm sorry, but my father isn't here now.
See here, old man, I'm Miss Cortland's fiancé. Miss Cortland...
No, you've got to reach your father when he lands in Wichita to refuel.
But why?
You must halt the flight.
Halt the flight?
That's absurd.
Why should Father give up his
But if
flight?
he doesn't, this plane will crash.
How do you know that?
Oh, Miss Cortland, please. You're wasting priceless time.
All right, I'll call. But I'll ask you a lot of questions afterwards. I want to talk to Wichita, Kansas Airport. I haven't the number.
You make a practice of predicting plane crashes?
Oh, no.
I'll wait, thank you.
Maybe just the planes of very rich men.
Please.
Perhaps you're betting that he doesn't beat the record.
Hello? Hello, this is Whitney Cortland's daughter. When my father lands, have him call me immediately, will you? What? Oh, no. Oh, no!
The radio had it a few minutes later. In an hour, the extras were on the street. The Comanche Angel had crashed in Kansas. Both men were dead.
You've been very kind helping me over these past few days, Mr. Triton. I'm so grateful.
Your father was my best friend.
But if you'd only warned us sooner, if you'd only known sooner.
I don't think it would have made any difference.
Mr. Triton, what's wrong?
You have a new maid.
Well, yes, why?
You have an emerald bracelet.
Yes.
Get rid of the maid before the bracelet. Before...
What? Please, tell me.
Jean, it doesn't matter now.
Why doesn't it matter? You mean not to me? You mean I won't need the bracelet? You mean I'm going to die too? Tell me.
Yes.
When?
Soon,
When?
before the end of the week. At night. Under the stars. Jean.
The NBC Theater is presenting the Screen Directors Guild production of Night Has 1,000 Eyes, starring Edward G. Robinson with William Demarest, and introducing the director of the film, John Farrow.
You remember, Carson, you went to the police. They told you, yes, there had been a John Triton, mental wizard, who pretended to be able to predict things back in the 20s. They sent a certain Detective Lieutenant Shawn to investigate me where I was staying in Jean's house. My first interview with Shawn in my little room under the eaves, far from reassure the good lieutenant, for even as I answered his bitter questions, the veil lifted again. And I saw.
Hey, Triton, come out of it. Hey.
I see a flower.
Ah, drop it, Triton. Cut.
A flower, crushed and broken. I hear a sudden wind shaking the windows. I hear a voice saying, "There's no danger now." And I see her.
Who?
Jean, lying under the stars, and beside her, the paws and talons of a lion.
A lion?
Under the stars.
Did you find out what time this happens to Miss Cortland?
Tonight, as the clock strikes 11. Lieutenant Shawn was all for arresting me at once. The rest of you were tolerantly skeptical, which saved me for a while. Downstairs with Jean and you, Carson, were two gentlemen, a Mr. Gilman.
Mr. Gilman, president of Mid-Tide Oil.
Good evening, Mr. Triton.
And a Mr. Myers, attorney for Cortland's estate.
How do you do, Mr. Triton?
Together, we sat down, and for the next 2 hours, our lives were geared to the relentless machinery of the grandfather's clock that ticked away near the curtained archway.
Frankly, I think this is ridiculous. Sitting around like this when we should be looking for a packet of missing options.
I'm sure I'll find them, Mr. Myers.
They'll be worthless in 36 hours.
Jean, are you sure you can't remember where your father put those options?
Please, Mr. Gilman. I'm much too upset.
Well, the Mid-Tide merger can't go through without them.
I suggest Jean be permitted to forget about big business while we all concentrate
on the clock, Mr. Carson.
Shut up, Triton.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
1 down.
And 1 more hour to go.
And so far, nothing has materialized in your weird chain of events. A crushed flower, indeed, a lion, a sudden wind.
Anyone interested in the 10 o'clock news? Here. Personally, I'm interested in the 11 o'clock news.
Which was upset in a collision tonight at Wilshire and Sepulveda. The lion escaped when a trailer truck ran the...
Turn that off.
Lion?
Lock the doors. Lock the windows. Put out some lights.
I'll lock up and go through the whole house.
Thanks, Gilman.
Well, there's the lion. We haven't heard a wind, or seen a crushed flower, or heard anyone say...
Don't say it.
Sorry.
Hey, those carnations in that vase. Get them out.
Carnations?
Get them out. I don't believe any of this, but I'm taking no chances.
I'll give you Lieutenant.
Careful now. Stand back. Don't anybody move. Not a one crushed.
That was a close one.
Mr. Myers, there's something sticking out under your foot.
Something, huh?
Lord. A carnation. Crushed and broken.
That does it, Triton.
No, not quite. Nothing final can happen until 11 o'clock.
And it ain't going to happen because you're around. I'm taking you downtown until after 11.
All right, Lieutenant, but it won't do any good. I'll be back at 11.
Stand still, Triton. Relax.
Yes, but I tell you, Shawn, if you let me return to Jean's house, there's a chance I can use this power of mine to save her.
You put on a good show, Triton. Only I ain't buying.
Now listen. You've a man in the cell here. His name is Amos Block. I see him in his cell now, a suicide.
You don't say. Well, there's one I can check on. Hello. Quinn? Sean. How's Block doing? Uh-huh. Thanks. In his cell playing solitaire.
Well, nevertheless, I see him in it.
Now I'm going to leave you with the boys here and go back to Miss Cortland's. Be good, huh?
Minutes too, Gene.
Yes.
Yeah, everything is under control. It's very copacetic.
Oh, dear.
Close that French window. Close it.
I'll close it, Lieutenant.
I thought Gilman took care of that.
Where is Gilman, by the way?
There. That does it all right.
Sudden wind.
Yeah. I'll get it. Yeah? Oh, yeah, Quinn? No. Amos Block hung himself in his cell, but he can't do that. That's suicide. Hey, look, I want Triton here before it strikes 11. I don't care how, but get him here. What time is it?
10:47.
Oh, Lord, you made the night too long.
Just one more minute to go, darling.
45 seconds.
Oh, Mr. Myers.
Well, folks, you can forget the lion. They just killed it over at Veteran Hospital.
Oh, thank goodness.
This is it. 11 o'clock.
Elliot.
Yeah?
Back to back with me. Miss Cortland, get between us. Don't anybody move. I'll shoot the man who does.
Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11.
That's it, folks.
It's all over. Nothing's happened.
Oh, Elliot. Elliot, darling.
It's all history now, dear. Forget it.
Elliot. I'm going outside.
I'll go with you.
No. I want to get used to standing out under the stars again. Alone. And not being afraid. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. All of you.
I'll say this for Triton. He sure called his shots except that voice saying, "There's no danger now."
You just said it.
Yeah, but it's too late now to mean anything. Ain't it?
Sean.
Come in, Professor. Come in.
Where is she? Where's Miss Cortland?
Outside.
You let her go outside?
It's after 11.
No, it's not.
Look at the clock.
That clock is wrong.
It was right.
Well, then it's been tampered with. I've got to go to her.
Stop.
Triton!
Haul her out. Shoot.
It's too late for that. After him. He mustn't get near Gene.
Eight, 9, 10, 11.
That's right. 11 o'clock, Miss Cortland.
Oh, Mr. Gilman.
Your troubles are over now. There's no danger now.
11 o'clock. And a voice saying, "There's no danger." He must have meant you.
No, you don't.
No, please.
Gilman! Let go of her! Let go of her, you fool!
There he is, Sean. Right. Get him.
Plugged him. But good.
Gene, are you all right?
Oh, Elliot.
It's all right, Jean. You're safe now. Triton's dead.
Triton? Dead? But it was Gilman who tried to kill me.
Gilman, he didn't want those options found. But I didn't think he'd resort to murder.
Oh, poor Mr. Gilman. He died to save me.
But are you all right?
My throat hurts. Elliot, look. Mr. Triton. He's resting against the foot of that marble lion.
Marble lion. Of course. And that, Carson, ends this dark diary. I foresaw everything, even my own death. And tonight at headquarters,
I finished this diary and left it in my pocket for you to find. Only time and the expanding wisdom of mankind will confirm the story in years to come. For there are reaches of the mind still undreamed of, and there are many mysteries of time and space and spirit to be shown to us. The stars look down. The night has 1,000 eyes to search the soul of man and see if he's equal to his fathomless tomorrows, where there are yet more things in heaven and earth than are dreamed of in our philosophy.
In a moment, we'll return with our stars. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you another first in radio, a full-hour production of director Billy Wilder's great Paramount film comedy, A Foreign Affair. And starring in this hour-long drama will be Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Edward G. Robinson and William Demarest, and screen director John Farrell.
John, it's been great fun for Bill and me, slipping back into character for our parts Night Has 1,000 Eyes.
Well, I just hope Bill here doesn't start having one of his visions again.
What, you mean cool, solid Bill Demarest is in tune with the supernatural?
He thought he was.
No, wait a minute. I know what you're talking about. And I really did have a vision.
Yeah?
I was standing talking to Johnny on the set, and suddenly I knew one of the camera booms was swinging around behind us.
What happened?
He yelled, "Johnny, fall on your face."
Well, did you get hurt?
My nose was almost broken.
By the camera boom?
No, by falling on my face. There wasn't a camera within 50 yards.
Well, I had a vision.
We don't have to be visionaries, John, to know that your direction inspired Bill and myself and everyone else connected with the picture. You did a great job.
Check, Eddie. That goes for me, too.
Thanks very much. But suddenly I seem to be getting a vision myself.
What do you see?
I see us being cut off the air if we don't say good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
And good night to you, Edward G. Robinson, William Demarest, and John Farrell. Night Has 1,000 Eyes was adapted by Milton Geiger from an original story by Cornell Walrick. Music was by Henry Russell. Production was supervised by Howard Wiley. Associate producer Bill Carr. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Night Has 1,000 Eyes was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing My One True Love, starring Phyllis Calvert, Melvin Douglas, and Wanda Hendricks. Edward G. Robinson is currently making the 20th Century Fox production, The House of Strangers. William Demarest may be seen in Paramount's Technicolor production, Whispering Smith. Listen again next week for the NBC Theater's full-hour presentation of
Screen Directors Guild assignment, production of Foreign Affair, director Billy Wilder, stars Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, John Lund.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Directors assignment, production of Foreign Affair, director Billy Wilder, stars Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, John Lund.
Hollywood Screen Directors present an hour-long excursion into laughter. Paramount's Academy Award contending romantic comedy, A Foreign Affair, starring Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund, and introducing the director of the film, Billy Wilder. In Hollywood, when a picture lays an egg, it is traditional for the director to blame the writer, and the writer to blame the director. But Billy Wilder is both. As director and writer, he is in the sad spot of having only himself to blame. Since coming here from his native Austria, the poor fellow has been forced to take the rap for such eggs as The Major and the Minor, Double Indemnity, The Lost Weekend, and tonight's story, A Foreign Affair. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Wilder.
Thank you very much. Tonight, histrionic history is being made. On this program, I am making my debut as an actor. I will appear briefly but brilliantly as a German waiter. You can see I have been working all night on that accent of mine. So please, nobody cough, or you will miss the performance of mine altogether. Co-starring with me, by the way, are Rosalind Russell as Congresswoman Phoebe Frost, Marlene Dietrich as Erika von Schlütow, and John Lund as Captain Pringle. And now, for the first time on the air, here is A Foreign Affair.
An American transport plane is flying toward the greatest rubble heap on earth, the city of Berlin. And in the plane, a party of United States congressmen and one congresswoman. While some of the passengers stare out of the windows, prim Miss Phoebe Frost is immersed in the notes she is carefully writing into a prim black book, which she holds primly propped on a large cake box.
Miss Frost, Congresswoman Frost.
Yes, Congressman Griffin?
We're approaching Berlin. Don't you want to see the ruins?
Yes, Miss Frost. As chairman of this committee, I suggest you observe as much as possible.
Congressman Pennicott, this is not a sightseeing tour. We've been sent here to investigate the morale of United States troops. We have heard rumors that they have been fraternizing with German women. When we land, I assure you I shall explore the situation thoroughly and turn in as accurate a report as possible.
Captain Pringle, the Notification Department. No, have the papers sent over tomorrow. That's right. I have an honor guard formation at the airfield this afternoon for some globe-trotting congressman. Goodbye. Well, Lieutenant Lee, you look despondent. What's the matter, boy?
Oh, it's these German dames. They're murder.
You mean Trudy, the fireball Fräulein? What happened?
I lost her.
You run out of candy bars?
A Russian sergeant came along with a pound of rancid butter.
You're an amateur, Lee. Now, I wouldn't be afraid of a Russian general with a ton of caviar. Take a look at these.
Nylons. Where'd you get them?
Brandenburg Gate.
Well, you're going to get into trouble messing around with that high-voltage nightclub singer.
Erika von Schlütow? Why, she's just as sweet and harmless as an artillery battery.
Yeah. They say she used to run around with a lot of those big-shot Nazis.
Rumors, jealous rumors.
Hey, man, look at the time. We got a parade for that committee from stateside. Going to investigate our morale.
You know, I can't understand why. I don't have any.
Sir, the honor guard is formed.
Parade! Rest! Once more, gentlemen, it is our honor and privilege to turn out with a brass band and welcome a visiting committee. This time it's to investigate our morale. It seems back home they've got the idea that all we do is swing in hammocks with beautiful blonde Frauleins and swap cigarettes for castles on the Rhine. Well, some of you do go overboard once in a while. This isn't a Boy Scout camp. We've got a tough job to do, and by and large, we're handling it darn well. Now, this committee is going to be here for 5 days. I'm counting on you men to behave. Period. Now I see our guests have arrived. Attention!
A very fine fight. It was my ears that stopped ringing. Where is Colonel Plummer?
I am Colonel Plummer. Congressman Pennicott?
Yes?
May I extend the welcome of the American military government?
As chairman of this committee, permit me to bring you greetings from the people of the United States. These are my colleagues, Congressman Giffin, Salvatore,
Delighted,
Krauss,
Colonel, delighted.
Yandel, and this is Congresswoman Phoebe Frost.
From Iowa, from the 9th District of Iowa.
Delightful of Congress to send us a lady representative.
You may dispense with the soft soap, Colonel. And what, may I ask, is the meaning of this reception?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I came here hoping to find an army taking its task seriously. Instead, I find a military band. What, no drum majorettes?
We had some, but we sent them back to the barracks. They forgot to shave.
This is scarcely a jesting matter, Colonel.
Perhaps we can discuss it at lunch. May I carry that box for you?
No, thank you. I undertook to deliver it to a Captain John Pringle here in Berlin. I don't suppose you could tell me where to find him?
I could try. Captain Pringle.
Oh, is he here?
Captain Pringle reporting, sir.
Congresswoman Frost, this is Captain Pringle.
This is for you, Captain. Happy birthday.
Birthday?
Yes, it's a cake.
Oh, my birthday. I'd forgotten. You mean, you brought this all the way from the States?
Murdoch, Iowa.
Well, my home state. How is good old Iowa?
67% Republican, thank you. I was entrusted with this cake by the daughter of one of my constituents. Well, open it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, what do you know?
Oh, isn't that sweet? Love from Dusty.
In pink icing.
Yeah, great kid, Dusty.
How long since you've seen her?
Dusty? Oh, 4 years.
Don't you ever get leave?
Oh, I don't want any leave.
You don't?
Oh, well, that is... personal feelings don't matter here. Winning the peace, you know?
Oh, that's fine, but, Captain Pringle...
Yes, ma'am?
That thing hanging out of your pocket, it looks like it...
A woman's stocking. Captain Pringle.
Colonel Plummer, do your officers usually go around looking like the hosiery department at Macy's?
Stocking? Oh, you mean this stocking? Oh, well, my mother sent me these. Just got them today.
And the color just matches your eyes.
Yes, I mean, no. They're a present for Dusty. I'll mail them from here. Surprise, you know. It's her birthday next month.
Why, Captain Pringle, how thoughtful. And now here you are with a birthday cake all alone.
Well, they'll be my buddies. We'll open a case of root beer, light the candles, sing some songs. It'll be just like good old Iowa. Almost.
Well, may I say that if you're a sample of the Army spirit, I feel better already.
Oh, I'm a sample, all right. Goodbye, Miss Frost.
Goodbye.
Give my regards to the Lonely Hearts Club.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, look at this cake. When are we going to eat it?
Eat it? Are you crazy? I'm going to the black market and parlay this pastry into a mattress. Hey, you up there. Erica.
Johnny? Is it you?
That's my signal. Come on, throw down the key. Okay, mattress, come with Daddy. Whew, thing's heavy. Hey, woman! Erica!
Here I am, Johnny.
You great, big, gorgeous blonde
Don't
doll.
hold me so tight, Johnny. You're hurting me. Why are you so mean to me?
Listen, you menace. I worry about you. I bring you presents, and you tell me
Presents? Where, Johnny? Where?
Hey, get out of my pockets.
What is it, Johnny?
Come on, lay off. You're tickling me.
Oh, stockings. Oh, they're so sheer, so beautiful.
Sure. And I brought you another present.
Where, Johnny? What? A mattress. A real mattress. Where did you find it?
Well, it started out as a half a dozen eggs and a cup of sugar. But you're not going to get it.
Johnny, the one on my bed, it's a ruin, like Berlin. I can't sleep.
No mattress will help you sleep. What you Germans need is a better conscience.
I have a good conscience. I have a new Führer. You. Heil, Johnny.
You heil me once more and I'll knock your teeth in.
How, Johnny? With a kiss? Like this?
Your mother must have been frightened by a blowtorch.
Who's that?
With my luck, it's Eisenhower.
Oh, Johnny, hide in the other room.
Right.
Coming, yes, coming.
Your name's Schluto?
Well, an American military policeman.
Your name Erika Schluto?
No.
You're the dame that sings at the Lorelei nightclub?
Yes.
And your name's not Erika Schluto?
My name is Erika von Schluto.
Ooh, von Schluto. Nobility, huh? Well, if your von Highness doesn't mind, it says here on this von paper that you've been an active von Nazi and was sentenced last month to a von labor camp to pick up some von bricks.
There must be some mistake. I've been completely cleared. I'm on the white list now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir, Captain Pringle.
Okay, Bob Hope. Let's see those orders. They're 4 weeks old.
Yes, sir. There's been a lot of people to check.
This case has been all straightened out. I'll set things right at the denazification office myself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all. Take off.
Yes, sir.
Johnny, you shouldn't have told him that. I haven't been cleared. If they look in the files, they'll find out.
Stop worrying. I signed your papers.
Johnny, you could get into trouble.
I got into trouble the day I met you. Goodbye, baby doll.
Gentlemen, as chairman of the committee, I wish to thank Colonel Plummer and his staff for this pleasant and educational luncheon. But now, duty calls.
If you gentlemen and Miss Frost will just go along with Lieutenant Fairfield here, he has arranged a tour of the area for you.
Right this way, please.
Visiting congressman. Sometimes I'd like to send a committee to investigate morale in Washington.
Call it.
What the devil? Oh, Miss Frost. Say, you'd better run along or your party will leave without you.
Iowans, Colonel Plummer, are not the type for guided tours.
Just what is it you want, Miss Frost?
Colonel, driving over here, I was shocked. Shocked.
I understand, but you must realize that Berlin
It's
is a
not
city.
Berlin, Colonel. It's our men. American soldiers walking right up to German women and making dates without being properly introduced.
Well, heavens to Betsy.
Holding hands openly, right in public.
Fraternization is legal, you know.
This committee may have something to say about that.
Miss Frost, what is it you wish?
I just want to tell you that Congresswoman Phoebe Frost isn't going to be bamboozled by any smooth talk and guided tours.
Nobody's trying to bamboozle you, Miss Frost. You're free to do whatever you wish. As far as this office is concerned, you can investigate the morals of the American Army first-handed.
Don't be ridiculous, Colonel. I couldn't... Colonel Plummer, you have given me an idea.
Now, wait a minute.
For the honor and glory of the United States, Colonel, I am going out and get myself picked up.
So what's with it? Did you have any luck with the German doll?
Nah. I says to her, look, I am Private Joe Bilks of the United States Army.
Yeah, what does she say?
She says she already has a candy bar.
Oh, yeah. A plutocrat. Well, Hey, do you see what I see?
Wow. A size 14.
Somehow she don't look like a German girl.
Oh, that is strudel if I ever saw one. Come on.
Hey, Fraulein.
Ein Moment, Fraulein.
Hold on a minute, will you?
Guten afternoon, Fraulein.
Oh.
Hiya, Strudel.
Yeah.
Hey, you get that? Yeah, the conversation is launched. Strudel, das ist mein Freund Mike. Mike.
Yeah.
Und das ist my friend Joe.
Yeah.
Fraulein, you like little Tonsenmachen? Lorelei Cabaret? Huh?
Yeah.
What's the matter with her?
Yeah.
Oh, fine. This kid kills me. All she can say is yeah.
That's bad. Fraulein, what is your name?
Yeah.
No. Your name?
Gretchen.
Gretchen what?
Gretchen, Gesundheit.
How do you like that? We're fraternizing with a sneeze. Some hot spot, the Lorelei, huh, Fraulein?
Ah, she's a dope. Hey, here comes the champagne. Put it right here, waiter.
Das ist 5-pack cigarettes, please.
4 packs.
Now it's 5 packs.
All right, take them. This is eine kleine clip joint.
How do you like these prices? Maybe we better write Congress to boost our cigarette ration.
Why, you...
What did you say?
Yeah.
And a girl with a vocabulary like that, you could run for Congress yourself back home.
So what's Congress? A bunch of salesmen that's got their foot in the right door. Listen, for my dough, you can have Congress and the Senate in 10 points.
20 points.
15 points.
I'll take it.
You got it.
Hey, get a load of that.
You want me to sing, boys?
Yeah. Oh, brother. That is strudel a la mode.
Hubba, hubba.
Want to buy some illusions, slightly used, second-hand. They were lovely illusions, reaching high, built on sand. They had a touch of paradise, a spell you can't explain. For in this crazy paradise, you are in love with pain. Want to buy some illusions, slightly used, just like new. Such romantic illusions, and they're all about you. I'll sell them all for a penny. They make pretty souvenirs. Take my lovely illusions, some for laughs, some for tears. Want to buy some illusions, slightly used, second-hand. They were lovely illusions, reaching high, built on sand. They had a touch of paradise, a spell you can't explain. For in this crazy paradise, you are in love with pain. Want to buy some illusions, slightly used, just like new. Such romantic illusions, and they're all about you. I'll sell them all for a penny. They make pretty souvenirs. Take my lovely illusions, some for laughs, some for tears.
Thank you, boys. Thank you, boys. Thank you.
Psst. Erica,
Johnny.
come here, behind this pillar.
What's the matter, Johnny?
You see over there?
That woman?
That's no woman, that's a congressman. She thinks I'm Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy.
Jack Armstrong?
Oh, never mind. I just don't want her to see me.
Hey, that's the kind of pastry makes you drool on your bib. They say she was right up there with them major league Nazis, Goebbels' girl or Goering's, one of them anyway.
How does she get away with it?
She hooked herself some big army brass. Hey, do you think this Sphinx here can dance? Come on, Gretchen, how's mit kleine Tanzmachen, huh? Come on, Gretchen, loosen up. Don't you know how
That
to do...
cake. That's the cake I brought from Iowa. The cake on the table.
Gretchen, what are you saying?
Let me go, you big ape.
Oh, brother, let me out of here.
Waiter, where did you get that cake?
What you want?
I know that cake. I brought it from Iowa.
Where this restaurant gets food is our business, not yours.
That's enough out of you. This cake is confiscated.
Oh, Captain Pringle.
So this is what happened to my cake.
What do you know about this?
It was stolen from my Jeep in the Brandenburg Gate area, Miss Frost. You know, the black market. I traced the cake here.
And just what do you intend doing about it?
Oh, I'll take care of the matter.
Oh, no. Where's my notebook? Oh, there now. What exactly is the name of this rat trap?
The Lorelei.
The Lorelei. And what is the name of that woman?
What woman?
The singer here.
Oh, that woman. I think it's, Erica.
Erica what?
Erica, von Schlutow.
How do you spell it?
With an umlaut.
Aha! I thought so.
Huh?
Even her name is subversive.
But, Miss Frost, why ask about her?
Because there's something funny going on around here, and as a congresswoman of Iowa, I am about to do my duty.
And so, gentlemen and Miss Frost, that's why I asked you to this conference. You had to get the picture. When we moved into Germany, we found a country of open graves and closed hearts. We've tried to turn it into a civilized state. It's a tough, thankless, lonely job. Oh, sure, some of us get out of line occasionally. But remember this. For the first time in history, you're asking the same generation of soldiers to be both valorous and wise.
Splendid. As chairman of this committee, Colonel, let me tell you we buy every word of your speech. Yes, sir.
I don't buy it.
I know, Miss Frost. You're from Iowa.
What about notorious Nazi sirens parading themselves before our boys? What about that?
For instance?
Erica von Schutow. That's who works, if that is the word for it, at a dive called the Lorelei.
Pardon me, did you say Erica von Schlutow?
I did.
I must ask you to drop this particular matter.
Aha! You're hiding something, Colonel Plummer.
There are some things which must be left to the discretion of the military.
The last time someone tried to gag me, Colonel, he tried it with a mink coat. But I didn't stop talking until the president of that particular company wound up in jail, even though I did get pneumonia that winter. Come in.
Morning, Miss Frost.
Ah, Captain Pringle. No doubt you're wondering why I sent for you.
Uh-huh. Why, all the motion picture equipment?
You'll see presently. I simply cannot get myself to trust anybody in uniform.
Oh, now, Miss
That
Frost.
is, anybody but you.
Me?
I suppose it's because we're both Iowans. And, Captain, I need your help.
Glad to be of service, ma'am.
Now, what do you know about Fräulein von Schlutow?
Oh, just gossip. She may have known a couple of minor party members. Small fry. Nothing worth your attention.
Perhaps. A warrant officer thinks she's in this old German newsreel. So, if you'll turn off the lights, Captain.
Okay. Probably just a waste of time, Miss Frost.
This is the opening of the 1943 opera season.
Yeah, top German brass.
There's Hitler at...
Oh, no.
There she is. The von Schlutow woman. Who's the uniform she's hanging on to?
I think it's Hans Otto Birgel.
Who's he?
Oh, he had a little something to do with the Gestapo. He's dead. Killed himself.
Wasn't he an important party member?
Oh, so-so.
Look at the way she's holding on to him.
Well, maybe she doesn't know him. Maybe she had a dizzy spell, and the first thing she could catch was his elbow.
And is that a dizzy spell?
Hitler himself.
Kissing her hand, talking to her, laughing with her. I think that's quite enough. You can put the lights on now, Captain.
Yeah, sure.
It's common talk, you know, that some American Army officer is protecting that woman. It's him that I want.
Do you think you'll find it?
Of course. The only way he can see her is by visiting her. She can't come to him.
Is that right?
Therefore, to catch him, we've got to watch her place.
Smart idea. And I'll watch it myself, personally, night and day.
No, we'll watch it together.
We will?
I want to face that man myself, face him right down.
Oh, well, it's liable to be a long, dull process.
You and I can afford any time required by so brazen a case. If necessary, I'll go to the general.
Oh, no, not the general.
I will, and to the War Department, and to the president. And if he doesn't do it,
yes,
I'll see Drew Pearson.
Our full-hour presentation of A Foreign Affair continues in just a moment. But first, a word about next week's show. Starting next Sunday, the NBC Theater will be heard over most of these stations at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just a half hour later than heretofore. And our story next week is the gay and charming musical You Were Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role. Our presentation of A Foreign Affair continues after a brief pause for station identification. The NBC Theater is presenting the Hollywood Screen Directors' hour-length production of A Foreign Affair, starring Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund, and introducing the director of the film, Billy Wilder. Life in Berlin is becoming very complicated indeed for Captain John Pringle. Johnny has joined Congresswoman Phoebe Frost in tracking down the American Army officer who's been carrying on an affair with Erika von Schlutow, a nightclub singer and former girlfriend of Nazi Hans Otto Birgel. The task has proved to be an unusually frustrating one for the captain, since he happens to be the man Phoebe Frost is looking for. Right now, Johnny Pringle is doing his best to dampen her Iowa enthusiasm as they sit parked in his Jeep in front of Erika's bomb-shattered apartment.
Oh, it's after curfew. It's a cinch she won't be coming tonight.
She's waiting for somebody, or she wouldn't leave the lights on.
Maybe she's pickling peaches.
Not her. Pickled peaches. Golly, you must miss Iowa.
Oh, sure.
No morale problems there. We had the lowest juvenile delinquency rate in the country. Till 2 months ago.
What happened?
A little boy in Des Moines took a blowtorch to his mother. We dropped right back to 16th place.
Must have been humiliating.
It was, especially for the little boy's mother. A Republican, you know.
Well, those things do happen.
Oh, golly, I'm sleepy.
Look out for that horn.
Shh. Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh, that did it.
What was that?
Crickets?
Something dropped. It's a key.
A key? Oh, whatever for?
Apparently, the man honks the horn. That's the signal.
Johnny? Johnny?
Come on, hide into the shadows.
Johnny? Where are you, Johnny?
Johnny. His name's Johnny.
There's lots of Johnnies in the Army.
But this eliminates all the Jims, Bobs, and Georges.
Johnny.
Hussy.
Shh.
Is somebody here? Oh. Hello, Johnny.
I don't know who you're referring to. I am Captain Pringle of the United States Army, and this lady with me is a member of the Congress of the United States.
And we have reason to believe that you are consorting with a member of our armed forces.
What gives you that idea?
The key you dropped.
Oh, that was for the milkman.
Facts, Miss von Schluto, if you please.
You are an American woman?
What is the man's name?
No lipstick. And what a curious way to do your hair.
Are you now, or have you ever been connected with a member of the armed forces of the United States? If so, what is his name?
Perhaps if you change the line of your eyebrows a little. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Good night. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht, Captain. Whatever your name is.
Well, we might as well call it a night.
I suppose I do look awful.
No, you don't.
We were only allowed 60 pounds of luggage. I didn't bring any makeup.
Never let another woman tell you how you look.
No lipstick.
Ask a man.
No mascara either.
I think you look charming. In a wind-blown sort of way.
You're just being polite.
Oh, no, really.
You're sweet. Now, getting back to that woman, the man behind her, he must really be important. Important enough to cover up for her.
Oh, I don't know. You read stories like this every day in the papers.
That's it. Papers. The man must have signed her papers.
Oh, no.
Find the signature on her papers and we've got our man.
Well, it's getting late. Let's go home now.
No, I want to see that file right now.
In the middle of the night? Shouldn't we get permission?
Did we get permission to land in Normandy? Let's go. Sandler, Salzman, Schremer, Schlumann, Schussel. Here were Schlutos. Anton, Emil, Frist, Gottfried. No Erica.
No, Erica? Oh, that's too bad. Well, come on, let's go. I have to write my grandmother a letter. I've neglected her shamefully.
Oh, well, I could have sworn Captain Pringle. It's Erica von Schluto. Von. It's under von.
Oh, no. Why, that's silly.
Like O'Brien. You wouldn't look under B. You'd look under O.
All right. Let's look under O.
Under V. Oh, it must be here. Now, von Resnick, von Rotelsheim.
Did it ever occur to you that there might be some extenuating circumstances?
This man is making a mockery of his country's uniform.
That's a hot one. You expect him to be an ambassador, a salesman of goodwill. Well, that's not the way it works.
Von
Suppose you stop playing detective and ask yourself why he skidded off the road.
Von Soundberg, I'll tell you why. No moral breaks, Von Salmon.
Sure, he's going too fast. Only during the war, he couldn't go fast enough. Get on that beachhead. Get through those tank traps. Speed, lots of it. Then the war's over, and you expect him to ram on those brakes and stop like that.
Von Salzburg? Yes, Captain Pringle, just like that. Von Sargis, Von Sasten.
Maybe he needs a little affection. Or would you know about that, Congresswoman Frost? Are you human enough to know about affection?
Yes, I know about that. It might interest you to know that I was in love once.
Not really.
He was a Southern Democrat. We served on a committee together. I despised his politics, but I loved the Southern syrup in his voice and the lazy way he put his arm around me. But do you know what he was trying to do?
What?
Sway my vote. One night he drove me home. He said he was yearning for my lips, but it would have meant betraying my platform and my constituents.
What did you do?
I filibustered.
You what?
I just kept talking, poems and things. The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere, I got through that one twice. Yes, I do know about affection, Captain, but we still haven't found her file. Now, von Schloss, von
And I'll bet
Schlossnig...
you haven't been kissed since.
None of your business. Von Schlumann, von Schlutow, Karl, Donner. Ah, if it's here, it should be this next...
Congresswoman.
What?
Close that file.
What are you doing?
That Southern Democrat isn't the only guy who's yearning for those lips.
Captain Pringle. Keep away. Don't you come...
Why? You're no Nazi. Since when has it been subversive to kiss a Republican?
But I'm a congresswoman.
You're a lovely woman, and you're going to get kissed.
Now, listen, my children, and you shall
It won't
hear
do you any good.
The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere.
Congresswoman Darling, I'm asking for the floor.
On the 8th of April in 75.
I demand the floor.
Hardly a man is now alive. Oh, you're entirely out of order.
Objection overruled.
Oh, John.
Come on. Let's get out of here. I know where there's a beam of moonlight with your name on it.
But the file.
Bright moonlight or dusty old files? What'll it be?
Oh, moonlight, John. Moonlight.
Oh, hurry, darling. The hours are running out, and I want to spend every magic moment with you.
Darling, it's been so long.
Hi.
What has mein kleiner Liebling been doing?
Your kleiner Liebling has been making charm with the bloodhound.
The congresswoman?
Yeah. We're engaged.
Engaged?
We sat and held hands and whistled Shine On Harvest Moon. Well, it's better than having my head chopped off. Something that may happen to you. You were in pretty deep, weren't you?
Deep? What deep?
You and Hans Otto Birgel.
He's dead.
And that Führer of yours, kissing your hand, little jerk.
Don't talk like that.
Why not? How much of a Nazi were you, anyway?
Oh, Johnny, don't be cross now. I love you very much.
Now, isn't that nice?
I want to go with you to America. I want to climb the Statue of Liberty.
You want to get down in that basement at Fort Knox.
I've got some vodka, and I had the phonograph fixed.
Sorry, I got a date.
A date?
With my fiancée. Have to keep her hogtied till she leaves tomorrow.
But you'll come tomorrow night, won't you, Johnny?
Sure, I guess so. So long, doll.
They make pretty souvenirs. Take my lovely illusions, some for loss, some for
I never knew champagne could taste so good.
Why did you insist on coming to the Lorelei?
Oh, now, Johnny, it's our last night. I want to have fun.
Sure, I know how it is.
I don't know whether it's the champagne, but I'm absolutely dizzy with happiness. Before I was just drifting on a gray sea, all alone. Only suddenly you get scared. So you hoist up your heart and you wait. And nobody passes by. Just gray waves.
Phoebe, don't.
Then out of nowhere comes a boat. So unexpected. All white sails on the horizon. To you, my beautiful boat.
Phoebe, you make me feel awful.
Well, you are beautiful, and you're fun, and you're good to me.
Someday you might find out I'm not so good.
Look, here's Miss von Schluto.
May I join you?
No.
Now, don't be rude, John.
Thank you. Have you made any progress tracking down that man?
What man?
My man.
Oh, a little progress. Only that's all postponed because of another man. My man. Isn't he beautiful? Some more champagne, darling.
Phoebe, please, you've had enough.
When are you leaving Berlin, Miss
tomorrow.
Frost?
Tomorrow. This is our last night together.
What a shame. He'll be so lonely without you.
Oh, no, he won't. He'll think about his little Phoebe, won't you?
Sure I will.
Night after night, all alone in his barracks.
Isn't he sweet?
Yes, I think so.
Hey, Pringle, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Lee. Won't you join us?
No, thanks, can't. Colonel Plummer's looking for you.
John, I don't want you to go.
What does he want?
I don't know, but you better get over to his office before he pops an artery.
Oh, of all the times... Come on, Phoebe.
No, I shall be very pleased to take care of Miss Frost.
Oh, but I better take her home.
Go on, get going. She'll be all right.
Oh, thanks, Lee. Captain Pringle reporting, sir.
Well, if it isn't the great lover.
Yes, sir.
What?
I mean, no, sir.
Listen, Passion Flower, I'm going to blow the whistle on you.
Yes, sir?
Pringle, I honestly think you have as good a war record as any man in this town. You've been on the first team ever since Normandy, and I know you were among the first 10 men across Remagen Bridge. I also know why you were in such a hurry.
Well, that's a long story, sir.
So is this Erica von Schluto. Captain Pringle, we've been wise to you and her all along.
Pekin, huh?
We also know that you've been playing a double bill with the Congress lady from Iowa.
I'd appreciate it if you'd leave her out of this.
You would, huh? Captain, you're to stay away from that certain party. Strictly off limits, understand?
That's okay with me. It was all washed up anyway.
Just a minute, get this straight. You're to stay away from the Congresswoman.
Phoebe? Why?
Because you're going to pick up the torch for Fraulein von Schluto and lug it again in public.
Oh, what do you know?
Did you ever hear of Hans Otto Bergel?
Sure. Erica's Nazi boyfriend, but he's dead now.
Dead nothing. He's very much alive. And thanks to you, he's kicking.
What have I got to do with it?
Plenty. Someone tipped him off that his girl has been seen around with an American officer.
Well, what about it? That only... Oh.
Mm-hmm. The way we see it, he's just about due to come out and kill you both.
That's cute.
So now, go on back and fan those flames, Romeo. Stick around the floor line until Bergel shows up.
Well, when can I expect him? I wouldn't want my nose to be shiny.
Any time from here on in. Any other questions?
Yeah. Why did I ever join the Army?
You're so wonderful.
Sit down, Miss Frost.
Oh, but you still haven't told me why you asked me up here to your apartment.
It's very simple, Miss Frost.
Huh?
I want my man.
The American officer?
You are still a little drunk, and maybe that's good. Because this is a beastly thing I'm going to do. But you must understand what happened to us here. We've all become animals, with exactly one instinct left: self-preservation. It has been a life of misery. But now I found a man, and through him a roof and a job and food, and I'm not going to lose him.
Oh, why tell all this to me?
Because you want the same man.
What did you say?
Here, take my handkerchief. You'll need it.
You mean John?
He's such a nice boy, really. He hated what he was doing to you, you know. He came up here so miserable and sorry for you. There's his signal.
That couldn't be John.
But it is. One moment, Johnny, darling.
I don't want him to see me.
I'm afraid it's too late now. Just sit over there in the corner.
Hiya, doll baby.
Hello?
What's the matter? No kiss for your kleine Liebling? Oh, I'm sorry I had to show up at the Lorelei with that Congress dame. She doesn't mean a thing.
Nothing, Johnny?
Just laughs. Come on, break out that vodka of yours and... Oh.
You're a very funny man, Captain Pringle.
I'm sorry.
So am I. Not for myself. For you. For you.
Colonel Plummer, I can't go through with this.
I'm sorry, Captain, but that's how it is. I know it's tough on you, but we can't afford to let Burgle slip out of the net now.
Well, it's not me, it's Miss Frost. I told you what happened last night.
Sorry.
But why can't I straighten things out with her?
Because according to our information, Burgle is coming out of his rat hole tonight. So tonight you're spending your time with Fraulein von Schlutow at the Lorelei Club.
Johnny, I didn't expect you.
That makes two of us.
Tonight I have a surprise for you.
What is it?
Oh, Liebling, my number's coming up.
I got a surprise for you. So is mine.
I must go now. I'll be back.
You all right?
Huh? Oh, hello, Sergeant.
You all right, Captain?
Sure, like a clay pigeon.
We think we spotted Burgle.
Well, then arrest him.
Well, we aren't positive it's Burgle.
When will you know?
When he tries to shoot you.
Thank you, Sergeant. You've been very helpful.
Oh, don't worry, Captain Pringle. We'll be covering you when Burgle shows.
Just as long as it isn't with a sheet.
See you later, sir.
Yeah, but will I see you?
Johnny, here I am back.
Yeah. What's the surprise?
Tonight, I try a new way of doing my number. I sing in the dark. No lights.
Hey, you can't do that.
But it's so effective, Johnny. There, the light's out.
Oh, brother.
Nice and dark, isn't it, Johnny? Here. Give me your hand while I sing.
Make it fast, baby. Get those lights on again.
Want to buy some illusions, slightly used, second hand. They were lovely illusions.
Don't move, Captain, and don't turn around.
What? Who?
What, Captain? A gun. And who, Captain? Allow me to introduce myself, Untitled Burgle.
How do you do?
She sings beautifully, doesn't she? Listen, Captain.
Crazy paradise, you are in love with pain.
Yes, pain, Captain. Pain as I have known, as you soon shall know. Very soon.
You won't get away with it, Burgle.
I don't expect to, Captain. But it shall have its compensations, her death and yours. Listen to her. You won't. If she finishes her song, Captain, the lights will go on, and we can't have that. Neither you nor she will ever see the lights again. You loved her, Captain. Now die with her music in your ears. Auf Wiedersehen.
Come in.
Colonel Plummer,
Well, Miss Frost, sit down, please.
you wanted to see me?
Yes. Yes, there's something I want to talk to you about. You know, Miss Frost, there's a lot of rubble around here. You walk around on it, you're apt to get conked by a loose brick.
Please, Colonel Plummer.
I feel kind of responsible about that loose brick. That certain captain...
No, I don't want to hear anymore.
There's not much to be said in his defense, but there is this. He isn't enjoying his little romance with Fraulein von Schluter.
I'm not listening.
Miss Frost, Captain Pringle has been acting as a decoy to trap the Fraulein's old boyfriend.
Hans Otto Bergel?
Yes, he's alive.
You mean John was acting under orders?
It had to be that way after he met you. You see...
Oh.
Excuse me. Colonel Plummer.
Lieutenant Fairfield, military police.
Yes, Lieutenant.
There's been a shooting at the Lorelei. I'm on my way over there now.
Any particulars?
Nothing.
Right, I'll meet you there. Miss Frost, you better come with me. There's been a shooting.
John?
I don't know. Let's find out. This is it. Come on. Okay, Lieutenant Fairfield, where is he?
Under that sheet. Dead.
Oh.
You wait here, Miss Frost. I'll have a look. Mm-hmm. 2 plugs right through the kisser.
Right to the... Oh.
Oh, she fainted. No sense of humor. Where's Pringle? Pringle!
Right here, sir.
You all right?
Fine, thanks to the sergeant here. He dropped Berger with his first shot.
Shucks, Captain. Don't give me all the credit. The other boys got in there 2 bits worth.
Well, Pringle, you'd better attend to that congresswoman of yours. She's fainted.
Phoebe? Here?
Right over there. Now, Lieutenant, how about Fraulein von Schluter?
2 MPs have her in back.
Are you crazy? Leaving her with those poor, defenseless boys? Go get her.
Here she is now, sir.
Come on, sister. You got a date with that pile of bricks I was telling you about.
I have papers here which say I'm on the white list.
And we know just how you got there. It wasn't exactly, if you'll pardon the non-Aryan expression, kosher.
I don't understand. If you just ask Captain Pringle.
Forget Captain Pringle.
Colonel Plummer, sir.
Colonel Plummer? Oh, you must be that wonderful Colonel Plummer I've heard so much about.
Yes. Only most of the time they called me Delicious. Take her away, Corporal.
Come on, sister.
Colonel, can you take me to my apartment while I change?
Oh, I guess so.
Come on, Corporal.
You, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Go along with the corporal. Watch him.
I sure will, sir.
You, platoon sergeant.
Yes, sir?
You watch those 2 guys.
It's a pleasure.
Colonel Plummer...
Yes, Lieutenant?
I was just thinking, sir...
So was I. You watch them.
Like a hawk.
Come to think of it, I'd better watch him.
Oh.
Phoebe. Phoebe, darling.
Oh, Johnny. What happened?
You fainted.
He said there were 2 slugs in your kisser.
There ought to be.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry about everything. Except the time with you.
John, help me up.
There now.
John, I love you.
Oh, no. Oh, me, I'm just a wham boy. Kind of guy you needed. Somebody to marry.
Well?
Oh, not me. I'm a heel, certified, got papers to prove it.
John, come here. John.
I tell you, I'm a heel.
You're a man, and you're going to get kissed.
Oh, now listen, Phoebe. Listen. Listen, my children,
It
you
won't
shall
do
hear of
you
the midnight
any
ride of Paul
good.
Revere
Come
on
on,
18th
Captain
April
Darling, I'm
75.
asking for the floor.
Hardly
I
a man is
demand
now
the
alive.
floor.
You're entirely out of order.
Objection overruled.
Oh, Phoebe,
Yes, John.
how about overruling that objection again?
In just a moment, our stars will return. Next Sunday and every week thereafter, the NBC Theater will be heard over most of these stations at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And leading off the Screen Directors series in the new time spot, the delightfully nostalgic musical, You Were Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role. And now, here are tonight's stars: Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund, and Screen Director Billy Wilder.
Okay, Billy, as a director, you're entitled to sound off. What did you think of our performance?
Well, since you asked me, I thought that...
No, wait a minute, John. Why let Billy Wilder do all the criticizing?
That's right. He tried his hand at acting himself tonight.
Well, here's what I think of your performance.
Stop trying to change the subject.
Now, he played the part of the waiter at the Lorelei nightclub. Show us, Billy. Now, do your lines again.
Now, come on, Billy. You're an actor now.
I said, champagne is 5 packs, please.
I'm sorry, you're underplaying the line,
I'd
boy.
say he was overplaying
I'd say he shouldn't have played it at all.
See? You're all confused. Actually, I was magnificent.
Well, speaking for all of us, Billy, you certainly are a magnificent director. Working on the set with you was a privilege we'll never forget.
How true, how true.
Now, Billy, I hear that you screen directors have quite an array of shows coming up, huh?
I'm looking forward to hearing Dan Daly's next week in You Were Meant for Me.
And I'm counting on catching The Perfect Marriage with Loretta Young.
For me, it's a toss-up between Fred McMurray in Suddenly It's Spring and Bob Hope in The Ghost Breakers.
Well, you'll be hearing them all on Screen Director's Assignment. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Billy. Good night.
Good night. And good night to you, Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, John Lund, and Billy Wilder. Tonight's cast included Wally Mayer, Henry Rowland, Herb Vigran, Gil Stratton Jr., Sam Edwards, Eddie Fields, Clark Gordon, Dan Riss, Bob Bruce, Paul McVeigh, and Helen Andrews. Script was by Richard Allen Simmons. Original music composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley. Associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. A Foreign Affair was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production Whispering Smith, starring Alan Ladd, Robert Preston, and Brenda Marshall. John Lund is soon to be seen co-starring with Paulette Goddard and MacDonald Carey in the Paramount picture Bride of Vengeance. Rosalind Russell will soon be seen in the new Columbia Pictures comedy My Next Husband. Listen next week at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, You Were Meant for Me. Director, Lloyd Bacon. Star, Dan Daly.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, You Were Meant for Me. Director, Lloyd Bacon. Star, Dan Daly.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a romance set to music, You Were Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role with Betty Lynn, and introducing the director of the film, Lloyd Bacon. The life story of our guest screen director tonight reads like a saga of show business. Born into a distinguished theatrical family, he himself became first a stage actor and then a film actor and director. His was one of the first minds to grasp the full potentialities of motion picture sound, and his pioneering in this field established him as one of Hollywood's most resourceful and versatile artists. You've seen the fine touch of his direction in such grand entertainment as Mother is a Freshman, Give My Regards to Broadway, The Sullivans, I Wonder Who's Kissing Her Now, and tonight's story, You Were Meant for Me. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lloyd Bacon.
Folks, our story tonight is about the closing years of an era of show business. Years packed with glitter and excitement, but somehow they were full of sweet music. Making You Were Meant for Me was a nostalgic thrill, and I hope you'll find the same thrill as we relive part of those years. Relive them with Dan Daly as an orchestra leader, Chuck Arnold, and Betty Lynn as Peggy Mayhew. Here, ladies and gentlemen, is an era. Here is You Were Meant for Me.
1929. What a year. It was the beginning of the end of the era of wonderful nonsense. $1 Million Gates, Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost, flagpole sitters and marathon dancers. Admiral Byrd planting the Stars and Stripes in Little America. Rhapsody in Blue. Paul Whiteman was king of jazz, and George Gershwin and Irving Berlin were the men behind the throne. Common stocks and women's skirts were mounting to new heights, and I was doing pretty well myself. I had a smart little band, Chuck Arnold and his Sophisticates, that played the smaller circuits and one-night stands. We were doing a shot in Bloomington, and the dance pavilion was packed with the flaming youth of the town. That's when I met my Waterloo. Bloomington, 1929. Crazy rhythm, here's the doorway. I'll go my way, you go your way. Crazy rhythm, from now on we're through. Here is where we have a showdown. I'm too high-hat, you're too low down. Crazy rhythm, here's goodbye to you. They say that when a highbrow meets a lowbrow walking along Broadway, soon the highbrow, he has no brow. Ain't it a shame? And you're to blame. What's the use of prohibition? You produce the same condition. Crazy rhythm, I've gone crazy too. Kiddies, here's what you've all been waiting for, somebody's big moment to win a prize. Now hold your breath and hold on to your checks while my brilliant manager and arranger here, Mr. Oscar Hoffman of Greenpoint, New York, selects the lucky number out of this bowl.
For this, I gave up a concert career. Here you are, hotshot.
Thank you, Oscar. And here it is, folks. Hold your breath.
Yeah, hold it good and long.
Here is the lucky number. It is 864. The number 864. Who's got it? 864.
Me.
Mimi has it.
Well, Mimi, come on up here to the bandstand, atta girl. Come on up. Don't be nervous. Here she comes, folks. Give her a great big hand. Well, Mimi with the 864. Come on, everybody. Let's give this girl a great big hand. Fortune smiles on a lovely lady, Miss...
Mayhew, Peggy Mayhew.
The lovely Miss Peggy Mayhew. And I'm not kidding, lovely, spelled W-O-W. Wow! Congratulations, Peggy, and now for the prizes. Let's see what we have. One book of green trading stamps from Baum's department store. Very nifty. And there's a season pass for the Poli Theater. Good Tuesday matinees. And one article of feminine attire, it's gift wrapped from Weebow's department store.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold.
All right, and now in honor of this very lovely little lady, the boys and I would like to do a special arrangement of You Were Meant for Me. Your hand, beautiful lady.
Oh, no. I mean, yes, sir.
You were meant for me. I looked down at Peggy Mayhew as I sang. I saw the worship in her eyes, and I thought, oh, here's another crooner-struck girl. Only there was more to this girl. All her heart was in her eyes, and it must have been a good heart, because those eyes were beautiful. All at once, I wasn't kidding. All at once, I meant every word of that song. This was it. Peggy Mayhew? Peggy Waterloo. After a third of a lifetime of girls, this was the girl. And I knew. I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they meant you just for me. Thank you, everybody. Thank you very much. All right, boys, take it.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold?
Chuck, it was very nice. I enjoyed it.
Oh, wait a minute. You're beautiful, you know that?
Oh, thank you. May I have my hand back now?
How about a prize for me?
Prize?
Yeah, a kiss.
All right. You ask for it. There.
Hey. Whew. That's big-time foliage you got there.
I've got to go.
No, wait a minute. Look, Peggy. Meet me after the dance tonight.
I can't, Chuck. I'm with a date.
Well, meet me after the country lad takes you home.
Not tonight.
We play Peoria tomorrow night. How about coming over?
I don't know, Chuck.
Well, say you'll try.
All right, I'll try. I'll try.
I'll see you in my dreams. Hold you in my dreams.
I did get to Peoria the next night. I could hear Chuck singing inside, but the doorman wouldn't let me in without an escort. I saw Oscar, Chuck's manager, and I gave him a note for Chuck.
Yeah, she gave me a note. Only I have a tender place in my heart for small-town girls who fall in love with Chuck Arnold. I tore the note up.
I kept waiting for Peggy to show up, and when she didn't, I get a sick feeling in the pit of my stomach, like when I lost my graduation watch and didn't know where to start looking. We finished playing at midnight. I went out afterward to walk off my disappointment. I passed the bus station, and there on a bench was Peggy Mayhew. Hey, Peggy. Hey, beautiful.
Chuck!
What happened? Where were you?
Well, they wouldn't let me in, so I gave Oscar a note. I don't know what happened. I thought you were...
I never got any note.
Oh, I've been waiting and waiting, and now it's time for the last bus home.
No, baby. How about something to eat?
I've got to get back home.
Well, one goodbye kiss.
No, Chuck, one kiss was enough, and I'm ashamed of...
Look, baby, I mean business.
Chuck...
Ooh. Wow. Some voltage.
Oh, Chuck, I thought I was never going to see you again.
Well, you're going to see a lot of me from now on. I'm going to find us a justice of the peace.
Justice of the peace?
Yep. I just proposed to you, and you just accepted.
Oh, Chuck, darling.
Writing another letter, baby?
Mm-hmm, Mom and Dad.
Hey, tell them about this plug in Variety. Arnold Combo garners top grosses on Midwest Flapper Circuit. Not bad, huh?
Oh, it's wonderful. Pretty soon you'll be on the front page.
Yeah, well, pretty soon you'll be writing the folks from New York.
New York? Oh, Chuck, are we going to New York?
We're booked into the Pennsylvania roof right after the first of the year.
The Pennsylvania roof? Well, that's a big time.
There's been a long pull, baby, but land is in sight.
Chuck Arnold, now playing Pennsylvania roof. Oh, I can see it in Variety here. Arnold Combo's sensation pen debut.
Hey, you write home to Mother and let Variety write their headlines, huh?
Chuck, what does this headline mean? Wall Street lays an egg.
Hmm? Nothing. Just forget about it. Forget it.
Well, you can't make me forget that today is our anniversary.
No kidding?
Mm-hmm, 2 months.
Well, let's go dancing someplace after the show.
All right, Chuck.
A busman's holiday, huh? After the show, we got a heavy date. It girl. Okay, boys, that closes shop for the night. Rehearsal 10 o'clock in the morning.
Hey, Chuck! Uh-oh, battle station, boys. Song plugger off the starboard beam.
Hiya there, Chucky boy. Hi, Oscar. Hi, boys. Chuck wants you to have a look at the biggest thing to hit the board since Purple ran into Dempsey. Have a look at the sleeve sheet.
Now, wait a minute.
I'll circulate among the talent here and give them copies. You can give it a fast rundown. I am Earl. Isaac Goldie. Murph Beatty.
Last song he showed me was Stardust. It'll never get any place. Anyway, whoever heard of Hoagie Carmichael?
Hey, is this the best you've got? It's an awful crummy title.
Great title, great song, great arrangement. Just for you. Arranger opened the vein and wrote it with his heart's blood. Try it, kid. Get near this one.
Okay, let's go. Once over lightly, boys. What can we lose? No one to walk with, all by myself. No one to talk with, I'm happy on the shelf. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. I know for certain, the one I love, I'm through with flirting, it's you I'm thinking of. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving my love for you. Like Jack Horner in a corner, don't go nowhere, what do I care? Your kisses are worthwhile waiting for, believe me. I don't go out late, don't care to go. I'm home about 8, me and the radio. Ain't misbehaving, I'm saving all my love for you.
Boom, dia-da, bit dia-da, time, tong, 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 da-da.
Ain't misbehaving, cause I'm saving all my love. Yes, I'm slaving and I'm raving, even waving flags above.
Boom, dia-da, bit dia-da, time, tong, 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 da-da.
Ain't celebrating cause I wanna keep me rating. I'd be hating to be dating if I kept my baby waiting. Like Jack Horner in a corner, don't go nowhere, what do I care? Your kisses are worthwhile waiting. 1, 2, 3, 4, believe me.
Boom, dia-da, bit dia-da, time, tong, 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 da-da.
Ain't fooling around, tearing all over town like a clown or a hound, cause I'm bound to get crowned. Don't go out late, don't care to go. I'm home about 8 p. The radio ain't misbehaving. I'm saving all my love for whom? You.
Us?
Yeah.
Oh.
Saving all my love for you. Well, how about Oscar?
Yes.
What do you know? That is going to be a smash, Oscar.
Yeah. Well,
absolute smash.
Who'd have thought it was 3 a.m., you know? And what a smash hit you're going to be with Peggy.
What are you talking about?
Well, you had a date with her 3 hours ago.
Oh, wow. Oh, good night, fellas. I got to go.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, Chuck. You see, she's asleep now. Your date is ruined anyhow, so I can tell you what I was going to hold back from you until tomorrow.
What's the matter?
It's been a bad Friday on Wall Street.
Well, how are we on the market?
Cleaned out. Now you better sit down while I break the bad news. All of it.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of You Are Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role, with Betty Lynn and Jim Backus, and introducing the director of the film, Lloyd Bacon.
The next night, I let Oscar conduct while I stood aside holding hands with Peggy, trying to break the bad news. All of it.
Chuck, it doesn't matter if you've lost your money. You're just starting on your career. There's New York.
Look, honey, We don't get to play New York.
Oh. Well, you always did well on tour.
Yeah, well, you should see the cancellations pouring in. Our whole tour is falling apart.
Well, we'll just put Humpty Dumpty together again, that's all.
That was the band's next to the last number. We're all finished tonight, Peg. We're breaking up.
Oh. I didn't know it was that bad.
It's worse. But it's just a flurry, though. Don't worry.
We're broke.
Now, don't worry, I tell you.
Well, I'm just being practical. I was just thinking. What a wonderful opportunity for me to see my folks back in Bloomington.
I thought you were crazy to go to New York.
Well, if you want to know, I'm homesick.
Homesick? You sure?
Kind of.
Oh, well, that's different if you're homesick. Because if you wanted to go back just to save money...
Oh, no.
If you're homesick, that's different.
And you'll love living in Bloomington for a while.
Sure I will. That's where I met you.
Oh, look, Oscar's signaling you. It's your number.
It's my number, but it's for you, Peg. I'll get by as long as I have you. Though there be rain and darkness too, I'll not complain. I'll see it through. Poverty may come to me, it's true. But what care I? Say I'll get by as long as I have you. And that's how I bowed out of the flapper circuit in 1929 and back into Bloomington. And life with father, and life with mother. Peggy's father and Peggy's mother.
Chuck was so proud. I remember the day in Brock's drugstore when we were pretending we were just resting in Bloomington before taking a big job at the Flamingo Room in Miami. The drugstore Victrola was playing Chuck's version of Ain't She Sweet.
See her coming down the street. Now I ask you very confidentially, ain't she sweet? Ain't
My old boyfriend, Eddie, was getting suspicious of our story and needling Chuck a little. And I guess that made Chuck do what he did.
Here you are, Eddie. Here's a $20 bill. I gotta go. Paper the sodas all around and buy all the kids a copy of Ain't She Sweet with my compliments. Let's go, baby.
Chuck, that was kind of crazy tossing away our last $20 like that.
Yeah? Look at what came in the mail today. Hey, look, step over by the street light. Open it.
A check.
Yep. Royalties, $278. Famous Records Company quarterly accounting.
Why, we're rich.
Now, will you let me run things around here?
It's just that one of us has to be practical, dear.
All right, tell you what. From now on, you be practical and I'll be beautiful, okay?
Okay, beautiful.
Okay, practical.
Now, Peggy, there's nothing for you to worry about. Lots of women have babies.
Well, I was thinking about Chuck, Doctor.
He'll receive excellent care.
I mean, he doesn't know yet.
Well, tell him he's a big boy now. Now, take a spoonful of that malt and cod liver oil whenever you think of it. You don't need it, but it'll make you feel precious.
Hello, Mother.
Well, where have you been all morning, Peggy?
I had to go to the drugstore. Is Chuck still asleep?
Naturally. It's only noon.
Mother, Chuck sleeps late because his rhythm is different than ordinary people.
Well, if he was my husband, he'd change his rhythm to March time, I can tell you.
Mother, so long as Chuck is pulling our weight around here, I'm not going to let him be bullied into doing just anything. In fact, I see there's another letter on the table from the famous records. That means we'll have some money for you this afternoon.
My dear Mr. Arnold, please be advised that Famous Records Company has on this date filed petition in bankruptcy. That's all, Peggy.
No check?
No check. How can a big concern like that go broke? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Hello? Who? Oh, well, just a minute. He's right here. Chuck, Chicago calling. It's Oscar.
Hello, Oscar. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, go on. $75 a week? Well, the answer is no.
Chuck?
No, thanks, Oscar, but you ought to know I can't work for that kind of money.
Chuck, it'll tide us over for a while.
Well, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, Oscar. Goodbye.
Oh, calling back, Chuck, calling back. Here, let me.
Give me that phone. Are you crazy? Suppose it gets around that I was playing for $75 a week.
But suppose something came up, a big doctor bill or something like that. $75 a week is better than nothing at all. It's big money in Bloomington.
Not to me, it isn't. I'd rather dig ditches or take in floors to scrub. You bawl out your old man because he doesn't sell as many bricks in his brick factory as he used to?
Well, at least he's working. He's always in there trying. He doesn't just mope around week after week, sponging on the family and... Oh, I didn't mean that, Chuck.
Okay, Peggy. You've said enough.
Chuck, I didn't mean to hurt you.
I'll be toddling along now. I'm through sponging off your family. I'm going to New York. You want to come along, okay? You want to stay here, okay, too.
Is that your ultimatum,
I said
Chuck?
you can come along. I'm not going to beg you.
You don't have to. You can go, Chuck. Alone.
Okay, I'll send for my things. Goodbye, baby.
I could show the world how to smile. I could be glad all of the while. I could change the gray skies to blue if I had you.
Peggy, will you please turn off that Victrola down there?
Yes, Mother.
Has that husband of yours come in yet?
No, Mother.
What?
He isn't coming home.
I can't hear you.
Wait. There. Can you hear me now? I was trying to tell you that husband of mine isn't... Oh. Oh. Oscar.
Well, don't be so cordial. You'll have trouble getting rid of me. Look, I get dizzy standing on a thick rug. So what do? I spend the afternoon in an airplane to get here just to talk Chuck out of a slight case of lunacy. Where is the guy?
He left for New York early today, and as far as I'm concerned, he can stay there.
Couldn't take it, could he? Glass jaw.
I think you're being a little harsh on him.
You can't still be in love with the quitter.
He's not a quitter. You ought to be ashamed, calling yourself Chuck's friend.
Oh, you don't hate the guy, then?
Oh, Oscar. Oscar, what am I going to do?
Well...
You might try serving up some dinner for a working man.
Chuck!
Hi, Oscar.
Get you in overalls.
Working all day in your old man's brickyard is work, Peggy.
Oh, darling, I thought... And you've hurt your foot.
Wheelbarrow ran over me. Dr. Jones said for me just to take that stuff he gave you.
Gave me?
Yeah. Doc wants me to keep up my strength. He says we're going to have a baby.
Well, I left Chuck and Peggy in a clinch and went to a neutral corner. Somehow they made out together, just the way the rest of America made out together. Then wheels began to creak into motion again. The dead eyes of factories sparkled again. There was nothing to fear but fear itself, the man said. I saw Chuck the other day. His wife and I had a ringside seat at the Pennsylvania roof.
Oscar, it's our lucky number song. Remember in 1929?
Yeah, here he comes. Silver in his voice and a gleam in his eye.
Winning number is 864. Who's got 864?
Me.
Hello, Mimi.
Hello, darling.
Happy anniversary. I'm content the angels must have sent you, and they meant you just for me.
In just a moment, our stars will return. Next week, the NBC Theater takes a long, hard look at domestic bliss as it brings you the satirical comedy, The Perfect Marriage, starring 1948 Academy Award winner Loretta Young in her original role. And on following weeks, you will hear Fred McMurray and Bob Hope. And now, here are tonight's stars, Dan Daly and Betty Lynn, and screen director Lloyd Bacon.
Mr. Bacon, there's something I don't understand about your head.
Yes, Betty Lynn.
Well, Dan Daly told me you always wear a baseball cap.
Sure. Lloyd has a number 1 cap and a number 2 cap. The number 1 is the lid worn by last season's champs. He wears that when everything's going well on the set.
What about number 2 cap?
Oh, well, that cap from the team at the bottom of the heap, he wears that one when there's trouble.
But what does it mean when he doesn't wear any cap at all?
It means it's too darn hot in the studio.
Lloyd, before we say goodnight, I'd like to offer my thanks for the way you've shared your great knowledge of show business with the actors and actresses who've worked with you. Mister, working under your direction has really been an education.
After a compliment like that, Dan, there's only one way I can show my appreciation.
What's that, Mr. Bacon?
Put on my number 1 baseball cap. Good night, folks.
Good night.
Good night.
And good night to you, Dan Daly, Betty Lynn, and Lloyd Bacon. You Were Meant for Me was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, producers of Down to the Sea and Ships. Dan Daly is currently starring in the 20th Century Fox production, Chicken Every Sunday, and Betty Lynn may be seen in the 20th Century Fox film, Mother is a Freshman. Included in tonight's cast were Jim Backus, Bill Tracy, Irene Tedrow, Norman Field, and Dan Ritz. You Were Meant for Me, based on the story Orchestra Wife by James Prindle, was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger and original music composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Carr. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production The Perfect Marriage, Director Lewis Allen, Star Loretta Young.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production The Perfect Marriage, Director Lewis Allen, Star Loretta Young.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy of wedlock in a deadlock. The Perfect Marriage, starring 1948 Academy Award winner Loretta Young, and introducing the director of the film, Lewis Allen. Tonight's guest screen director and tonight's story both first saw the light of the entertainment world upon the stage of the theater, and brilliant successes in this field brought them to the motion picture medium. Thus, the selection of our guest to make a picture from Samson Rafelson's popular play, The Perfect Marriage, was a logical one. He has created comedy all the way from London to Hollywood and has directed such fine films as The Uninvited, Our Hearts Were Young and Gay, So Evil My Love, and the soon-to-be-released Paramount picture Chicago Deadline, starring Alan Ladd. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lewis Allen.
Thank you. There are two schools of thought about marriage. Those who think that it can't be perfect and those who know darn well it can't. Tonight we're concerned with a marital comedy, a story that's one of my favorites, simply because it's a barrel of fun. So here's The Perfect Marriage, starring Loretta Young in her original role of Jenny, with Robert Bailey as Dale.
They say that a perfect marriage is like a perfect crime. You never quite get away with it. Well, Dale and Jenny Williams seem to be getting away with it up to now. They've been just as successful at marriage as they've been at their respective careers. His as an aeronautical engineer, hers as an editor of a woman's magazine. And today is their 5th wedding anniversary. A fact which bubbles through Jenny's mind as they indulge in that Native American custom known as brunch.
Darling, isn't it wonderful?
Absolutely. Best coffee Rose ever made.
Oh, no. I mean us, Dale. Here we are sitting across the breakfast table after 5 years. 5 wonderful years.
5 years of breakfast. 1,825 breakfasts together.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, you don't have to count them, darling.
Oh, 1,826 and 1/2, counting leap year.
Oh, where does the half come in?
Our first breakfast.
Oh.
The eggs were half done, the toast was half burned, and the prunes were half stewed.
And so were you, dear.
I was not. That was sheer happiness.
Oh. Dale, are you happy now?
Happy?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, I guess so.
Darling, I have a wonderful idea. Let's go away together. Anywhere. Let's just dance and laugh and be gay, just like we used to do.
Yeah, well, I'd like to, Jenny, but, well, you know, the office.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll make it another time. I'll pass the toast, will you, please?
Certainly. Dale, since you're so busy, you won't have any objections to my going to Atlantic City for a week, will you?
No, of course not.
Well, don't you even want to know why?
All right, why? Pass the butter, will you, please?
Because my magazine wants me to cover a convention there.
Well, that's fine. That's good.
You sure you don't mind?
Why should I mind?
Well, I'm your wife, Dale.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Then you don't mind. You don't even care one little bit.
Well, I'll miss you, if that's what you want me to say.
Yes, you'll miss me, like you did when I went to Paris last month.
Well, certainly I missed you. Now, shut up and furnish your grapefruit.
Oh, will you stop gnawing on that toast?
Why?
Because you look like a moose in molting season, that's why.
Jenny, what on earth is the matter with you?
Oh, Dale, let's face it, our marriage has gone flat. We've let ourselves become just, well, intimate acquaintances who share nothing but a roof.
What do you mean?
You know very well you knew that I was going to be in Paris for weeks, and yet you made no effort to stop me, and now it's the same thing all over again.
Look, you're a businesswoman, Jenny, with a businesswoman's responsibilities. I simply acknowledge that fact.
Well, I can remember when you wouldn't have let me go on so cheerfully.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Oh, I could scream every time I think of that leer on your face when the boat pulled out.
That wasn't a leer. It was a smile.
Yes. Well, you were glad to see me go.
Oh, for heaven's sake,
And that
Jenny.
goodbye kiss you gave me, a bird peck.
A lovebird?
More like a duck-billed platypus.
Oh, duck-billed platypus. You don't even know what it looks like.
Oh, yes, I do. It has a long beak.
That was no platypus. That was that goop you used to date.
Do you mean Gil Cummins? He's not a goop. He's a very dear friend.
Well, he's a goop if I ever saw one, and I've seen one, and it's him.
Will there be anything else, Mrs. Williams?
A goop, I say, a goop.
I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, but I think you ate the last one yesterday morning. May I go now? My gentleman friend is waiting.
Why, Rose, I didn't even know you had one.
Oh, Mrs. Williams, about the refrigerator.
What's the matter with it?
It keeps making a noise like H.B. Kaltenborn with the hiccups.
Well, Mr. Williams is an engineer, Rosa. He'll grind the valves or something.
Well, if you don't mind, Mrs. Williams, the last time he tried to fix the refrigerator, the radio exploded.
Well, Rosie's really very good with airplanes.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sure he is, ma'am, but I don't want my refrigerator flying around the kitchen.
Oh.
I'll fix it myself when I get time. Oh, I almost forgot. Miss Moore's in the living room. Shall I get rid of her?
That's what I like about you, Rosa. No inhibitions.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. I never did hold with drinking.
Hi, Gloria. Have you had breakfast? How was it go? Oh. Congratulations, perfect marriage. I hope I'm not intruding.
You are.
Dale, I love you. You're so funny. Here's a great big kiss.
Hey, wait a minute. He's not that funny.
Just to keep peace in the family, it's Jenny I came to see.
Oh.
How about lending me that little black hat that looks so silly on you?
Yes, I know the one. Come on, I'll get it.
Now, stop looking at me that way, Dale. Your favorite divorcee is tying the can to her latest boyfriend. I want to do it in style.
Haven't you got a hat of your own?
What's the matter with you anyway?
Oh, hangover.
That's what you get for mixing gin with gin.
It's not that. I dive too deep for the olive. Now, will you please go away?
All right, if that's the way you feel about it. But remember...
What?
I don't know. I can't think of a good line. I'm going upstairs.
Here's the hat, Gloria.
What's with you and Dale, darling? Do I detect a fleck of tarnish on the perfect marriage?
Why, what makes you say that?
Well, you both seem so upset.
We do? Well, it's because of Rosa.
No, poisoning your food again, huh?
Oh, Gloria, she's unhappy. Husband trouble.
Her own or somebody else's?
Oh, please, Gloria. Now, look, you're an expert on husbands. Maybe you could give me some advice for Rosa.
Well, what are the symptoms?
Well, it's just that a husband and wife discover that they really don't care for each other anymore. What happens then?
They're PHTTT. I don't know how to pronounce it, but that's the way you spell it.
Oh.
Hey, Jenny, I just wanted to tell you I'll have to run down to the office.
Oh, but Dale, it's Sunday.
I'm sorry, it can't be helped.
My, but Rosa has certainly upset this domestic paradise.
Rosa? What's she got to do
yes, I was just telling Gloria about the crisis in Rosa's marriage.
But she isn't
married to the right man? No, of course she isn't, dear.
Oh. Oh, no, of course not.
There's always a possibility of salvaging it.
How?
Well, if they're years together, have a quality that's too precious to lose.
Oh, Gloria, that's gibberish.
Well, makes pretty good sense to me, Jenny.
Come in.
I'm leaving now, Mrs. Wiggins.
Oh, Rosa, come in. I want to talk to you.
Run along, Rosa, and have a good time.
About the refrigerator,
I
ma'am.
think I can help you with your problem.
Oh, it's nothing I can fix, Miss Moore.
I'm glad to see you're so optimistic.
I'll just take a monkey wrench to it.
Isn't that a little drastic?
It might be better to get a new one. The old one's pretty well wore out.
Uh-huh.
Yes, ma'am.
But remember, Rosa, you only have one chance at happiness.
Yes, but you ought to hear the noise it makes. Oh, sometimes I wonder if I wasn't happier when the Iceman came every day.
What an odd woman.
Yes.
Maybe the poor man's right. Well, I've got to run along myself.
Hey, how about having dinner with Jenny and myself tonight?
Oh, thanks. I'd love to. Bye-bye, kitty.
Goodbye, Gloria, and thanks for the advice. For Rosa, I mean.
Huh?
Dale, I'm glad you decided not to go to the office.
I'll show her. Not an engineer for nothing. I'll fix this refrigerator. Jenny.
I know, dear, I know. We need a new refrigerator. Well, here, move over. I want to help.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You don't have to do that.
No, but I want to. Oh!
What's wrong?
Oh, my back. It slipped out of place again.
Oh, here.
Oh!
Now, come here. Turn around.
Yeah.
Take it easy now. Get all set.
Yeah.
You all right?
Mm.
Relax now.
Oh! Oh!
How's that?
It's better. Oh, darling. Darling, hold me close.
Sure.
Dale, I don't know what I'd do without you.
No, neither do I. Well, I'm glad you came to your senses.
What do you mean, dear?
Well, that little spat we had this morning.
Oh.
You know, I'd feel like a cad leaving you alone.
Oh?
Yeah, women haven't the ability to cope with the world. It's obvious.
Oh, I don't think it's that obvious.
Well, of course it is. A man in his 30s has his whole life ahead of him.
Yeah?
But with a woman in her 30s, it's different.
Dale!
Yeah?
Do you realize what you're saying?
Well, yeah, sure I do. I'm just being honest.
But...
Now, how many men want a woman over 30 when they can get a young girl?
Well, I know one who would.
Huh? Who?
Huh, who? Gil Cummins, that's who.
Married women don't talk like that.
Well, that's right, they don't. I'll just see what I can do about this little situation
Hey,
right
this
now.
is a fine time to make a phone call.
I can't think of a better time.
Now, wait a minute, Jenny. What do you think?
Hello, Addison?
Have you gone crazy?
Addison, this is Jenny. Jenny Williams. Dale and I want to see you this afternoon. No, not for cocktails. We want a divorce. Addison, now, you're our friend as well as our lawyer, but we've come to your house on business, so please let's keep it impersonal.
But a divorce. Now, look, you two. How short can your memories be? Dale, have you forgotten the time Jenny was in the hospital and you walked the corridor for hours on end?
No, of course not. You don't forget things like that.
And Jenny, you haven't forgotten the time you begged me to come to the airfield with you?
But...
Dale was testing an experimental plane. You told me you couldn't go on living if anything happened to him. Have you forgotten that, Jenny?
Hey, Jenny, I never knew you were there that day.
Addison, you promised me that you'd never tell him.
Well, let's forget this talk about divorce until you're perfectly sure in your own minds. Perfectly sure.
Well,
Take her home, Dale. Straighten things out.
Jenny, what do you say?
Well, all right. All right, Dale, I'll try.
Well, that's more like it. Now, you kids run along home and patch this thing up.
Yes, all right.
As you open the door, don't stumble over my wife. Mabel's probably listening at the keyhole.
Oh, why, Jenny, darling.
Hello, Mabel.
And Dale, I didn't know you were here.
Liar. Now, say hello and run along.
Well, not until I steal Jenny for 5 little minutes. I simply must talk to her.
Oh, please, Mabel, not now.
Oh, but darling, this simply can't wait. This is important. None of my business, darling, but I do want to be helpful. Now, you get a good property settlement from Dale.
But I don't want anything. I'm not even sure I want a divorce.
Oh, of course you want a divorce. Suppose you lose your job. Suppose Dale goes ahead and marries Gloria. She'll have everything she wants.
Well, what's Gloria got to do with it?
You didn't know.
Didn't know what?
You see, but I thought that was the reason for the divorce.
Oh.
Naturally, I didn't dream. Oh, my dear, I'd be the last person on earth to tell you that,
What is it, Mabel?
Well, it's just that you've been blind. Blind.
What have I been blind about?
Well, while you were in Paris,
Yes?
your husband and Gloria dined out every night in an obscure restaurant.
So what of it? They had dinner together.
But, my dear, they skulked. They giggled. Sheila Jameson told me that one night she saw them over there.
But, Jenny, will you listen to me, please? Gloria and I just had dinner together.
I'm not concerned with dinner. It's what happened after dinner that bothers me.
Well, you were in Paris and I was lonely.
Well, not for long you were.
Well, I just wanted somebody to talk to.
Dale Williams, I know your little talks. I married you after one of them.
That'll teach me to keep my big mouth shut.
And if you think I'm going to dinner with you and that woman, well, you have another thought coming.
Well, then stay home for all I care.
Oh, no, I'm not going to stay home. I'm going to Macombo.
Oh, with?
Gil, come in.
Jenny, it's me, Gil.
Beat it. What do you want?
One side, Chubby. I've got a date with your wife.
She isn't here.
Well, I'll wait. What are you doing here?
This happens to be my home.
Well, according to what Jenny told me over the phone a couple of hours ago, you'll be vacating soon. So, I'll just make myself comfortable. Now, where's your bourbon?
Oh, it's right over there in the... Oh, that does it. That does it.
Oh, say, Dale, where's Jenny? I haven't seen her in years.
Gil, is that you?
Hello,
yes,
Gloria.
Hurry, darling.
This
We've
is
got
Dale.
years of catching up.
Remember
with you.
that date for tonight?
Well, here I am.
Well, how would you like the
You're a
mocambo?
dream.
Oh, no. Jenny won't be with us.
And Dale,
Just a minute, Gloria. What is it?
if you hear somebody trying to get in before 2 o'clock,
Yeah?
shoot him. It won't be me.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Perfect Marriage, starring Loretta Young in her original role with Robert Bailey, and introducing the director of the film, Lewis Allen.
Come on, Gil, let's dance.
No, I'd rather sit here and look at you.
Oh.
If I say you're more beautiful than ever, you'll think I'm lying. And if I say you're not, I will be.
Oh, don't stop it, Gil. I love it. I love every word of it.
I've been saving a lot of words for you, Jenny. I've been traveling the world over,
Oh, what for?
collecting bird eggs.
Bird's eggs?
Well, sure, you'll love it. Oh, I'm an expert, but we'll talk about that some other time.
Oh.
Right now, I want to talk about you and me.
Well, maybe we'd better talk about bird's eggs.
Now, look, heartbreak gal, you are going to marry me.
Oh, Gil, I don't know if I ever want to marry anybody again.
I've had a long wait, Jenny. What's the matter, Jenny?
Look who's sitting down over there. Dale and Gloria. You know, Gil, something tells me your waiting days are over.
Dale, did you know they'd be here?
In a word,
What word?
yes.
After everything you told me, and you still can't bear to have Jenny out of your sight.
Well, I was just kind of curious, that's all.
Well, you can be curious without me. Good night.
Oh, no, please, Gloria. Look, we won't stay. I'm very sorry. It was just an impulse.
I don't know why I put up with you.
Because we're pals.
I got news for you, kid. I won't be a pal to any man.
Well, you can be more than a pal to me, Gloria. I mean that.
Well, let's get busy and see if we can make a deal.
Uh-oh. Good Lord, they're coming over here.
Enter one ex-friend.
Oh, now, Gloria, please, don't make a scene.
I won't unless she starts it.
Well, Gloria.
Jenny, darling.
Oh, your hat is positively stunning. My old one, isn't it?
I should have returned it, dear.
Uh-huh.
It just matches your gown.
Does Dale bring you here often, Gloria?
No, he usually hides me away in a little saloon near the Bowery.
Oh, the Bowery. Oh, well, isn't that so nice to feel at home in one's surroundings? But don't be embarrassed, darling.
I'm not really.
Huh?
I know you're just unhappy over losing Dale.
Shall we put up the cutlery?
Good evening, Dale.
Good evening.
Hello, Gil. What have you been doing?
Enjoying it. Now, let's cut out this double talk and get down to cases. You see, Jenny and I are going to get hitched as soon as she unloads you, Dale. That is your name, isn't it?
Yes, Goop.
Gil, there's no reason to tell him now.
Why not?
Because in your own simple language, my simple friend, I also have an announcement to make. As soon as I unhitch Jenny, Gloria and I are getting married.
Would somebody buy me a good stiff drink?
No, better than that. Let's have a party.
Fine. Let's go up to my hotel. I have a chair, some gin, and a bathtub.
No, thanks. I never drink gin out of bathtubs.
My place is worse.
No furniture?
No bathtub.
Hey, wait a minute. We got a home, haven't we, Jenny?
Yes.
And besides, Gil might like to see the rest of the place.
I don't like this room any better than the others.
Well, you don't?
No.
Then we'll change them all, dear.
I think I like this love seat, though. We'll keep it.
You stay away from that love seat. Gloria and I are going to build a room around that.
Come here, darling.
Huh?
Oh, this is the way it will always be. Sitting here in front of the fireplace, Jenny.
Hey, wait a minute.
My arms around you.
You?
Like this. And as you gaze up into my eyes,
Yes.
I'll kiss you. Like this.
Hey, don't hold her like that.
You keep out of this.
Yes, what are you getting so excited about?
Well, he's trying to kiss my wife.
Trying nothing, he's doing it. And it's about time I did the same to you.
You... Wait a minute.
Now what's wrong?
That's no way for him to kiss my wife.
Why are you so worried?
He'll throw her sacroiliac out of joint.
The only trouble with you is too much Jenny.
What do you mean?
If you can worry about her sacroiliac while I'm kissing you, it's time for little Gloria to bow out.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Gloria, wait a minute. Don't go.
Lovers' quarrel.
No. Just a change in plans, that's all.
Oh, well, in case you're interested, I haven't changed mine.
For your information, I am not interested.
Oh, I see.
Furthermore, I am going to bed.
Oh, not in this house, you're
In
not.
this house, in the study.
Oh.
Good night.
Jenny, darling.
Yes, Gil?
Before we go ahead with plans for our future,
Yes.
there's something that you ought to know.
Go on, Gil.
Well, once when I was collecting bird eggs,
Yes.
it was in Sheboygan, I was walking down the street and I met a certain little...
Jenny!
Yes?
Where are my pajamas?
In the kitchen. Pardon me, Gil, while I get them.
Oh, great little housekeeper, Jenny. Keeps my pajamas in the oven.
That is a snide remark.
So I'm snide. Why don't you go home?
Why don't you get someone to bounce me?
I wouldn't need any help.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Here, catch.
Thank you. Good night.
I don't see how you put up with him for 5 years.
Now, what were you saying, Gil, when he so rudely interrupted?
Yes. Once when I was collecting bird eggs, it was in Sheboygan.
Yes.
I was walking down the street and I met a certain little...
Hey, Jenny.
Oh, now what?
Where are my vitamin
In
pills?
the medicine chest, where they've always been.
They are not, and I'm not going to bed without them.
Oh, excuse me, Gil. I'll get them.
No, let him get them.
Now, look, just because we're getting a divorce is no reason why you should die of beriberi.
Oh, vitamin pills. Ha!
Well, it's just a hobby.
Well, after you take your vitamins, I'll take you on for a few rounds of polite boxing.
You know, that'll be a pleasure I've long looked forward to.
Here, catch.
Thank you, Jenny.
You're welcome, Dale.
Don't forget to wear your stocking cap.
Good night.
I'm awfully sorry, Gil. Now, what were you saying?
It was just this. You see, once when I was collecting bird eggs...
It was in Sheboygan. Yeah.
I was walking down the street
Yes.
when I met a certain little... Oh, good Lord, what is that?
Dale! What are you doing?
Fixing the refrigerator.
Well, do you have to do it right now?
I certainly do.
Oh,
Darling, this time I'm going to skip the preliminaries and take you in my arms.
Gil.
Just a moment, old man, just a moment. If you're going to kiss my wife, the least you can do is let me show you how to protect her sacroiliac.
Nobody asked you.
One side, chubby.
Now, see here.
Now, just watch closely.
Yes?
You put one arm around her like this,
Yes?
Let go of me, Dale
and
Williams.
the other arm around her like this.
Oh.
Gil, I don't like the look in his eye.
And then you pull her towards you like this.
Oh!
Darling, what is...
Oh, my back! He's wrenched my back!
Well, good night, everybody.
Dale, you did that on purpose. You can't leave now.
Now, don't worry. All you need is a rub-down. I used to have a horse, had the same trouble.
Oh, this is terrible.
Now, just brace yourself now. Here we go.
Yeah.
There. What's wrong?
Gil, you've made it worse.
Oh. Well, I'll try it again.
Oh, no.
Shall I call a doctor?
No, you better call Dale.
Oh, that pain in the neck?
What about the pain in my back? Dale?
No.
Please?
No.
Please, Dale?
Well, I can't work with that goop leering over my shoulder.
Perhaps you'd better go, Gil.
Well, I can't leave him alone with my fiancée.
Who happens to be my wife?
Oh, don't argue, Gil. Just do as he says, please.
Well, I'll be right outside the door in case he lays a hand on you.
Yes.
Now, lie down on your stomach.
Yes.
That's it. And stop squirming. Okay, now, take it easy and just relax. Are you all set?
My back hurts.
You sure you're ready?
Yes.
Okay.
No!
That help?
Yeah.
Feel better?
Yes. Yes, darling.
Yes, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, Jenny, darling.
What did you say?
Darling. And I meant to say it.
Oh, Dale. Dale, why didn't you tell me about Gloria?
Well, there was nothing to tell, darling. You see, but... Hey, wait a minute. What about Gil?
Oh, him.
What are you doing?
I'm locking the door.
Hey, who locked that door?
I did.
Good night.
Oh.
Good night, Gil.
Gil, my husband said good night.
Well, before I go, there's a question I want to ask you, Williams.
What do you want, Gil?
Gloria's phone number. Hey, answer me!
He can't. He's busy. See him in the morning.
Happy anniversary, darling.
Happy anniversary, darling.
In just a moment, our stars will return. Next week, to suit your spring entertainment tastes, the NBC Theater presents another recipe for laughter, the lilting comedy Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray. And now, here is tonight's star, Loretta Young, and screen director Louis Allen.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, let me warn you. Don't be taken in by Louis Allen's soft, quiet words. He's actually a tyrant.
Me, a tyrant?
Yes.
Why, Loretta, when we made the picture, I didn't strike you once.
Well, now, that's the trouble, you see. You're insidious. You did something worse.
What's that?
You cut my lines.
Tell you what I'll do.
Hmm?
You take those line cuts and speak them right now.
Oh, really, Lou? On the level?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. Let me see now. Pass the butter. Ooh, my arm itches. Behind the door? Huh? I don't like your attitude. How do you do? But not tonight.
Magnificent. Sheer poetry.
Well, seriously, Lou, before we say goodnight, I'd like to say thanks to you and to the rest of the men behind the camera. We actors portray our parts, but it's you screen directors who make the picture.
It's awfully nice of you, Loretta.
Thank you, Lou. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
And good night to you, Loretta Young, Robert Bailey, and Louis Allen. The Perfect Marriage, a Hal Wallace production, was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, directed by John Farrow, and starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Loretta Young is currently being seen in The Accused, a Hal Wallace production for Paramount. Included in tonight's cast were Dorothy Thompson, Leif Erikson, Ruth Perrott, Barton Yarborough, Gail Bonney, and Dan Riss. The Perfect Marriage was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Suddenly It's Spring. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Star, Fred McMurray.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Suddenly It's Spring. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Star, Fred McMurray.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present Love on a Note of Laughter, the romantic motion picture comedy Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson. guest screen director tonight literally rode to success on a drawing board. For it was his exceptional ability as a designer of sets and costumes that won him an opportunity to direct and to fulfill his theory that the function of the director is to provide the channel through which an actor expresses emotion. The taste and distinction he brings to his work have been illustrated by such outstanding films as To Each His Own, Kitty, Hold Back the Dawn, and, of course, Suddenly It's Spring. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Mitchell Lyson.
Thank you. You know, this is a fine opportunity to clear up a little misunderstanding. I've been accused of being a disrespectful character when really I'm not. It's just that I have a passion for seeing austere dignity flipped right on its shell pink ear. To me, that's largely the fun of making comedies. For instance, take Suddenly It's Spring. What could be more undignified than a couple of very proper law partners who also happen to be a husband and wife playing a cross-country game of tag? Now, here's the story, starring Fred McMurray in his original role of Peter, with Virginia Gregg as Mary.
The troop ship steamed up the Narrows, moved proudly down the fairway, and was warped neatly into its New York pier. The ship's rails were jammed with returning soldiers, and among them was Captain Morley, formerly of Morley & Morley, attorneys at law. Captain Morley was eagerly scanning the crowd on the dock, looking for that other Morley who was a partner in marriage as well as in law. After all, they haven't seen each other in 7 years. And where was the other Morley? The other Morley, spouse to Captain Morley, was in a telephone booth on the pier. Telephoning, of course.
Hello, Violet. Honey, the ship just docked. Yeah, thousands of dog faces aboard. That's a fine thing to say about my wife and a white captain at that. Oh, now, honey, look, any American soldier is called a dog face even if he is a woman. Yeah. Of course I love you, honey. Sure, I love you. That's why I'm here to meet my wife. I'll get her to sign the divorce consent the minute she's in the apartment and a bit settled, huh? Yeah. Oh, I think I see her coming down the gangplank now. Goodbye, darling. Mary! Oh, excuse me. Mary! Captain Morley! I'm sorry. Mary! Here I am, Mary!
Peter!
You're here, Captain.
Peter, darling, how are you?
Hello, Mary.
After all these years.
Mary, you have a nice boat ride?
Is that all you can say after our being apart 7 years?
Let's go home, huh, Mary?
Well, that's more like it. Or is it?
I've got those divorce papers there for you to sign.
It isn't.
Isn't what?
More like it. Well, let's go home, Peter. Home again. At last.
Yeah, home at last. I'll get my things together and move out right away.
Peter.
Hmm?
Peter, we haven't seen each other since 1942. Are you absolutely sure we want this divorce?
Why, yeah. Aren't you?
No. I've changed my mind. I'd like to save our marriage. And quite aside from that, I'm in the Army teaching WACs how to make their marriages work, and my own husband's demanding a quick divorce. How does it look?
Well, I wasn't demanding, Counselor. I've got to go about it in this way. As long as you're in uniform, I've got to get your written consent to the divorce.
But I won't be in uniform forever. Can't you wait until I'm out of the Army and help me save my face a little?
Maybe we better talk about this later. What are you doing for tonight?
Nothing in particular.
Well, how about having dinner with me?
Are you being nice to a returning serviceman?
I'll pick you up at 8. We'll go to the Moonlight Terrace. Remember the Moonlight Terrace?
Yes. Soft music. A table in the corner. Shall we bring our briefcases?
Hello, Violet? Yeah, I just left her in our apartment. Her apartment, I mean. But I'm moving out, I tell you. Oh, yeah, she looks all right. Lost 15 pounds in the Army. After all, I dropped 30 pounds myself in the Pacific. I ought to drop the other 170 in the Atlantic? Well, Violet, that's not a very kind thing to say. I'm doing my best to get Mary to sign that divorce consent. I'm having dinner with her tonight, and I'll get her to sign then for sure. Sure. Oh, sure you can go out with Jack Lindsay. That's only fair. Besides, Jack is my best client. Yeah. Well, have fun and give Jack my best. Yeah. Bye-bye, baby. And in consideration of such agreement, the following real and personal property shall be divided as follows. One cooperatively owned... Mary.
I'm listening, Counselor.
One cooperatively owned apartment, Mary. One beach house with location as specified in... Hey, Yasha, why don't you take that fiddle of yours and go watch Rome burn?
Peter.
Peter, why don't you order a pumpkin? Philistine ignoramus. Peasant.
Fiddling in my ear like that radio comedian.
I asked him to play, remember? Suddenly it's spring.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's see, where were we? One piano, baby grand, Mary. One combination radio phonograph, Mary. One washing machine, Mary.
Doesn't Violet wash?
One combination chess and checker set, me.
I thought Violet had sex appeal.
Now, Mary.
Now you sound like that radio comedian.
Mary, I took you to dinner here for a serious chat about jumping Jupiter.
A favorite steeplechase horse of mine, Jumping Jupiter.
Mary, look, I've got to go and make a phone call, a very important phone call. Excuse me, I'll be right back.
Now let's look around and see what made Jupiter jump.
Well, good evening, charming and beautiful Who's It? But wasn't that Peter Morley, the eminent attorney, who just fled this table?
Why, yes, it was.
Well, I'm Jack Lindsay, his richest and handsomest client, and this is Violet Fay.
I'm Mrs. Peter Morley.
I'm in trouble.
Tell me, Violet, what do you hear from my old man?
Hello, head waiter. This is Mr. Morley. I'm calling from the cloakroom. Now, look, will you take a telephone inside to Mr. Jack Lindsay's table? He's with a lady. Now, I want to talk to the lady. Thanks. Hello, Violet. I want to warn you that the brunette sitting alone at the table near the bandstand is Mary, my wife. Oh, you're Mary, my wife. They came over to our table, huh? Well, it's grand. Violet looks just like Miss Emily Borda. Who's Miss Emily Borda? Oh, Miss Emily Borda of 1929. Don't be catty, Mary. Look, put her on the phone, will you? That's a good scout. Whack, I mean. Oh, Lord. Oh, Violet? Violet, this is Petey Pie. Now, look. No, Violet. Is it my fault that Jack just happened to take you to the Two-Light Maris? I mean, the Mine-Toot Laris? I mean, never mind. Mary and I were just going over the settlement papers. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure I'll get the consent signed tonight. No, I won't go home with her. Don't worry. Well, all right. I'll get her to sign in the morning when she's got cold cream on her face. Is that all right? Well, I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. I'll take you home first, and then I'll spend the night with Jack. Okay. Let me talk with Jack now, will you? Jack.
I'm sleeping.
Well, wake up. By what right do you take Violet to dinner when I'm out with my wife?
Well, you told her I could.
Well, that was after you asked her.
You know what I think, Pietro?
Oh, don't fracture your brain. What?
I think your wife is still in love with you.
Why?
I don't know. She interested in natural history?
Now, don't give me egg-shaped answers to square questions.
Well, I made a pass at her.
You did?
I always make passes at girls I make passes at.
What happened?
I must see my dentist concerning a loose tooth.
She probably likes you.
I'm encouraged no end. If she ever loves me, will I live? Oh, no, Amici, not at dawn. Hello. Oh, darling, hello. No, not at all. I'm glad you called. Listen, haven't I given you some of the best leers of my life already?
corn is still green.
You're going away? Fort Sheridan? The war is over.
Hey, is that Mary?
All right, I'll have my hotel operator call you at 5 a.m. Good night, sweet princess, and flights of angels sing thee to thy rest. Night.
That was Mary.
Mary's taking a little lamb to Fort Sheridan tomorrow.
To Fort Sheridan?
Orders. She's leaving on the North Side Limited.
Well, she can't do that. I've got to get that divorce consent signed before she leaves town. She can't do that.
What on earth are
Listen, Peter's on this train, too.
Peter?
Now, Mary, if you make any attempt to hold your husband, you're making the mistake of your life. Now, let him go. Sign those papers and get him out of your beautiful hair. You're young. You've got a right to love and marriage. With me, of course.
Mary,
Oh, hello, Peter.
What were you two talking about?
Each other.
Jack, old boy, would you mind if I had a word alone with my wife?
Remember what I told you, Mary. Make everybody happy.
You know, I think he's fond of you in his bungling way. Good catch.
I'll unpack if you don't mind.
You're back in uniform, I see.
I hate traveling in a low-cut evening gown, don't you?
Counselor?
Sorry, I
I'd
had
like-
to leave New York in such a hurry. A new assignment. Advising
Well-
Wax at the Fort Sheridan Separation Center in the art of being happily married.
Well,
I'm making a stopover in Detroit. Perhaps you'd like to join
Well,
me
look,
there.
I'm getting off at Harmon. And all I want for you to
There
do
seem
is
to
sign...
be so many misunderstandings these days.
Mary,
Marriages break up for no tangible reason.
Yeah, now, Mary, would
I'm
you...
just wondering if too many married couples give up too easily without giving their marriage every possible chance to survive. And in my work at Fort Sheridan, I'm going to stress the fact that out of every marriage in the United States...
Hello, Violet. Look, honey, I haven't got much time. I'm phoning from the station in Harmon. In Harmon? Yes. I'm on the train bound for Chicago. Well, I'm trying to get this consent signed. No, I haven't yet. Oh, sure, I'll get her to sign before we get to Poughkeepsie, for sure. Oh, yeah, I gotta go. My train's pulling out. Yes. Yes, I will. Come on. Hello, Violet. I'm in Poughkeepsie. No, Violet, not yet, but, well, look, I can't help it. Things keep on happening. People keep on interrupting, and then my fountain pen doesn't write, and when I try to borrow a fountain pen...
Peter!
Go away, Jack, will you? That was Jack, darling.
Pietro!
Violet, look. Violet. Violet, are you there? Come in, New York. Come in, New York.
Pedro, my friend.
No, she hung up on me.
Also, your train has departed.
Gone?
If you're more comfortable with monosyllables, gone, yeah.
Oh, doesn't matter, Jack. I can see now. Mary will never give me that divorce while she's in uniform.
Yes, she will, or I'll die trying. Now, look. Mary's stopover in Detroit gives us a chance to get back to LaGuardia and beat her to Chicago by plane.
And what does that get us? The Bendix Trophy?
You could persuade Mary to sign that consent if you'd only use your head. Now, stop taking her to dinner. Stop calling her darling and consular. Up to now, you've been turning on the charm like a cover boy, so the more you're around, the more she wants you around.
Oh, so what do I do? Poke her with sharp sticks?
Well, there must be some certain type of man she can't stand. If you're as repulsive to her as I'm sure you are at heart, she'll drop you like a hot brick.
You know, that might work at that.
Sure it will. Get repulsive. You can do it. Pour it on.
Pour it on.
Yeah, pour it on.
It's wonderful of you to help me like this, Jack. So unselfish. Like a bat borrowing blood.
Poor Mary, she'll hate you in Chicago, thanks to little Jackie.
Yeah. Peter Morley, the louse that Jack built.
The Hollywood Screen Directors are presenting Suddenly It's Spring, starring Fred McMurray with Virginia Gregg and Frank Lovejoy, and introducing the director of the film, Mitchell Lyson.
There's Mary now, Peter, surrounded by newspapermen and that whack major. Here's your cigar.
Oh, thanks.
Now hold it.
Now?
No, hold it.
All right. Send me in, Coach. I'm fresh as a daisy.
Now, don't forget, blow cigar smoke in everybody's face.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah, ready.
Be beastly.
Right.
Let's go.
Yee-hoo! Mary! Hey, Mary, look who! Superman, remember?
Peter, for heaven's sake.
Welcome to Chicago, hog butcher of the world, baby. Come on, give me a great big smacker, huh?
Peter. Please, Peter.
How do you like her, folks? The little woman. All we had in the Pacific was coconuts.
Captain Morley, what is the meaning of this?
It's all right, Major Cheever. This is my husband, Peter
Mr. Morley,
Morley.
Mr. Mary Morley to you guys and gals. Mr. Mary Morley, attorney at law. My card, folks. Here, boy, take the card. Here. If you ever get in a jam, look me up, folks. Take the card. Here,
Major
bud.
Cheever, reporters, photographers.
How are you, Mage? Knock those chips off your shoulder, eh, Mage? Well. Come on, little woman. We got matters to attend to. Long time no see, except the coral sea. Some joke,
Really, Captain Morley, we must get back to Fort Sheridan.
Yes, Major Cheever.
Oh, ixnay, Major. I've got reservations at a hotel. Can't you give the little gal a break?
Well...
That's the girl, Major. Now, how about a great big...
No! And stop blowing smoke in my face. It makes my eyes water.
Major eyes water. Major... That's another joke. I got another joke. Oh, man, Major eyes water. Hey, you know, Major... That reminds me of the story. I don't know what I can tell it. That reminds me of the story about the gopher and the kangaroo.
Really? Mr. Morley?
Oh, is there such a story?
We'd better go now, dear.
I understand everything, Captain. Goodbye, Mr. Morley.
Goodbye, Major Eyeswater. And now behold the bridal suite. Love seats drenched with costly perfumes from
That'll be
Zanzibar.
enough, Peter.
Lamps shedding filtered moonlight.
May I congratulate you on your splendid performance?
Well, anything to help the little woman in her career.
You mean anything to get that divorce consent. You've made me an object of ridicule to the press and my fellow officers. Object of pity, married to a goon.
Senior grade.
Logic tells me to sign and hand over that consent. But I'm not going to do it.
You're not?
Not just yet. You can cool your heels in the living room until I've settled the problem. In my own way.
But, Counselor...
Good night. Peter, answer the telephone. It's right beside you.
The phone? Hello? Oh, Violet. You're down in the lobby. What are you doing down in the lobby? How did you know we were... Oh, Jack told you, huh? No, don't come up yet. I am not. I just loosened my tie a little, that's all.
Peter.
Now, wait a minute, Violet.
Please have a call back in a minute. I'd like to talk to you.
Yeah. Call back in a minute, will you, Violet? I'll be free to talk then.
Come in here.
I dasn't. You come in here.
All right. I'll come to you. I don't have commitments elsewhere. You want your freedom very much, don't you?
Well, don't you think it'll be best all around?
Well, I hate to see the person I think you are going to pieces before my eyes, just for the sake of my signature on a piece of paper. I don't like to see you lose your dignity like that. It's partially my fault. I suppose I should let you go without a fight, except that I found out I'd never fallen out of love with you. It's all over now.
Being in love still?
Fighting to hold on to you. If you really want to go, here's the divorce consent all signed. That is, if you really want to go. Peter?
Yes? Yes, Violet. Yes, it's all signed. I'm coming right down. There. That's ready to go when the truck men come.
Everything of yours packed up, Peter?
Yeah, I'm all set.
You're not taking much, but it leaves the apartment looking awfully empty somehow.
Yeah. Counselor,
Yes.
I
Peter?
wish you'd get the divorce. I feel so silly going to Reno.
It's what you men always wanted, equal rights with women. Are you going to pose for the papers with your legs crossed, Peter?
Are you going to marry Jack Lindsay?
He loves me. He is a good catch.
Hello. Oh, hello, Vi.
For once, I'd like it to be someone selling subscriptions.
Well, yeah, Violet, everything's all packed in 2 neat little cases ready to go. Yeah, but Violet, all I need is my clothes. Mary's entitled to most of the furniture and the piano and things. After all, she's a woman. Oh, sure, Vi, you're a woman, too, obviously, but... No, Violet, you won't have to stand up during our first year of marriage. I'll buy new furniture. All right, yes, I'll talk to her. Mary.
Who keeps that woman in nickels? You?
Mary, Violet seems to think I should have asked for more in the settlement.
She's getting you, Peter. What more does she want? However, you forgot the things in the closet which weren't discussed and which are yours for the taking.
Stuff in what closet? I mean, what stuff in the closet?
Over here. Forgotten trifles of the Morley marriage, the remnants of a love that was young and brave, if I may grow so chintzy. This platter up here. Remember?
Well, what do you know? Sure, I remember. We saved our first client from going to jail, and he paid us off in this rare bit of china.
What if the man was charged with robbing a china shop? We proved he was innocent to the jury. But we'd never talk about it to ourselves, would we?
I wanted to throw the darn platter away to begin with.
Why didn't you say so?
Why didn't you?
Well, do it now, why don't you?
Roger. I feel better already.
And then this music box. I got you that for our first anniversary, remember?
Oh, yeah.
It played music and you could keep cigarettes in it.
What'll they think of next? Flying machines, I bet.
I gave up a permanent for this little box and you broke it.
Well, I didn't mean to break it. I was just clowning around with it, remember? Dancing around with it and singing. Why is my heart dancing? Imagine. Sing.
Peter, get off of my sofa. Peter! Peter. Oh, Peter, are you hurt?
Bring out the chain and measure. I'm sure we made a first down.
Well, what else in the closet? Oh.
What?
This. It's hurt us more than anything else.
Oh.
You bought me this layette. It was so sweet. You're doing it. Usually it's the woman who...
Oh, it would have been nice to have a baby, but...
You wanted it so much.
Oh, well.
I'm sorry, Peter.
I know. But instead of going into your shell and trying to lose yourself in your work, you could have given me a chance to prove it didn't matter.
It mattered, all right.
Yeah, but we could have talked it over. We could have adopted a baby, or maybe a couple of them.
Isn't it strange, Peter? Everything we've taken out of this closet proves that there'd have been no misunderstandings in our marriage if we'd been honest with each other. Even this music box. I wanted to have it fixed, but you claimed you hated the tune.
Hated it? I liked it.
But that broken box got to be such an issue you wouldn't admit it.
People are children, you know. Well, you keep the music box.
Oh, no. No, you keep it.
Yeah, but I bought it for you.
No, I want you to have it.
Here, take it.
I wouldn't think of it.
Take it.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Peter.
Hey.
You fixed it. Listen.
We fixed it.
All it needed was a shaking up, just like people. Oh, Peter, isn't it sweet? It's like it used to be. And to think it's been in that dark closet all these years when all it needed was to be shaken up.
Hello. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Yes, Violet. Violet, listen. Listen, before you go on, there's something I've wanted to tell you for a long time. Violet. Get lost!
Here! That was the loveliest thing I've ever heard you say. My wonderful good man.
Senior grade.
Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater dims the lights and loads its guns with laughter to bring you The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope. And now, here again are Fred McMurray and Virginia Gregg and screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Virginia, you know what I like about radio?
No, what's that, Fred?
Well, Uncle Mitch here can't talk me into breaking my neck doing trick falls. We've made 9 pictures together, and believe me, working for Mitch isn't acting.
Well, what do you call it?
Assault and battery. Virginia's gotten so that when I do a picture with Mitch, the studio automatically sends me 3 bottles of liniment with the script.
Why, Uncle Fred, if the script calls for a fall, I'd just like a little realism.
Oh, sure, realism. You know how you can tell a Mitchell Lyson actor, Virginia?
By his behavior on the screen?
By the lumps on his head.
You have to make allowances for Fred, Virginia. Look at him, the poor, frail little creature.
Mitch is the only director in Hollywood who likes to see a man fall down on the job.
Is he really that tough, Fred?
Well, confidentially, Virginia, I wouldn't want him to hear this, but he's the fellow who taught me the picture business, sort of. There's not a finer director in Hollywood, nor a finer guy.
What are you two mumbling about?
No, we're just talking. You wouldn't understand. Good night, Mitch. Good night, Virginia. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And good night to you, Fred McMurray, Virginia Gregg, and Mitchell Lyson. Suddenly It's Spring was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Fred McMurray can currently be seen with Madeline Carroll in Don't Trust Your Husband, a James Nasser production. Mitchell Lyson's next Paramount release will be Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Included in tonight's cast were Frank Lovejoy, Hal Gerard, Margaret Brayton, and Dan Riss. Suddenly It's Spring was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Ghost Breakers. Director, George Marshall. Star, Bob Hope.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Ghost Breakers. Director, George Marshall. Star, Bob Hope.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy of terrors, The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope in his original role, and introducing the director of the film, George Marshall. Our guest screen director tonight might be said to have some small knowledge of motion pictures. He's been an extra, stuntman, prop boy, actor, film editor, cameraman, and assistant director. And 34 years ago, he launched his brilliant career as a director of some 385 films. We proudly present the president of the Screen Directors Guild and the director of such fine entertainment as Taproots, The Perils of Pauline, Destry Rides Again, and tonight's story, The Ghostbreakers. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. George Marshall.
Thank you very much. When we made The Ghostbreakers, the set bore a pretty close resemblance to a case of galloping nightmares. Included in our Chamber of Horrors were such things as ghosts, bats, zombies, witches, and Bob Hope. Which you can imagine is probably one of the screwiest parlays on record. And here's the result. And on the air for the first time, The Ghostbreakers, starring Bob Hope as Larry Lawrence and Shirley Mitchell as Mary Carter.
If ever a name struck terror into the heart of the underworld, it's the name of Larry Lawrence, intrepid radio reporter and crime buster. Yet only his closest friends know that behind his simple, vacant, foolish smile hides the real Larry Lawrence, simple, vacant, and foolish. We find him now in his office preparing a last thrill-loaded broadcast before leaving on his vacation.
Oh, so you clam up on Larry Lawrence, huh? Come on, open up. Open up, I say, or I'll drill a hole clear through you. Okay, you asked for it. Take this. And this. And this.
Is there something wrong, Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah, I can't get this window open.
Here, let me try.
It's no use, Miss Coles. It's stuck. I'm a strong man, but...
There you are.
Miss Coles, I thought I warned you about weightlifting on office hours.
There's a Miss Mary Carter to see you, Mr. Lawrence.
Miss Carter? Is she a redhead, or are you wasting my time? You know, I'm due on the air in 15 minutes, and I'm waiting for Raspy Kelly.
Well, she says it's very important, Mr. Lawrence. And she's a blonde.
Oh, then put her in category 7B. I'll see her when I get back from my vacation. And tell her to leave her telephone number and waist measurement.
Mr. Lawrence, please. Please, I'm Mary Carter.
I'm sorry, miss, but I'm working on my secret invention.
A real invention?
Yep, it's a bottle preparation for women who want to get their face lifted.
How does it work?
I mix nitroglycerin with cold cream. That just goes to show how tough a woman has to be when she deals with Larry Lawrence.
Oh, then you're really Larry Lawrence, the brave, strong, dashing Larry Lawrence I've always heard about.
Well, what are you waiting for, Miss Coles? Go somewhere and flex your muscles. And tell me when Raspy Kelly comes in.
Yes, Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence, I need your help.
Ah, yes, don't you all? Poor girl. But I'm dated up for the next month, perhaps someday in May around apple blossom time.
You don't understand. Mr. Lawrence, you're famous as a crime breaker and gang breaker.
And there was that wonderful week in Duluth when I was a home breaker.
Now I want to purchase your services. I want you to become a ghost breaker.
Ghost breaker? I'm sorry, but the only spirits I mess around with come equipped with olives, not shrouds.
I'm serious, Mr. Lawrence. I've inherited an island off the coast of Cuba, Black Island, and there's a castle on it called Castillo Maldito.
Oh, sure, I've heard of that. Isn't that where Cugat raises little maracas? Now, Miss Carter, you're not going to tell me that castle is haunted.
Well, this afternoon, the deed was turned over to me by a Senor Parada. He told me that no one who ever eats dinner in the castle ever lives until breakfast.
You mean there's no post-toasties because of the ghosties?
Yes. Yes, there is a ghost. Senor Parada says it's the ghost of Don Santiago, my great-great-grandfather. That's why I'm afraid, Mr. Lawrence. Now, if you'll come with me to Castillo Maldito, I'll see that your time is well paid for.
Yeah, but why let a few ghost rumors frighten you? After all, what's a ghost? Just a Ku Klux that's lost his clan. What do you need me for?
Here, I received this card in the mail today.
Let's see. Death waits for you at Black Island. Well, here's your card, Miss Carter. Thank you and good night.
You mean you're afraid? You, Larry Lawrence?
Afraid? Me? Listen, I'm one of the bravest gumshoes in the business.
Well, you're acting like a child.
Okay, so I'm one of the bravest bubblegum shoes in the business. It's just that I don't like spirits that send fan mail, and besides, tomorrow I'll be in the mountains, so take your ghost postage to somebody else. Ah, that mountain there, that's the life. You go to the window at 6 o'clock in the morning, open it, climb in, and go to bed.
Mr. Kelly is here, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, fine, I'll see him right away. Miss Carter, if you want an expert in things that go boo, 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 I've got a friend named Crosby. Why don't you see him?
No one else will do, Mr. Lawrence. I'm sailing for Cuba tonight on the Rexitania. If you change your mind, I'll be waiting for you in my stateroom.
Hiya, Larry. What do you say?
Well, hello, Raspy. Say, you sound better. Did you get the frog in your throat a fresh lily pad?
I got another Frenchie Duval story for you. It's a killer. Oh.
Yeah, and so is Frenchie Duval. Say, does he know you're giving me these stories?
Sure, he loves it. Good publicity.
I know. I plug him or he plugs me. What have you got?
Frenchie has himself a new racket. Here's how it works.
And now, folks, here's a last-minute scoop. Frenchie Duval has a nice new racket, Baby Laundries. You know the kind I mean, with a slogan. This is the little one's laundromat. Frenchie discovered that there were about 2,000 of them in the state all making money. Without even telling his closest pals, he moved in and three-cornered the market. And so today, Frenchie is really cleaning up the hard way. This is Larry Lawrence saying good night.
Larry Lawrence will return to the air 2 weeks from tonight with more lowdown on the underworld. Now, a word about Cronin's coffee.
Well, that's that. One more week on the air without a rest, and I'd begin to look like Bob Hope.
Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, hello, Miss Cole. Did you hear the broadcast? Wasn't I great? Wasn't I terrific?
Frenchie Duval is on the phone.
Wasn't I just leaving? Wonder if he's sore. Courage, Camille. Hello, Frenchie. What's new?
Got a tip for you, Larry boy.
Shoot. I had to open my big mouth. What was that?
That was Raspy Kelly saying goodbye.
Raspy Kelly? But you're not mad at me, are you, Frenchie?
Oh, no. I told you I got a tip for you. Here, get this. A Satan radio reporter was found in a ditch riddled with bullets.
Yeah? When did it happen?
Probably tomorrow.
Wow, that's what I call hot news. Tell me, hey, Frenchie. Oh, not me, not little old Larry.
I'm going to put somebody on the spot, boy.
Miss Coles, hand me that bottle of spot remover.
Hey, Lawrence, I'm taking care of myself, personally.
Oh, Frenchie. Frenchie boy, speak to me. Hello, Mort. Come to think of it, hello, mortician. Why did I bother paying this year's income tax?
Where are you going?
Cuba. Miss Coles, when it comes to ghosts, I'd rather see one than be one.
Oh, Larry, I'm so glad you decided to come.
Some stateroom you got on the ship. You ought to see mine. It's so far down I can use the propeller to whip up my shaving cream. Say, did you see President Truman in swimming when we passed Key West?
No, which one was he?
The one in evening clothes.
Yes?
Radiogram for you, miss. And there's one for Mr. Lawrence, too.
Oh, thank you, Stuart.
Well, who'd know I was aboard?
Oh, here's your telegram.
Well, isn't that nice? Mine must be from the Cuban Chamber of Commerce.
What does it say?
See Cuba and die. Hey, wait a minute. It's signed Frenchie Duval. Stop the ship. Man overboard. Stop the ship. Guzzle the mainsail. Box the cutlass.
Larry, please.
What?
Larry, look at my telegram.
What are you excited about? It just says, an empty coffin waits on Black Island. Gee, does Pierce Brothers know about this? You think we should make the one friendly call that covers all?
Larry, I'm scared.
And it's signed, Senor Mertus.
Muerte. In Spanish, that means death.
I know his brother, Rigor Mortis. You poor kid, you really are in trouble, aren't you?
I'd be in a lot more trouble without you to help me.
Yeah, I'm brave. Two-gun Larry Lawrence. When I find out who's threatening you, I'll break him in two and use half in the castle and half in the bathroom. Sure, that's me. Courage on the loose. Only it isn't so.
What do you mean, Larry?
I'm running away from myself, from some gangsters in New York.
Oh, I didn't know.
Look, Mary, we're both in trouble. Let's play it together, huh? You stick by me, and I'll stick by me, too. Seriously, Mary, You know, you're beautiful.
I'm frightened.
Hello?
Hello? This is Senor Parada.
Mary, it's Parada, the guy you were telling me about.
Who is this speaking?
Never mind about me. What's the idea of scaring Miss Carter with all that ghost stuff?
Ghost? I'm sorry, but I must have the wrong stateroom.
Hello, Senor Parada.
Parada? Well, that's strange. I wonder why he's on board.
Yes?
Oh, I noticed Miss Carter's name on the passenger list. Is she here?
Why, yes, I'm Miss Carter. Who are you? Why, you're...
That's right, Jeff Montgomery. May I come in?
Oh, please do.
We met at the Store Club a few weeks ago.
Yes, of course. Mr. Montgomery, this is Mr. Lawrence.
You traveling to Cuba, Mr. Montgomery?
Yes, my home's in Havana.
Oh, we're going to Havana, too. And then on to Castillo Maldito on Black Island.
Say, I'd heard that jinx was wished off on... Not you.
Yeah, we won 2 glorious weeks there on Ladies Be Seated.
Carter, that place is evil. There's the legends about the ghosts, and there's said to be a zombie on the island, the son of the native woman who looks after the place.
Zombie?
Yes. Some voodoo priests seem to have the power to bring the dead back to life. You see them once in a while walking around with despondent, hopeless, staring eyes.
You mean like Republicans?
Please be careful, Miss Carter. If you insist on going to Black Island, be sure you go well protected.
Well, what do I look like, an egg beater? There's nothing on that island but ghosts, evil spirits, and zombies. Ghosts, evil spirits, and zombies. When's the next boat back to New York?
But what about Frenchie Duval?
Him? He's just trying to kill me, that's all. Between Black Island and Frenchie Duval, I'll take...
Yes, Larry.
I'll take...
Darling.
Black Island, here I come.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Ghost Breakers, starring Bob Hope with Shirley Mitchell, and introducing the director of the film, George Marshall. Black Island, its silhouette broken by the menacing outline of Castillo Maldito against the night sky. And approaching the island, a small rowboat carrying Larry Lawrence and Mary Carter.
Boy, no wonder the native boatmen won't come here at night. Look at the place. What a ruin. Looks like CBS pulled a raid on it.
Just a few more strokes, Larry. We're almost there.
I've been hauling on these oars so long that my blisters are forming pyramid clubs.
Here's the dock.
Here. Let me help you out.
Oh, thank you. There.
There. Lafayette, we are here. I think Lafayette's here, too.
It's probably the old woman caretaker that Jeff told us about. She may be just trying to scare us.
She's wasting her time. We're scared already. Uh-oh. There she is, Mother Zombie.
The moon has risen. My son is walking. The zombie walks.
Taxi strike, huh?
Go away. Go away or zombie get you. What you want?
Could we interest you in a subscription to Weird Stories magazine?
This is my island now. I've inherited the Castle Maldito.
No, my island.
Sounds like Marilyn Monroe's mother. Gee, great night for a murder.
Who told you?
Oh, I just... Huh? I thought I was going to get the laugh, you know?
other men?
What?
One man come in big plane. Other men come in boats. 2 boats.
Tell me, does the Greyhound bus make a rest stop here?
You go. Go. I get zombie.
Give my regards to Boris Karloff. Come on, let's get into the castle. Hand me the flashlight, Mary. There.
Oh, golly, what a place. I wonder who lived here last.
Must have been Jolson. The front porch is down on his knees.
Larry, look over there. Turn your flashlight to the left.
A suitcase.
It's almost new. One of the people who came to the island must have left it here.
Let's see the initials. FD.
Frenchie Duval.
Frenchie, come on, let's get out of here.
Lawrence, stop, I'll shoot.
There he is.
Put out the light.
Okay, here, behind this post.
Thought you'd get away from Frenchie Duval, did you? Where are you, Lawrence? Come out.
I'm not here, I'm over there. Let's go. Here, in this room. Well, now we know who one of our guests was. What about the other two, huh?
Yes.
I don't know, but I think I could spit and hit one of them.
Oh, it's just the wind.
If it is, it's the first time I ever heard a breeze with adenoids.
You strangers. I kill strangers.
Oh, Larry, it's the zombie. It's the living dead. I never saw anything like it.
You never played Philadelphia.
Strangers, die.
Hey, strangers, that's us.
Zombie, kill.
Sorry, but I gotta see your union card.
Oh, Larry, you stunned him with your flashlight.
Help me drag him into the closet.
Okay. And you told me you were a coward.
Yeah, what do you know? I'm brave. Hey, Zom. Everything okay?
Te voy a matar, canalla, sinvergüenza.
What did he say?
He said with men who know their castles best, it's zombies, 2-1. Come on, let's see what else is going on in Nightmare Alley. If this is a short interlude of organ music, let's switch to another station.
Come on, Larry. Let's find out who's playing that organ. The organ. There it is.
Yeah, and those things around it are either coffins or boxes of king-size Cuban cigars. Nobody here now. Wonder who was playing it.
By itself. I don't like it.
Petrillo won't like it either. Maybe somebody put a nickel in it.
There's no one there.
Why, that's ridiculous. Only a ghost could do that, and there's no such thing. If there really are ghosts, I'd lose my mind. I'd end up in the snake pit. Move over, Olivia. Hey, do you see what I see?
On the organ bench, it's coming out of thin air.
Too many reducing tablets.
Larry, it's a ghost.
Man, marching man, wind the key and marching man.
Maybe they're drafting again. What's he talking about?
I don't know. Ask him.
You ask him. I feel too ghastly to be ghostly.
Marching man, the key is marching men.
Look, it's getting up.
And floating toward that empty coffin.
It's getting in.
Gee, that ghost gave some performance.
Yeah? Well, wait till you see me in Hamlet.
Come on. I'm going to find out what's really in that box.
Look, on the side, there's a plate. Why, it's the coffin of Don Santiago, my ancestor who built the castle.
Let's get the lid up.
Larry, there's nothing but a skeleton.
Yeah, old man Mose sure is dead.
Larry, I think he was trying to tell me something. Something about the marching men. He wants me to look for something.
Look, if he forgot anything when he left, there's no sense looking for it now. Let's go. Don't forget that Frenchie Duval is looking for us, and there's 2 other characters around somewhere.
Larry, turn your flashlight over there, above the organ. Isn't that an inscription?
Can you make it out?
I think, yes, let me see. God's treasures in abundance lie, something heavenly key before they die.
There's more to this than meets the eye.
The ghost, it said something about a key, Larry.
How can we look for a key? We haven't even got a keyhole.
Well, keys could mean music.
Look, let's keep moving around. If we stay in one spot, we're dead. Dead. I wonder who thought up that expression.
The marching men must have something to do with it.
We'll ask him on the 4th of July. Come on.
Larry, there, on the wall. Aren't those marching men?
Those little figures carved into the stone?
Now, if I draw a horizontal line through this marching man, and one parallel to it through this one, and another one, and 2 more...
This is a fine time to start playing tic-tac-toe.
No, don't you see? It becomes a bar of music. That's what the ghost was trying to tell us. The key is a chord on this organ.
Mary, keep playing. Look, down Santiago's coffin. It's shifting off its base, and I don't feel so good myself. Keep playing. Higher, higher. That's enough. Look.
It's a secret opening.
Yeah.
With a flight of stairs.
There's nothing down there but some dusty old dungeons. Let Jack Benny keep his money. Come on.
Larry, you go first.
Okay. But remember, I'm leadoff man on the way back. Say, there's a lantern down here.
Yes, and railroad tracks, like in a mine.
Yeah, railroad tracks. It reminds me of my hotel room in Scranton. Come on, keep going.
Look out, you'll trip over that rail. Oh, did you hurt yourself? What did you land on?
This is a comedy. What do you think? Mary, look at this.
What is it?
I've seen this stuff before. Silver ore, the real thing. Mary, you're rich.
Congratulations, Miss Carter.
Senor Parada.
So you're Parada. What's the gun for?
You can't get away with it. I'll shoot.
Now listen, Parada.
No, not you. Behind you. Look out!
Larry, it's Jeff. Jeff Montgomery.
Yes, it's Jeff. It's too bad I had to wound you, Parada, but you'll soon be put out of your misery.
Miss Carter, I came here to warn you. He's mad. Insane.
Against the wall. All 3 of you. I warned you, Mary, but you chose to ignore my messages.
What's this all about?
About a vein of silver as wide as the island. I discovered it, and it's mine. You hear? This mine is mine, and what's mine stays mine.
Thank you, Gertrude Stein. Okay, so it's yours, but let Mary go.
No! Nobody's going to carry any tales out of here.
All right, come on out of there. I got you bottled up. Come on.
Who's that?
Frenchie Duval. It's the police. They've got you trapped, Montgomery.
They'll never get me. Not now. This is mine. They'll have to shoot it out.
You tell them, kid.
Get through. Finish.
Never. Never!
Oh, Larry, they've killed each other. Frenchie and Jeff.
I'll match you to see who faints first.
Oh, Larry.
Move over. Stop hogging the floor.
Well, we're on our way, Larry.
And a fond farewell to Cuba. We'll leave your castle to Mother Zombie and her bouncing baby boy.
Yes, and with Parada taking care of the mine, we'll never have to come back. And now that I'm rich, I'm going to back you in a television show.
Yeah, after all those ghosts, it'd be nice to try out a new medium.
Oh, what in the world will we do with $100 million?
What, honey?
What will we do with $100 million?
Well, we can always open another hotel in Texas. Get Dorothy Lamour to broadcast.
Larry, I still don't understand about the ghost. It must have been real.
No, honey, it was just one of Montgomery's tricks. There's no such things as ghosts. Why didn't we have her sit in the audience?
Next week, the NBC Theater brings you a motion picture romance set against the background of memorable music. The story is Music for Millions, and our star will be June Allison. And now here again is tonight's star, Bob Hope, and screen director George Marshall.
Tell me, Georgie boy, you used to be a fast man with a set of golf clubs. Do you still linger on the links?
Sorry, Bob, I don't have time to give lessons. Why don't you buy a good book on the game?
Buy one? I wrote one last week in my life's blood on the 6th hole at Palm Springs. There I was, see, George, a 4-iron shot from the green. I was standing like
You're
this.
standing wrong.
Get this, kid, always a director. I'm standing wrong. Who taught you how to play golf, Bobby Jones?
That's right, he did. Who taught you?
Some little Scotch caddy called Crosby. But I don't play with him anymore.
Why not?
Why not? Would you play with a fellow who puts grease on your putter, cheats on his scorecard by making his nines upside down, builds a furrow on the green with an electric shaver so that the ball has to roll into the cup?
No.
Well, neither will he.
Good night, Bob. Thanks a lot. Good night, folks.
Good night, Bob Hope and George Marshall. The Ghostbreakers was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, currently releasing Alias Nick Beale, starring Ray Milland, Audrey Totter, and Thomas Mitchell. Bob Hope will soon be seen in the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones with Lucille Ball and Mary Jane Saunders. George Marshall's next Paramount release will be My Friend Irma, starring John Lund, Marie Wilson, and Diana Lynn, and NBC's own Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. Included in tonight's cast were Shirley Mitchell, Donald Morrison, Sheldon Leonard, Jack Edwards, June Foray, Ken Christie, Betty Moran, and Dan Riss. The Ghostbreakers was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Music for Millions, Director, Henry Coster, Star, June Allison.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, Music for Millions, Director, Henry Coster, Star, June Allison.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present the words and music of a human symphony, Music for Millions, starring June Allison in her original role and introducing the director of the film, Henry Coster. Tonight's guest screen director once said that Adolf Hitler handed him a motion picture education by chasing him in and out of virtually every studio in Europe. Along the way, he acquired the wealth of experience which he later brought to the American screen, along with the imaginative style of directing So well exemplified in such pictures as 100 Men and a Girl, It Started with Eve, The Bishop's Wife, and the soon-to-be-released films Happy Times and Come to the Stable. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of Music for Millions, Mr. Henry Koster.
Thank you. Thank you. For two reasons, I'm most glad to be here. The first, well, it is always a thrill for a director to hear his picture translated into another medium, into radio. But the second, that is the important reason. You see, I'm a June Allison fan. For me, she is a new force in motion pictures, fresh, vital, spontaneous. But more than that, she is a highly talented actress. So now, with you, I settle back to enjoy June Allison's performance as Barbara Ainsworth in Music for Millions.
We switch you now to Symphony Hall in Manhattan. The next voice you hear will be that of NBC's distinguished music commentator, Laverne Shelby. Go ahead, Laverne Shelby at Symphony Hall.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Laverne Shelby. In just a moment, we are going to hear this splendid orchestra in another of its popular Music for Millions programs. And the first selection is to be the always enchanting overture to Mozart's Marriage of Figaro. And because so many men are at war, our orchestra tonight is largely composed of women. There's Marie Oliphant, clarinet, Rosalind Dresser, oboe, Barbara Ainsworth, string bass. Ah, yes, I see Maestro Nikolai Stepner has just taken the rostrum to conduct the orchestra in Mozart's celebrated overture to Marriage of Figaro. Ladies and gentlemen, this is most unusual. Barbara Ainsworth's string bass has stopped playing her enormous violin. She is running toward the wings. Why, a little girl is running out to meet her. They're embracing on the stage. Oh, yes, the audience loves it. They're applauding. And now Barbara and the little girl seem to be aware of their surroundings, and they're running off into the wings, hand in hand. I'll try to find out what that charming little drama was all about and tell you later. But now back to our stage and to our music.
Mike, baby, oh, it's so wonderful to see you again. Gosh, I'm so excited.
Golly, sis, I'm excited, too. I didn't mean to go out on the stage.
Oh, where on earth did you come from, Mike?
Grand Central Station. Haven't you gotten fat, sis?
Oh, no, dear. Why didn't someone say you were coming to New York?
Aunt Kate wrote you a letter. Haven't you put on weight?
I never got a letter.
Your dress looks kind of tight to me.
Look, Monkey, I've got to go out there and play, but you wait right here, and when the concert is over, we'll go to our apartment and have a celebration with Roz and Marie.
That's very nice. May I eat more pickles than usual?
Speak up. Who'll have more coffee? Corned beef? Roz?
Not me, Barbara. I'm stuffed. You look very natural, though, Roz.
May I have more beans, please? I'm wide awake.
Well, I'm not wide awake. Little Marie here has a date with the Sandman. I'll bet even he stands me up. I'll join you, Marie, but first let's help Barbara and Mike put the folding bed down, huh?
Oh, I can manage. You run off to bed.
Oh, no, you don't, baby. Not in your interesting condition. Marie? I know. The dawn is breaking. Some joke.
Really, Roz, I can handle the bed. Or Uncle Ferdinand can put it down for us when he comes in.
Assuming that he's a free man and reasonably sober.
Oh, cut it out, Roz. My Uncle Ferdinand is a very good little egg.
A bit scrambled, you'll admit, Marie.
Listen, my Uncle Ferdinand is nice people. Now, you just lay off the jet.
All right, Marie. Let's go to bed, huh? Night, kids.
Night.
Good night.
Don't be bitter, Marie, my girl. They'll be sending you to the troops to substitute for quinine.
Mm-hmm. Good night.
Gee, Marie and Roz, they're nice.
They're wonderful.
Babs, I'm worried about Joe.
You're worried about Joe?
He never sent me that Japanese sword he promised me.
Oh, well, Joe is very busy now. Everybody in the Army is busy these days.
He's changed toward me since you married him, you know.
Well, I'll get after him in my letter tomorrow.
Do you write him every day?
Every day.
Does he write you every day?
Goodness, no.
Every week?
No.
Every month?
Well, I haven't heard from Joe in a long time.
Don't worry, Babs. I've been praying for him.
You have?
To St. Christopher.
Thank you, Mike.
You look kind of tired to me.
Well, standing up with that big fiddle for hours gets me down sometimes. We'd better get at these dishes and then get some sleep.
Hello, girls.
Well, hello, Uncle Ferdinand.
Just had a very rewarding chat with the police down at headquarters regarding my most recent rap. They say... well, who have we here?
Uncle Ferdinand, this is my little sister, Mike, from Connecticut.
Connecticut, eh?
Yes, sir.
She's going to spend the summer with us.
I shall be ever grateful to that gallant state of Connecticut for the rousing stand our farmers made at Concord in 76. Or was it Lexington in 58?
I believe Concord is in Massachusetts.
And what do you play, little one? The tuba?
I whistle.
I had a wonderful whistle once, but it withered for lack of proper moisture. A whistle, to retain its beauty and roundness, must be oiled and... good night, ladies. A fond good night.
Good night, Uncle Ferdinand. He's kind of mixed up.
He's very tired, dear. We all love him very much.
I like him, too.
Well, now suppose we gather up these dishes and get going, hmm?
Oh, you forgot to get him to put down the bed.
Oh, I know, but I can manage perfectly well.
Babs! Marie! Rosalind! Babs fainted! Something's the matter with Babs! Is she all right, Doctor? Is my sister all right?
Why, there's nothing really the matter with your sister.
She fainted, didn't she?
Can you keep a secret?
I'll try.
Well, you're going to be an aunt.
Me?
Your big sister is going to have a baby.
A baby?
You won't tell anyone,
Not even Babs?
but no one else.
Is it going to be a boy or a girl?
Why don't we just wait and see? Well, you can go into her now. I'll talk to the other two ladies.
They're in the kitchen being upset.
Thank you.
Barbara.
Come in, Monkey, and don't look so serious.
Babs.
I'm perfectly all right.
Do you feel strong enough to keep a secret?
What size secret?
You're going to have a baby.
No.
I thought you ought to know.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you for telling me.
I'm pretty excited, aren't you?
Oh, yes, very excited and very happy. Tell me, Mike, is it going to be a boy or a girl?
Why don't we just wait and see?
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, but this is Laverne Shelby breaking in. There are some remarkable shenanigans occurring on the stage. Just now, the same little girl who almost broke up last week's concert walked out on the stage and placed a high stool on the platform for Barbara Ainsworth, the bass violin player, to sit on. Well, if that's to be the little girl's job, she has her work cut out for her in the next 2 months because tonight the orchestra leaves on a tour of army camps in the East. Now I'll return you to the stage of Symphony Hall in the Grieg Piano Concerto, Konstantin Prokop at the keyboard.
Roz, are you decent? Come in. Come in, Marie. Well, what's the matter, Marie? Did we lose the war?
Roz, I just got a telegram.
Anything wrong?
It isn't for me. It's for Barbara. But with her Joe overseas and all, I took the telegram, said I was Mrs. Joe Ainsworth.
Is it Joe? The War Department regrets.
Oh, no.
We can't let her know, Roz. Not until after she's had the baby.
Oh, and we were going to go out tonight and celebrate at Florio's before hitting the road.
Can't let on to Barbara that anything's wrong.
Oh, what a rotten shame. Hurry up, Marie. Florio's. Florio, more spaghetti and meatballs.
I would like some more ice cream, please.
Spumoni for the bambino. Egad, but I'm a character.
Claire de Lune. Who asked him to play Claire de Lune? Oh, it's all right, Roz. Florio knows it was Joe's favorite tune when we came here before the war. Claire de Lune. Moonlight. I wonder, is he thinking of moonlight? Moonlight on 100 beaches scarred with wreckage. Moonlight on steel. On broken island paradises. On white crosses. Far from home. Oh, Joe. Joe, wherever you are. Can you hear Claire de Lune? Moonlight. Wherever you are, Joe. Wherever you are.
Babs, may I get in your berth with you?
Oh, yes, Monkey.
You're crying.
No, I have a cold.
You're crying.
There hasn't been a letter from Joe in months.
Maybe there'll be one next week.
Oh, there won't be a letter next week, or ever. Joe's never going to see his baby.
Oh, Babs, if you just pray hard, Joe will come back. He's sure to.
I used to know the Psalms almost by heart, but I haven't prayed ever since I was a little girl.
It's not what you know, it's who you know. I talked to St. Christopher, and he passes it along.
You're such a wise little person, Mike.
I know. And don't forget to say please.
No, I won't forget. Thank you, God.
Now go to sleep, huh?
I said, please.
That's fine.
Good night, Monkey. Good night, Joe.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of Music for Millions, starring June Allison and introducing the director of the film, Henry Coster.
This is Laverne Shelby, NBC music commentator on tour with the Manhattan Philharmonic. Now, it may be true that many of the soldiers hearing this great orchestra on tour are whistling at the girl musicians. But a lot more of them are whistling great music that they never thought they liked before.
What a day.
What a tour. Men, men, men.
I wish they wouldn't always play that at bedtime.
Yeah, always do.
Well, good night, Barbara.
Good night, Marie.
Babs, you're crying again.
Mike, go over to Marie's bed and see if you can find some tissues in her handbag. She always has some.
All right, Babs. She and her Silas.
Sinus, dear. Don't wake her up.
I won't.
Have you got the bag?
I have it. Oh!
Who was that? Hold her, I'll shoot or something.
Don't shoot, don't shoot.
Mike! Hey, what's the idea of nosing around in my handbag?
I just asked her to find some cleansing tissues for me.
Well, I like my privacy, and that goes for Mike or you or anyone else in this orchestra.
Well, all right. I'm sorry.
Gee, she didn't have to skin me alive.
It's all right, honey. It won't happen again, Marie.
No, forget it.
I didn't break anything or read old telegram. Gee whiz.
Telegram?
How could I anyhow? It's so dark.
Telegram?
Gee, Marie, I'll be glad when this tour's over. Let's go to the club car.
No, wait, Roz. I've been wanting to talk to you.
Well, what's the matter?
Mike blundered on that telegram from the War Department last night. I lost my head, and I've a hunch Barbara knows what the wire's all about.
How would she suspect?
Well, why should I blow my top over a little thing like the kids looking through my bag for some tissues?
Yeah.
She knows I had something on my conscience. But she mustn't know that Joe is dead until after the baby comes.
I'll buy that.
Yeah, but what'll we do?
Is your Uncle Ferdinand going to meet you at Grand Central tomorrow?
If he's not in the clink, why?
Well, where could we see him? In private.
Well, he has an office, which some coarse people call a saloon.
Tables for ladies?
I reckon.
I'll send him a telegram. Tell him to meet us there tomorrow. We can use his talents. I hope.
Uncle Ferdinand, we made this appointment with you because, well, we've got work for you.
What? Excuse me, girl.
Sit down, Uncle.
This is right up your alley.
I deplore the implication that I frequent alleys, even if I do.
I want you to study the handwriting in this letter.
Letter?
I took it out of a box of letters Barbara saves from Joe.
What for? What for?
We want you to forge a letter from Joe to Barbara, so she'll think he's alive.
Isn't he?
No, Uncle, he isn't.
Can do.
American know-how is winning this war, ain't it?
Oh, Uncle, I love you dearly.
I will have to work on it carefully and in solitude. It must be the mail.
See? Didn't I tell you my uncle was the most painstaking forger at large?
It will have the tang of the deep Pacific on it. It'll even be censored.
Mike, whatever on earth?
A letter, B-mail.
Oh, give it to me.
It's from Joe. Open it.
Yes. Oh.
Hey, what's all the shouting for? What's up?
B-mail.
Joe?
Marie, Roz, listen. Yeah. Joe was lost on an island for 4 months. He had to parachute from a plane, but he's safe and sound and so happy. Listen, I'm fine now. I lost a few pounds and had coconut poisoning, I think, but I'm in the pink now. I'm all brown from the sun and hard as nails. I've got an idea I'm even getting handsome. Gee, he sounds so gay. Doesn't he sound gay?
Yeah.
He was never like that, was he?
Well,
he used to be so quiet and serious.
I knew it'd be all right.
Oh, Mike, you were right, weren't you, about saying please?
That reminds me. I've got to thank somebody for something.
I'll go with you, Mike. Oh, excuse us, girls. We'll see you in church.
Well,
it worked.
We had to do it, Roz. poor little Mike and her St. Christopher.
Mike. Mikey.
Yes, Babs?
Please find Roz and Marie, will you? Tell them I'd like to go to the hospital now.
Hello? Oh, yes, Roz. Well, how is she now?
Is Roz calling from the hospital?
A boy? Oh, no kidding.
What else but kidding?
I'll be right over, Roz. Bye.
I'll go over to the hall and watch rehearsal.
No, you won't. You're coming to the hospital with me. I might need you for something. Hello, Barbara, kid.
Hi, Marie. Uncle Ferdinand.
Hello,
Doesn't she
girl.
look fine?
Did the nurse tell you about Joe?
Joe? No, what?
I mean the baby, Joe.
Oh.
I'm going to name him Joe, Jr.
Unique.
Oh, I'm so happy and calm, at peace.
Oh, I'm glad.
When I knew I had little Joe, Joe Jr., I knew that even if Joe had really died, it would have hurt, yes, but I'd know someone had planned it that way. Someone wise and kindly, beyond our understanding. And I'd be content with the image of Joe. Oh, but now I have both of them.
Do you still feel that way? I mean, about Joe not coming back?
Oh, I would feel that way, but I don't have to now. Joe is safe. His letter said so.
Barbara, I have a confession to make for us.
Confession?
Barbara, now, this has got to be fast and blunt or I'll never say it. Joe didn't write that letter you got.
Joe didn't write?
Uncle Ferdinand wrote it.
Uncle Ferdinand?
What?
Well, I'm telling her that you wrote that letter from Joe.
But that's absurd.
What letter?
The letter Roz and I got you to forge, Joe to Babs.
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah, I thought you would.
What is this?
I remember that I clean forgot to write that letter.
You didn't write that letter?
I'm awful sorry, Marie.
Sorry? Sorry? Well, Barbara, Joe is alive.
Well, of course he is.
That letter really was from Joe.
Yes, I know.
Well, excuse me, gentle people. I gotta go out and make a telephone call. Oh, hallelujah. And I'm not kidding.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're back in Symphony Hall again, and we're waiting for conductor Nikolai Stepna to take the podium. And, I see there's a last-minute change in the program tonight. The opening selection has been changed to the Hallelujah Chorus from Handel's Messiah. Oh, here comes Mr. Stepna. A mimeograph footnote on the program informs me that the change was requested by two very important people. Two guys named Joe, it says here. That's curious. The Hallelujah Chorus from the Messiah. Two guys named Joe.
I hope the radio won't disturb anybody in the hospital.
You like it, Barbara?
Oh, it's beautiful.
I gotta thank somebody for something.
I'll go with you, Mike. Well, have fun, Mother. Come on, monkey.
I've got to thank somebody for something. Blessed be the Lord, who raiseth the poor out of the dust, and maketh the woman to dwell in her house, a joyful mother of children. He has heard the voice of my supplications. In him my heart hath trusted, and I am helped. Oh, blessed be the Lord our God. And let the people say, Amen. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
Next week, on Easter Sunday, the NBC Theater proudly presents one of the most widely acclaimed dramas of our time, the Academy Award-winning motion picture, The Best Years of Our Lives, and our star will be Dana Andrews. And now, before our guests return, the National Broadcasting Company extends congratulations to station WHO in Des Moines, today celebrating its silver anniversary in radio. Now, here again are June Allison and screen director Henry Koster.
Henry, how does it feel to be a motion picture man of the world?
A motion picture man of the world? That sounds like somebody who wears striped pants to a Saturday matinee.
I mean that you've directed pictures in Berlin and Vienna, Paris, Budapest, and Amsterdam, and now you're directing them in Hollywood.
I tell you, June, at first it was very confusing. In 6 languages, I had to learn how to say, "No, it isn't right. Do it again."
Is that all?
Do it again. What else does a director have to say?
Oh, Henry, you're not fooling anybody. Everyone knows you're one of the greatest directors in Hollywood. And you're very sweet.
Shh, June, don't say that. I'm a very tough guy.
Okay, Mr. Tough Guy. But before we say goodnight, I want to say thanks, Henry. Thanks for sharing all that wonderful motion picture knowledge with us actors and actresses. And, Henry...
Yes, June?
I still think you're sweet. And I think I'm going to kiss you.
Oh.
My, what a deep sigh.
That wasn't a sigh, June. That's how you say "do it again" in any language.
Good night, Henry. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And good night to you, June Allison and Henry Koster. Music for Millions was presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of Take Me Out to the Ball Game, starring Frank Sinatra, Esther Williams, and Gene Kelly. June Allison can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Technicolor production, Little Women, co-starring with Peter Lawford, Margaret O'Brien, and Elizabeth Taylor. Included in tonight's cast were Ann Whitfield, Gigi Pearson, Betty Moran, Herbert Rollinson, Wilms Herbert, Joe Kearns, and Dan Ritz. Music for Millions was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment, production The Best Years of Our Lives, director William Wyler, star Dana Andrews.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment, production The Best Years of Our Lives, director William Wyler, star Dana Andrews.
Hollywood Screen Directors present a dramatic document from a time so well remembered. The Academy Award-winning motion picture story, The Best Years of Our Lives, starring Dana Andrews and introducing the director of the film, William Wyler. The old adage that one picture is worth 1,000 words comes readily to hand when speaking of tonight's guest screen director. For no description of his painstaking artistry can equal the simple statement that he is the director of such truly great motion pictures as Dead End, Wuthering Heights, Mrs. Miniver, and the soon-to-be-released Paramount film, The Heiress. Ladies and gentlemen, the Academy Award-winning director of The Best Years of Our Lives, Mr. William Wyler.
Thank you. I wanted very much to make The Best Years of Our Lives because, along with the fiction of the story, there is a deep truth. of homecoming servicemen whose most familiar memories had suddenly become strange. One of the reasons I liked the story was that I had lived that part of it myself, just as many of you have. And now perhaps we'll live it again. Here is The Best Years of Our Lives, starring Dana Andrews in his original role of Fred Derry, with Janet Waldo as Peggy Stevenson.
Look at it this way. Your name is Fred Derry. You were a bombardier for most of the war in Europe. But the war is over. You're still in your captain's uniform. But now you're going home. There are two other men up front with you in the old B-17. Homer Parrish, the Navy man, got on with you in New York. The older man got on at Wright Field.
Hiya, Captain. My name's Al Stevenson.
Fred Derry. Hiya, Sarge. Well, this is Homer Parrish, Navy.
Hello, Al. You both from Boone City, too?
We sure are.
Shake, Fred. Shake, Homer.
What you liked about Al Stevenson right away was this. He grabbed Homer's forearm and pumped it warmly without even a glance at the steel hooks that took the place of hands at the end of Homer's arms.
Gee, things sure look beautiful from up here.
I never thought so. This used to be my office, sort of.
Bombardier, weren't you?
Yeah.
Cigarette, Fred?
Don't mind.
Homer? Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, I can get it. Thanks, Al.
Match?
I've got it.
Thanks, Homer.
Al?
Much obliged, Navy.
You ought to see me open a bottle of beer with these hooks.
You got nothing to worry about, Homer.
I can dial telephones, I can drive a car, I can even put nickels in jukeboxes.
But what, Homer?
You see, I've got a girl.
She knows what happened, doesn't she?
Well, sure, but she doesn't know what these hooks are like.
Well, she's the right kind, isn't she?
Sure, Al, but after all...
Then you'll be okay, kid. Just wait and see.
Toss you boys for who pays for the airport taxi.
Same old Boone City. Hasn't changed a bit.
Excited, boys?
Nervous.
Well, the thing I'm scared of is everybody's going to want to rehabilitate me.
All I want is a good job with a future and a little house big enough for me and my wife.
Oh, stop in at the bank when I'm around and swing alone.
Are you a banker?
A man's got to live.
You married, Al?
20 years.
20 years? Whew. I wasn't married 20 days before I went across.
Hey, there's Butch's place. He's got a neon sign.
Who's Butch?
Butch Engel. He's my uncle. Best joint in town.
Hey, easy on those curves, Mac. We're delicate.
This is my street. First house past that fire hydrant, Mac. Hey, how about the three of us going back to Butch's place for a couple of drinks, huh? Then I'll go home.
You're home now, kid. Face it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll take a rain check on Butch's.
Okay, boys. Be seeing you at Butch's.
Ten minutes later, you drop off Al Stevenson in front of the swankiest apartment in town.
Oh, I feel as if I were going in to hit a beach again. So long, Captain.
And then it's your turn. Your turn to come home. Your turn to face civilian life again, get a job, find out where you belong, if you belong. Your turn to press a doorbell and wait. There's no answer. Then you remember that Marie works in a nightclub, but you don't know where. You're at loose ends. You think, well, I could stand a drink. Butch's place, best joint in town, Homer said. Okay. Taxi!
Hey, Butch, stop torturing that piano.
Homer Parrish. I don't believe it.
Hi, Unc.
Gee, it's good to see you, kid.
Homer!
Fred, how'd you get here?
Hiya, Homer, old shipmate. Now, why aren't you home with your folks?
They went to bed and I wasn't sleepy, so I just went out.
That all?
I dropped the lemonade.
What?
At home. Slipped out of my... Well, you'd think it was something awful the way Wilma ran out of the room crying.
Wilma, that's your girl, isn't it?
Yeah. Where's your wife, Fred?
Well, she's working. I couldn't find out where, so I came here.
Drop off Al, okay?
Yeah, Swanky's the apartment in town. We'll never see him again.
Hey, Millie, this is it. This is the best place we've been in yet tonight.
Hey, it's Al.
Speak of the devil.
Hey, Al. Banker. Got change for a nickel?
Over. Freddie, my boy.
How's it, Al?
Buddies. Millie, my wife, and Peggy, my daughter.
Hi.
Homer of the Navy and Fred of the Air Force.
How do you do?
Homer, I just had a telephone call for you.
For me, Butch? What about?
Wilma'd like for you to come home.
Oh, why can't they leave a guy alone?
Maybe because they're fond of you, Homer.
He left the house in a peeve, got 'em all worried.
Well, they get me nervous. Oh, nice meeting you, folks. Good night, all. See you later, soldiers.
Bye.
Take it easy, Homer.
Good night.
He isn't happy.
He dropped the lemonade, period.
I tried not to notice his hooks.
That's the trouble. People just keep staring at them, or else they keep staring away from them.
Hey, I feel like dancing.
That's a charming idea.
Well, I'm a charming fellow. Come on, girl.
Oh, don't yank at me.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1.
So you're Al's daughter.
Peggy, you're Fred.
I'm, just a little bit under the weather.
You've got a tough job ahead, catching up with Dad.
Why isn't he at home with his family? His first night home in 3 years.
Why are you under the weather? Why did Homer rush out of the house tonight?
Nervous out of the service, I guess.
Sure.
Hey, somebody, give that Air Force captain a drink. He's way behind.
What? She's on fire. Her wing's on fire. She's on fire. She's going down. Bail out, you guys. Godorsky, get out of that plane. There goes the tail gunner.
Fred, what's the matter?
Get out of there, Godorsky. She's burning up.
Fred!
Get out. Get out.
Wake up, Fred. Wake up.
She's burning. Jump for it. Get out. Get out,
It's
jump.
all right, Fred. It's me, Peggy. It's all right.
Peggy.
It's all right, Fred. Go back to sleep now.
What? Well, what am I doing here?
Well, your wife still wasn't home when we drove you to your apartment. We took you to our house. Now go back to sleep. Just rest. Go to sleep. Rest. Eggs all right, sir?
Fine, Peggy, thanks. Yeah, but you shouldn't have let Al bring me here last night.
Oh, we were very glad to have you, so let's talk about other things.
Like what?
Well, what did you do before the war?
I was a fountain attendant.
What's that?
Soda jerk.
Oh. Will you go back to that, Fred?
No. Somehow I can't picture myself getting excited over a root beer float anymore.
Can you get excited over more of my coffee?
Oh, thanks, but I'd better be taking off.
You and your wife must come over to dinner sometime.
Fine. Oh, about that dream last night. You were very kind. And you never mentioned it this morning.
Oh.
Oh, you've been swell about everything. I think they ought to put you into mass production.
Thanks, Fred. I'll drive you home now.
Well, this is a fine time to...
Freddie!
Marie!
Oh, Freddie, darling. Well, why didn't you let me know?
You know now, honey, I'm home.
Oh, darling, darling. Oh, Fred, I've missed you so. Baby. It's so silly, Fred. Isn't it silly, darling? I feel just like a bride again.
are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Best Years of Our Lives, starring Dana Andrews with Janet Waldo, and introducing the director of the film, William Wyler.
You've been taking your time getting used to being a civilian again, to being home. You don't want your old job back, but you do want to see Mr. Bullard at the drugstore who lost his son in the war. A big drug chain bought Bullard out, but he's still there filling prescriptions. Somehow, without your wanting it, he leads you upstairs and introduces you to Mr. Thorpe, the employment manager, and the first thing you know, you're being interviewed for a job.
But of course you understand, dearie, that since this business changed hands, we're not under any legal obligation to give you your old job back.
I wasn't thinking about my old job, Mr. Thorpe. I hope for something better.
Uh-huh. What experience have you had?
I worked 2 years behind the fountain here and 3 years behind a Norden bomb site.
Any experience purchasing supplies in the Army?
No, I just dropped bombs.
You were an officer. You probably acted in an executive capacity. You had to command men.
No, sir. I was just responsible for getting bombs on the target. I didn't command anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, we might be able to provide an opening for you as assistant floor manager. Your work would require part-time duty behind the fountain.
I don't think I'll be... What salary?
$32.50 per week.
I was getting more than $400 a month in the Air Force.
Dearie, the war is...
Over, yes, I know. Well, I'll look around, Mr. Thorpe. Thank you very much, anyhow. It makes you think for a minute, but then you stop worrying about it. You've got $1,000 right out of the U.S. Treasury, and that's money. You take your wife out to Jackie's hot spot that night. Next time, it's the Blue Devil. You buy a couple of suits, you pay the rent. You look for a job, you pay your insurance. You buy Marie a coat, and you get the flu, and you pay the doctor. You look for work more seriously now. You buy some badly needed furniture on payments. You pay the rent. You bring home a can of soup, potato salad, salami, and a loaf of rye bread on the cuff.
Hey, Fred, what's the idea of the delicatessen?
That's dinner tonight.
Oh, we're going to Frankie's Chow Mein Bazaar tonight.
We're eating at home.
Are you sick or something?
We're broke.
You mean broke?
You've got it.
Well, what about getting yourself some work?
I've been trying and hoping I'd land something good.
Well, you can't have been trying very hard.
Sure I have, Marie. But they tell me I've got to spend a couple of years going to trade school.
And what would I be doing in the meantime?
Helping me with my homework.
Are you kidding?
No, I'm not kidding.
Fred, are you all right in your mind? I mean,
Do you think I've gone goofy?
Well, you talk in your sleep at night, honey. You yell something's on fire or Godowski get out and... Who is Godowski?
Godorsky. He was a buddy of mine.
Oh.
Pilot of a B-17. He got it over Berlin. Thanks for asking.
Well, anyhow, I got some money saved up, and I'll buy you dinner tonight.
I appreciate your offer, baby, but we're eating at home.
Mm-hmm. Not me. I'm not. I'll go out myself then.
Now, wait a minute, Marie.
Go on my arm.
When we got married, that justice of the peace said, for richer, for poorer, for better, for worse, remember? Well, this is the worse.
Yeah. And when does it start getting to be better?
I guess when I wake up to realize I'm not an officer and a gentleman anymore. Just a soda jerk out of a job. Unless that job is still open at the drugstore.
Mr. Derry, will you explain this complexion cream to me, please?
I'll be with you in just a minute, madam. Peggy!
Hello, Fred.
How did you know I was working here?
I called your wife to invite you both over to dinner. She told me to ask you.
Are you doing anything for lunch?
What? No.
I'll see you at Lucia's in 20 minutes.
Next, please.
It's a funny thing, Peggy. When I was overseas, I told myself, when I get home, I'll never eat in joints like this.
I like it. It's cozy and private in this little booth.
I also told myself I'd never go back to work in that drugstore.
Fred, forgive me, but is Marie what you dreamed about overseas, too?
Why?
You know why, Fred.
Why?
Well, the way she talked about you to me, a stranger on the telephone. The things she says and the way she says them.
How was she on the drugstore cowboy soda jerk routine?
Oh, you see, you do know what I mean. Fred, she's ruining your life, breaking your spirit. I can tell by the way you act and the way you talk. I know I shouldn't talk this way.
Then don't. Let's face reality.
But sometimes reality can be just what you dreamed about. You never know about people until they're put to the test.
I found that out.
But there's a friend of mine, one of these expensive girls from the Horsey set, who never could think beyond the next cocktail party. Last year, she married a boy just out of the Marines. And now they have a baby. He's taking a course at Ohio State, and they live in a trailer, and she loves it.
Does she think it's worth it?
She happens to love the guy. Did you hear me, Fred?
I heard you. Peggy, I want to kiss you. Say no, and I won't.
I won't say no, Fred. I won't say no. Mother, there's something I...
Yes, Peggy?
Dad,
Yes. Go on, girl, go on.
I had lunch today with Fred Derry, and he kissed me. Kissed you? I practically asked for it.
Peggy, are you in love with Fred?
I didn't want to be, but I am.
Well, what about his wife?
He's miserable with her. She's destroying him little by little, and I can't allow it.
Peggy, is Fred in love with you?
He loves me, and he hates her. I know it.
Maybe you know it. That's for me to find out. Fred, I wanted you to meet me here at Butcher's to ask you a question.
Shoot, Al.
I'll get right to the point.
Do that.
Are you in love with Peggy?
Yes.
In our family, we tell each other things. Peggy says that your wife doesn't love you.
That comes as a surprise and a shock.
Nevertheless, she is your wife.
Nevertheless.
Fred, I happen to be quite fond of Peggy, and
you don't want her mixed up with a heel like me.
I haven't called you a heel, Fred. You see, I'm quite fond of you, too.
Thanks.
But I give you fair warning. I'm going to do everything I can to help her forget about you and get married to someone who can make her happy.
Anything else?
No.
Suppose I don't see her anymore. Suppose I call her up and tell her so. That satisfy you?
Yes.
All right, I'll take care of it before I go back to work. Well, the drinks are on me, Al. One orange juice, one thin hot cake, draw one, burn one.
Hey, Bud, what about a ham and cheese on rye?
Sir. Ham and cheese, Doc.
Without mustard, huh?
Save the war paint.
Hey, Fred, give me a chocolate sundae, huh?
Come, my lad. For you, the house. I'll attend to that special order myself in person.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Mind if I ask you a personal question?
I know. How did I get these hooks and how did they work?
Yeah, partly that and partly...
Well, I'll tell you. I got sick and tired of that old pair of hands I had. Always washing them and manicuring my nails. So I traded them in for these latest models. They work by radar. See?
Here's your ham and cheese on rye, sir. And a chocolate sundae for the Navy.
Thanks, Fred. See, mister? Here's how I pick up a spoon. Pretty cute, huh?
You've got guts, all right. Only what good did it do you?
I don't get you.
Me either.
Well, the Japs and the Germans really had nothing against us. They just wanted to fight the Limeys and the Reds. We got in on the wrong side.
You mean you liked what the Nazis were doing in Europe?
Maybe you think Pearl Harbor was just a prank.
I'm not talking to you, soda boy.
Listen, brother, you better pay your check and go home.
So we were suckers, were we? We should have been on the side of the Japs and the Germans.
All I ask you to do is look at the facts. All Germany wanted was to...
I saw a ship go down with over 400 of my shipmates.
Take it easy, Homer.
I want to know if those guys were suckers, too.
Read the papers. Why don't you read...
I want to know if I was a sucker to lose my hands and get these hooks.
Keep those hooks away from my face, you crazy sailor.
Let go of me.
Look out.
Let go of my arms.
Take your hands off that kid.
Shut up, you dumb soda jerk.
So help me, all I want is one poke at you. One... Oh.
Here. What's going on here? Good heavens. Gary, what happened here?
I reached over and sucked this guy.
You saw... druggist, Mr. Bullard. Spirits of ammonia, please, bandages. Hurry up. Why, you struck a customer.
I know. The customer is always right, so I'm fired. But this customer wasn't right. Come on, Homer. Let's get out.
Gee, Fred, sorry I lost your job for you.
Believe me, Homer, you did me a good turn.
That guy, he insulted my shipmates that are dead. And then saying I lost my hands for nothing.
Homer, stop here. I want to know something. I want to know when you and Wilma are getting married.
Married?
Doesn't she want to get married?
Well, she wants to, but...
Then go to her. Now, take her in your arms, kiss her, ask her to marry you, then marry her.
Now, look, Fred, I'm pretty good with these hooks, but... Well, take it night. Someone has to take them off for me, just for example. Someone has to unhook all the harness under my shirt.
That's right. So?
Well, I'm helpless then. I can't even pick up the harness again without my hooks. My hooks are part of the harness.
That's right. So you get someone else to pick up that harness for you, and then you'll be able to do something for her.
Wilma?
Homer, your shipmates died so you could keep what's yours and get what's coming to you. And if you don't do it, then you're letting those men down. Now, you go ask Wilma. I know what she'll say. And congratulations, kid.
God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. For as much as Homer and Wilma have consented together in holy wedlock, and have witnessed the same before
You've
God
seen Homer slip a ring on Wilma's finger with those hooks of his. And the tears in your eyes aren't pity, but pride. What a guy, you think. What a man. And you're proud.
I pronounce that Homer and Wilma are man and wife. God bless you, Boo.
Congratulations.
And you look across the room, and there's Peggy, looking at you with her heart in her eyes. And you think, well, if Homer could do what he's done, you can be the kind of a guy Al Stevenson wants his daughter's husband to be. You go over to her, and nothing is said. You take her in your arms, and you kiss her. And she lets you kiss her. Then you talk. You say, I've got a new job, Peggy.
I'm glad, Fred.
My wife's left me. Marie couldn't take it. She's getting a divorce. Peggy, it may take us years to get anywhere, you and me. We'll have no money, no decent place to live in, have to work, get kicked around.
I don't care, Fred. I can take it. I can take it.
All at once you realize you're wasting time talking. You take Peggy in your arms again. You don't care who's looking. And you know that you didn't give the best years of your life to the Air Force. You fixed the clock, and the best years of your life are just ahead of you, where they belong.
Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater mixes music and romance as again we bring your favorite motion picture entertainment to the microphone. Our story will be The Sky's the Limit, and our star, Fred Astaire. And now, here again are Dana Andrews and Janet Waldo and screen director William Wyler.
Dana, it must have been wonderful working under a great director like Mr. Wyler.
Oh, it was. He taught me a great deal.
About acting?
I taught him how to be a magnificent soda jerk.
Janet, he really made me take a course in being a fountain clerk.
Dana, you're a lucky man. If things get too bad, you've always got something to fall back on.
Yeah, I know. 2 scoops and a squirt of chocolate.
But why did you have to learn so much about it?
Realism. We had a real soda fountain on the set.
Realism. He'd sit in his director's chair and say, Dana, let's say you mix a cherry sundae.
Well, what's wrong with that?
I'd mix it, and he'd say I wasn't doing it right. Then he'd eat the sundae and tell me to do it again. That went on for days. He was eating up the props like crazy.
Is that right, Mr. Wyler?
Well, sweet tooth, you know. I gained 10 pounds, but it didn't show in the picture. That's one advantage a director has over an actor.
Janet, as long as we're telling the truth about Willie Wyler, you know how they say he's such a wonderful director.
Oh, yes.
Well, you can believe every word of it. In fact, Willie, I think so much of you, I'm going to take you out and buy you a banana split.
Wonderful. Come on, Janet.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
Good night.
And good night to you, Dana Andrews, Janet Waldo, and William Wyler. Dana Andrews appeared through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn, upon whose Academy Award-winning motion picture tonight's presentation was based. Mr. Andrews can soon be seen in the forthcoming Universal International production, The Sword in the Desert. Included in tonight's cast were Ted Von Eltz, David Ellis, Virginia Gregg, Howard McNear, Gerald Moore, Ken Christie, G.G. Pearson, Earl Ross, and Dan Riss. The Best Years of Our Lives, based on a novel by McKinley Cantor, was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger from the screenplay by Robert E. Sherwood. Original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell, and production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley. Associate producer, Ray Dietrich. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Sky's the Limit. Director, Edward H. Griffith. Star, Fred Astaire.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, The Sky's the Limit. Director, Edward H. Griffith. Star, Fred Astaire.
Hollywood Screen Directors present a romantic incident with incidental music. For the first time on the air, The Sky's the Limit, starring Fred Astaire in his original role, and introducing the director of the film, Edward H. Griffith. Some 24 years devoted to the creation of films have convinced tonight's guest screen director of one cardinal truth, that you can't create what you don't feel. Thus, in his mind, screen directing and the seeking of adventure have become synonymous. From the Arctic to the tropics, he has searched out a wealth of experience in order to bring a distinctive quality of realism to such films as Holiday, Animal Kingdom, Café Metropole, and Bahama Passage. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of The Sky's the Limit, Mr. Edward H. Griffith.
Thank you. It was only a few years ago that a new kind of motion picture literature came to our screen. The story of the war was being told, and The Sky's the Limit told part of it from a unique vantage point. Not from a battlefield overseas, but from a furlough in New York. Today, there's a surprising, nostalgic appeal to this story of romance on the edge of the unknown. A story told as it was lived so many times with a chuckle an offhand gesture. Now here it is, The Sky's the Limit, starring Fred Astaire as Jerry Burton.
You gentlemen care for another drink?
Bourbon and soda here. Reg, what about you?
No, nothing, thanks, Jerry.
Excited, huh?
You said it. Last week I was a million miles away from Peggy, and now...
Now you're going to have a wife again. For a little while. She's going to have a husband.
It's a funny war.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a funny war, all right. Last week, you and Reg were flying thunderbolts over Germany. Tonight, you're in civilian clothes, sitting at the bar of the Colonial Club in New York, and it feels great. They'd sent you home for one of those public relations tours. Now the speeches are over, you have 7 days leave, and you've made up your mind to do nothing but have a little fun pretending you're a civilian. And forget your captain, Jerry Burton.
Come on, Jerry. Peggy's train's due in half an hour. She and I... we don't have much time.
You watch Reg's face. You add everything up, and in a way, you're glad you're lonely. You're glad nobody's going to be waiting for you when you go back.
Gosh, Jerry, I don't want to be late for that train.
You go ahead, Reg, old boy. Have a good lead. No more reporters, no more interviews.
What about you?
Me? Oh, I'm strictly for laughs. I think I'll spend the week being a civilian.
Yeah, I'd like to get into civvies myself.
Maybe I'll plant a sleeping bag under the bar and set up light housekeeping. How's that?
Big time, huh?
Yeah, go on, beat it, kid. And give my regards to Peg.
Okay, see you next week, Jerry.
So long. Reg walks out, and that neat gray business suit you've got on feels kind of strange. Then you look down the bar and you see a girl. She's the most beautiful girl you've ever seen. Just like that, you know exactly how you're going to spend your leave.
Another drink, sir?
No, that girl at the end of the bar. You know her name?
Oh, sure, Jean Mannion. She's a photographer.
Who's the fellow she's talking to?
Phil Harriman. Nice guy, is her boss. He publishes Eyeful.
She certainly is.
No, I mean that high-class picture magazine. She's going to take pictures here tonight.
Thanks. They seem to be arguing. Maybe they need a referee.
Jean, I love you, but please let me run my magazine my own way.
The whole world is exploding, Phil. Why can't I go to Russia or China instead of photographing stupid nightclub celebrities?
Oh, miss, would you be interested in taking my picture?
Who are you?
I'm directly descended from the guy who ate the first oyster.
I see the resemblance. Go away. Look, Phil, why not give me a chance to go overseas?
Jean, I like you here. I don't want you traipsing all over the world like a...
Like a three-legged antelope.
Like a three-legged antelope. Hey, that doesn't make sense.
That's what you get for eavesdropping.
Oh, that man is impossible. Hand me my camera, Phil. I'm going to work.
Now, that's what I call a fascinating girl.
Yeah, she sure is. She makes me tingle all over. Hey, do I know you?
No, but don't apologize. I've got news for you. I think we're going to have something in common.
Indeed. What?
I'm beginning to tingle, too.
Hold it, please, Mrs. Kraft. Thank you.
Hello there.
Oh, it's you again.
Exciting, isn't it?
Just what do you want, Mr. Whatever your name is?
Jerry Burton. Burton's the name. It's this way. There I was, minding my own business, easing my way through a bourbon and soda, when suddenly I looked up.
I'm terribly busy, Mr. Burton.
And there you were. There you stood, Jean, the most beautiful, the most enchanting, the most desirable, the most fascinating woman I'd ever seen in all my life.
Pardon me, but your adjectives are showing.
All I said to myself was, Jerry, you're in love.
That's fine. Now, if you'll pardon me...
You mean you're not going to dance with me?
I most certainly am not. Stop dragging
Don't make
me.
a scene. You dance divinely.
You know, you interest me.
Oh, I'm just a little thing my mother dreamed up.
I mean purely in a psychological way.
I was afraid of that. Well, if I never see you again... This will be my shining hour, calm and happy and bright. In my dreams, your face will flower through the darkness of the night.
Say, who are you anyway?
Oh, let's say I kind of dropped in from the clouds.
I bet they miss you up there.
I'll be going back, but right now I'm going to take you home.
I still don't know why I'm letting you walk me home.
Just one of those things. Why do owls stay up late? Who knows why? Hey, look. I found a penny. Here, put it in your shoe. For luck.
Yeah, maybe you need it.
I couldn't be luckier than I am right now, here with you.
But you don't even know me.
In my business, you get to know people fast.
What is your business, anyway?
Oh, just drifting around.
You know something? There's a war going on. Did you ever think about just drifting into that?
Yeah, I've thought about it.
Just not interested?
Not right now.
Really? Don't you even have a job?
Not at the moment.
Well, I suggest you find one.
Okay, maybe I'll get a job, honey, just for you. What are you doing tomorrow?
Photographing a construction job.
Oh, where?
56th and 3rd Avenue. Well, this is where I live.
Very nice.
Oh, thanks for the penny.
Money means nothing to me.
Good night, Jerry.
Good night, Jean. Wow. A girl like that at a time like this. Well, what do you know?
Just move the jackhammer a little to the left. That's fine. There, good picture. Many thanks.
Hey, lady, how about me? Do you think this shovel matches my eyes?
You working?
You made me what I am today.
Oh, I take back everything I said about you.
Hey, buddy, you looking for a job?
Why, yeah, you sure.
Just a minute. Isn't this man working for you?
No.
Why, you phony.
I'm working. Do I have to get paid for it?
Yes, you do.
That your wife, buddy?
Yeah, listen, Pop, come here. I'm out of work, see? She's driving me crazy. Follows me around.
Lady, that ain't no way to be.
You keep out of this.
Buddy, if my wife done this, I'd bust her right in the nose.
But you see, I can't because she...
Oh. Yeah, that sometimes makes them kind of temporary screwball.
Oh, so now I'm screwball.
Lady, these things happen every day.
Oh, of all the arrogant insults.
Uh-oh, there she goes. Hey, Pop, here's your shovel. Jean!
There's still nothing like a good bust in the nose.
Well, Jean!
Seriously, are you crazy?
If I am, it's your fault.
Oh, Jerry, why don't you come back to Earth?
I will, someday.
Why not today? Ever work for a publishing firm?
Oh, there you go again. Work. Yeah, I've hacked around a few newspapers, yeah.
Well, that's wonderful.
Why?
I want you to see the man I work for, Phil Harriman. I'll speak to him about a job.
On one condition.
What's that?
Dine with me tonight.
You promise you'll go to work?
I promise.
Good night, Jerry. It's been a wonderful evening.
Jean, do you mind if I ask you a question?
No?
How come you never married your boss?
Why do owls stay up late? I don't know.
Well, he's in love with you. Even I could see that last night.
Oh, Phil's awfully nice, but not the right man, I guess.
What's he like? The right man.
Oh, Wordsworth put it pretty well.
How?
A creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles.
Jean, there's something you ought to know. I'm not...
Oh, Jerry, look, don't tell me what you're not. Tell me what you are.
A guy with you in his eyes. That's all.
Oh, Jerry,
Jean.
I think I'd better go in.
I wish you wouldn't.
You won't forget about tomorrow.
I won't forget. What's tomorrow?
Why, you're going to ask Phil for a job.
Oh, that. Yeah, sure. Good night, baby. You ride a pink cloud back to the Colonial Club for a nightcap. Just a quiet drink and a lot of thinking. More thinking than you ever dreamed you were capable of. Then all of a sudden, Reg pops in and the cloud explodes.
That's right, Jerry. Now, leave's canceled. I figured you'd come back here sooner or later.
How long have we got?
We're flying back day after tomorrow.
But why? What's the rush?
They say there's a big fighter sweep on. We've lost a lot of planes. They want us back.
Well, that's it. That does it.
Hey, where are you going?
For a little walk. I got a few things I want to think about.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Sky's the Limit, starring Fred Astaire, with Sharon Douglas, and introduced by the director of the film, Edward H. Griffith.
Jerry, you kept your word. You came to the office.
Jean, I want to tell you something.
Look, darling, don't get cold feet now. This is your big chance. I told Phil all about you.
But, Jean, you don't understand.
Oh, now you come with me. Here's Phil's office. You can go right in.
Jean, can't we... will you listen to me for a minute, please?
No, darling, and here's something for luck.
Oh, say, it's the lucky penny.
In case that doesn't work, here's something else for luck.
Okay, Jean. We'll do it your way.
I'll be waiting.
Huh? Oh, hi. I remember you. You're Burton, the fellow Jean's been talking about.
Jerry's the name.
I'm Phil, Jerry. Sit down.
Thanks.
Now, frankly, Jerry, are you serious about a job?
Frankly, Phil, no.
Well, that's that. You don't play gin rummy, do you?
Oh, a little bit.
Well, I just happen to have a deck of cards on my desk.
Is this the way you treat everybody who walks in here?
Oh, just the people I like. I'll deal.
Go ahead. Mind if I talk while we play?
About what?
You. I've heard a lot about you.
Through Miss Mannion, of course. You want that card?
No.
You don't want to talk about me. You want to talk about Jean.
You sure like to toss off those low ones, don't you?
Well, I play a rather unorthodox game.
So do I. Tell me something. Why don't you marry Jean?
What? You wouldn't be in love with her yourself, would you?
We're not talking about me. You want this queen?
No. Go on.
Sure, I like Jean. I've liked a lot of girls.
But you don't want to marry, huh? Live alone and wolf it.
Yeah. When I do marry, it'll be someone like a creature not too bright or good for human nature's daily food, for transient sorrows, simple wiles, praise, blame, love, kisses, tears, and smiles.
Kisses, tears. Hey, that's very good. Wordsworth, isn't it?
Yeah, that belongs to the one girl I'll never forget. Say, what's the name of this game?
Gin.
That's just what I've got. Thanks, Phil. I win. So long, Phil. See you around.
Jerry, did you get the job?
Here's your lucky penny.
Did it work?
No, neither do I.
Didn't Phil want to take you on?
I didn't want to go on.
But, Jerry, you
I
promised.
changed my mind. You know how it is.
Sure, I know. All right, Mr. Fun and Games. We both made a mistake.
Want to throw me out of your office?
No, Phil, I'm glad you came in.
Jean, this Burton fellow, he was the big thing, wasn't he?
Why don't you tell me what a sap I was?
I'll tell you what a sap you can still be. Marry me, Jean.
Really, Phil?
Well, you see, Jean, I need somebody like you. A creature not too bright.
What?
Well, you didn't let me finish. A creature not too bright or good for
human nature's daily food.
Who told you?
I told Jerry.
You told... Then you're the girl. The one he'll never forget.
He said that?
Oh, somehow I'm beginning to suspect I've botched this thing but good.
Oh, but you haven't, Phil. If Jerry said that, it means he... What does it mean?
Don't worry, honey. Just leave everything to your Uncle Phil.
Another bourbon straight.
Coming up.
Hey, bartender.
Yeah?
If I should die, think only this of me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever the Colonial Club.
Colonial Club. Yeah.
Hi, Jerry.
Oh. Oh, hello, Phil.
Kind of figured I'd find you here.
Nice figuring. Any special reason?
Oh, I like your style of gin rummy. Brought the cards.
Deal 'em.
Mind if I talk while we play?
About what?
You. I've heard a lot about you.
Through Miss Manning, of course. Want that card?
Yeah, I'll take it. I think I understand what happened.
What's the difference?
You're afraid of being in love, aren't you?
You play a lousy game of gin.
I'm improving, Captain Burton.
How'd you find out about me?
Oh, heroes have a way of getting their pictures into the newspaper.
I'm no hero. That
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah. Want that card?
No. Does Jean know the truth?
No.
Do me a favor, Phil.
What?
Don't tell her.
Well, suppose she loves you.
Come on, play your cards.
Look, I want to see her happy.
So do I.
Want to make a deal?
What kind?
You beat me once at this game. I don't think you can do it again.
And if I don't?
If you don't, I tell Jean the truth.
You're on. Pull a card.
Right. I'll try a knock with 2.
That's not good enough. I've got 1.
Oh, looks like I'm blitzed.
Yep, I'm a lucky guy.
What about Jean?
She'll forget it.
Will you?
Look, I'm not really living. I'm just walking a tightrope between here and there, see? I want to walk it alone, nobody to break the fall. For a while, somebody almost got hurt. Now it's fixed and it's swell and...
Is it?
Oh, do me a favor, Phil. Marry her, will you?
Can I give you a lift?
No, I'm going to stick around a while. Thanks.
Good luck. So long.
Hey, bartender.
Yeah?
Leave the bottle on the bar and give me a fistful of change for the jukebox.
Sure.
Thanks.
Hey, Mac, come on. We're going to close up.
Let me have some more change.
Okay. But it's late. This is the last time. It's late.
Last time. Right. It's 2:45. There's no one in the place except you and me. So set 'em up, Joe. I've got a little story you ought to know. We're drinking, my friend, to the end of a brief episode. Make it one for my baby and one more for the road. I got the routine, so drop another nickel in the machine. I'm feeling so bad, I wish you'd make the music dreamy and sad. Could tell you a lot, but that's not in a gentleman's code. Make it one for my baby and one more for the road. You'd never know it, but buddy, I'm a kind of poet, and I got a lot of things to say. And when I'm gloomy, you simply gotta listen to me until it's talked away. Well, that's how it goes. And Joe, I know you're getting anxious to close. So thanks for the beer. I hope you didn't mind my bending your ear. Don't let it be said little Jerry can't carry his load. Make it one for my baby and one more for the road, that long, long road.
Did you want to see me, Phil?
Yes. Jean, are you sure you don't want to marry me?
Oh, Phil, please.
Yeah. Well, in that case, I might as well be noble about this. I've got an assignment for you.
Oh, a good one?
You know those fighter pilots who were sent back home, the ones the papers made such a fuss over?
I read about them.
Well, they're going back overseas today, so grab your camera and get out to LaGuardia.
Right. Is there anything else I should know?
Yes. Your boss is a half-baked idiot. Now move fast. You haven't got much time.
It's been a great leave. Just great. You're walking across the tarmac toward the waiting transport plane. Your stomach feels like a pretzel doing a loop, and there's something else there. Loneliness. Loneliness so bad you wish you were a kid again so you could cry. And then somebody's yelling at you and...
Captain, my magazine would like a few pictures. Would you mind?
I've had enough pictures.
Oh, it'll only take a minute. Jerry.
Jean, what?
It can't be you.
Oh, say it again. I think I'm dreaming.
But you are... Oh, darling.
So Phil told you.
No, he just sent me to cover the story. I didn't know.
Well, I wanted to tell you, but...
What didn't you? Why didn't you?
A guy like me, it's no good.
A guy like you. A girl like me. Oh, Jerry, it's always good.
I must have been crazy.
Hey, Jerry, come on.
That's my buddy. We're taking off.
Darling,
I'll be back. We'll have this war licked in no time, honey.
Sure you will.
Oh, Jean, I love you.
You wonderful dope.
Goodbye.
You've got to come back to me.
A little kiss for luck.
Here. Take our penny, the lucky penny.
You keep it. For both of us. Give my regards to Wordsworth. Suddenly you're airborne. As the plane wheels over the base, you see her down below, waving. And just like that, you know everything's going to be all right. Everything's going to be swell.
will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater cocks a quizzical eye at an age-old problem as we present the light-hearted motion picture comedy The Trouble with Women. And the star of our story will be Ray Milland. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Fred Astaire and Sharon Douglas.
You know, Fred, there's one scene in The Sky's the Limit I'll never forget. And you didn't do it on the air tonight.
What's that, Sharon?
The one for my baby number when you broke a great big mirror during your dance.
Well, I'll tell you why we didn't do it tonight. I learned to play gin rummy during the picture.
Well, you mean that has something to do with it?
Certainly. When I broke the mirror, that meant 7 years bad luck. If we did the scene tonight, it would have meant 7 years bad luck for the rehearsal and another 7 years for the actual show.
What about the gin rummy?
Sharon, you wouldn't want to wish 21 years bad luck on a gin rummy player, would you? I mean...
Oh, now I understand. Good night, Fred. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
And good night to you, Fred Astaire and Sharon Douglas. The Sky's the Limit was presented through the courtesy of RKO Pictures Incorporated, producers of Adventures in Baltimore, starring Robert Young, Shirley Temple, and John Agar. Fred Astaire will soon be seen in the MGM Technicolor production, The Barclays of Broadway. Included in tonight's cast were Jay Novello, Harry Bartell, Barton Yarborough, Ed Max, and Dan Riss. Mr. Griffith's portion of the program was by transcription. The Sky's the Limit was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Hal Gibney. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, The Trouble with Women, Director, Sidney Landfield, Star, Ray Milland.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment, Production, The Trouble with Women, Director, Sidney Landfield, Star, Ray Milland.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a comedy with an apology to psychology, The Trouble with Women, starring Ray Milland, and introducing the director of the film, Sidney Landfield. It was in the days when vaudeville was bright and shining that a soft-spoken young comedian happened to be performing in Hollywood. It also happened that the film studio at the time was looking for a clever new comedy writer. The comedian got the job, and that's how our guest screen director tonight was ushered into motion pictures. He stayed to become one of Hollywood's most skilled directors, the creator of such fun-filled entertainment as My Favorite Blonde, Standing Room Only, and The Well-Groomed Bride. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of The Trouble with Women, Mr. Sidney Landfield.
Thank you. After an introduction like that, I think I should mention that a comedy is only as amusing as its story and its cast. As for the director, well, he just puts those two things together. In the case of The Trouble with Women, it was a particular pleasure, both because of my great admiration for Ray Milland and because of the story itself, which presents a completely cockeyed approach to romance. Now, here it is, The Trouble with Women, starring Ray Milland in his original role of Professor Gilbert Sedley, with Mary Jane Croft as Kate Farrell.
I'm from the Morning Journal, Professor Sedley. How about a statement on your new book?
Yeah, you beating up any women lately?
Sorry, no statement.
Oh, have a heart. We're only reporters.
If you people are from the press, Professor Mila and myself can give you nothing but sympathy.
Perfectly correct, Gilbert. You people have distorted my fiancé's views, made him a laughing stock.
Oh, Martha Motherly is the only one who's been writing all those stories. We're on the level.
Professor Sedley, just a word about your new book, The Subjugation of Women.
If you read it, you'll find my entire theory stated there.
We don't read, Professor. Just make a statement. That's all we ask.
Very well. As professor of psychology at Midwest University, I have proved conclusively that the human female harbors an unconscious desire to be dominated and occasionally beaten by the human male.
Wow, that's it. That's the stuff.
How about it, Professor Miller? How does it feel to be engaged to the man who says women should be beaten?
Our engagement concerns only Professor Sedley and myself.
Hey, Sedley, I got a purely scientific question.
What is it?
You going to beat your fiancée with your bare hands, or are you going to use a stick?
Professor Sedley, this is unbearable.
Dr. Dawson.
My position as president of the university. What will the Board of Regents say?
Is something wrong?
Wrong. Have you read Martha Motherly's column?
No.
Here, read it.
Hasn't been for 2 weeks since Professor Gilbert Sedley of Midwest University published his book, The Subjugation of Women. But already 14 cases of wife beating have been reported, and local hospitals have administered treatment to 5 husbands. Oh, but this is adolescent. It's asinine. It's malicious.
Sedley, she also says that you dabble in hypnotism.
Dabble? Dr. Dawson, Martha Motherly has gone too far.
Exactly. Sedley, you're going to sue. You're going to sue the Morning Journal and Martha Motherly.
Great story, great. Kate Farrell, you're the best Martha Motherly this paper ever had.
Oh, Joe, don't you think we're being kind of hard on him?
Yeah, and keep it up. City desk, Joe McBride. Oh, hello, boss. What? He is? How much? Okay, I'm your city editor, ain't I? I'll think of something. A fine reporter you are. Screwball Sedley suing the Morning Journal and Martha Motherly for $300,000.
But he can't sue me. I'm Martha Motherly.
Say, I got an idea. Maybe you can do a prison story. I was a woman convict.
Joe McBride, you told me to write that story.
A story, not a libel
Well,
suit.
what's libelous about that article?
3 misquotations, 4 unproved statements, 57 damaging innuendos.
Well, maybe something's wrong with my typewriter.
Kate, I've got an angle. If I get you out of this mess, will you marry me?
Just come and see me on visiting days. What's your idea?
Look, we said that Sedley likes to hit women. He objects, okay. All we have to do is prove he does like to hit women. Katie, you're just the type.
No, Joe.
Now, kitten, how hard can a professor hit?
Well, he wouldn't hit a total stranger.
So you get to know him. And what's the easiest way to get to know a professor?
Now, wait a minute.
You're going back to school, Katie.
Joe, I can't be a college girl again.
So what's a college girl? A pair of Bobby socks with glasses.
Do you really think it'd work?
You're a cinch. Now get going, Martha Motherly, and don't come back without bruises.
Now, Miss Farrell, if you'll sit down.
Thank you, Professor. Oh, what a charming study.
Miss Farrell, I've become highly interested in you during the past few days.
Why, Professor?
I am referring, Miss Farrell, to your attitude in class.
Oh.
For some reason, you bring every discussion around to the question, would I hit a woman?
Well, would you?
Under certain circumstances, yes. Why?
Well, it's just that I've wondered what a man like you would think of my own problem.
And what is your problem, Miss Farrell?
I like to slug men.
Indeed.
Yes, right in the kisser. If I hit you, Professor, would you hit back?
I would, yes.
Now, isn't that nice?
Miss Farrell, I must say that with your, well, I never quite conceived you as the slugging type.
Oh, yes, I do it very well.
Yes. That perfume you're wearing, Miss Farrell, what is it?
Jasmine.
Jasmine, I mean, come in!
Gilbert. Miss Farrell.
I was just leaving, Professor Miller.
Oh, hello, Agnes. Good afternoon, Miss Farrell.
Goodbye, Professor Sedley.
Well, Gilbert,
An extremely interesting case, Agnes. She slugs men.
Really? Gilbert, I've been watching you and that young woman.
Yes, I enjoy watching her myself.
As an intelligent person, I flatter myself I'm above jealousy. But for your own sake, are you sure your interest in Miss Farrell isn't more than professional?
Why, yes. Yes, that explains it. Oh, how perceptive you are, Agnes.
You must fight this, Gilbert. You must devote all your energies to your current studies on hypnotism.
Strange I didn't realize it myself. I have a curious feeling in her presence. I find I breathe harder.
The customary animalistic reactions.
Oh, Agnes, what a wonderful opportunity to study my own reactions. A highly civilized man's temporary lapse into the primitive. I'll take notes on myself, Agnes. Yes, I'll take notes.
City desk, please. Hello, Joe. Kate Farrell. Me, Martha Motherly. Yeah, well, it's all set. He'll probably hit me tomorrow afternoon. No, I promise not to duck. Just have Herman bring his camera and hide in the bushes next to the administration building, and I'll do the rest. No, Joe McBride, I don't want to marry you. I wouldn't marry anybody who'd send me out to be beaten up by another man. Oh, once we're married, you'll take care of those intimate little things. Goodbye. Isn't it a lovely day, Professor?
Yes, indeed. Do you have a pencil, Miss Farrell?
Oh, yes, certainly. Right here.
Thank you.
What are you writing in that little book?
That I wish you'd call me Gilbert.
Well, couldn't you just tell me?
Well, you'll have to forgive me, Kate, if I'm engrossed in my own reactions.
Oh, of course. Gilbert.
Gilbert. I'll write that down.
Well, here we are, Professor.
Is this the bench you had in mind for our little chat?
What's wrong with this bench?
Why, nothing. Lovely view of the administration building. Very peaceful on such a fine day.
It's a dreary day.
But before you said it was lovely.
Just because you think it's a nice day, must I think it's a nice day?
Now, steady, Miss Farrell. Your temper...
You leave my temper out of this.
But we must face reality, Miss Farrell.
You dare use that word to me. You dare.
Oh, you struck me. Miss Farrell, defend yourself.
Professor Sedley, your fist.
Quick, go ahead, hit me.
Oh, well, good afternoon, Dr. Dawson.
Professor Sedley, you were about to strike this woman.
Well, it's a wonderful afternoon for swinging your arms. Yes, indeed.
Really, Dr. Dawson, it was my fault.
Professor Sedley, I must warn you about your conduct. I'm quite perturbed. Good day.
Good day, Dr. Dawson.
Amazing.
What is?
I even like you when you lose your temper. Kate, may I borrow your pencil again? Come in.
Gilbert.
Oh, hello, Agnes.
Gilbert, I'm worried about you. That absurd infatuation, is it any better?
No, it's worse, much worse. Agnes, I'd like your opinion on these notes. I've been trying free thought analysis.
And what are your conclusions?
Well, they're a little frightening. I've just been sitting here thinking, and this is what I've written down. Kate Farrell, pink champagne. Agnes Miller, warm beer.
Oh! You beast!
Oh, you struck me. Agnes Miller, defend yourself.
Professor Sedley.
Why, Dr. Dawson.
Professor Sedley, the next time I find you indulging in your morbid practice of striking women, it will be my duty to inform the Board of Regents. Good day.
Hey, Kate!
Oh, Herman. What are you doing here on the campus?
Joe sent me. He wants you and me to do a story on Rita LeMay, the fan dancer over at the Gaiety.
Well, what about...
She's suing for divorce. She says her husband tore her clothes off. Guess he couldn't afford a ticket. Oh, boy, this is one job I'm going to enjoy photographing.
Fan dancers.
Oh, you can't say you don't get variety working on the Morning Journal.
I'm sorry I ever started working for the Morning Journal.
Kate.
Oh, Gilbert. Hello.
Kate, did I understand you to say you were working for the Morning Journal?
Well, yes, you see, I've taken a part-time job there.
But, Kate, you'd work under the same roof with Martha Motherly?
Well, it's for my thesis. I thought you'd like me to do it on the journalistic mind. I'm getting material at the Journal.
Oh, how courageous of you, Kate.
Professor Sedley, this is Herman Lupin, a photographer.
Hi, Professor.
How do you do?
I'm covering a story interviewing a showgirl, and Mr. Lupin will take pictures.
Well, perhaps I should go with you, Kate. You might need my guidance.
Oh, no, Gilbert, you can't do that.
Oh, sure he can. Why not? You wait here. I got to go make a phone call.
City desk, McBride. How are you, Herman? No, he is? Well, stick with Sedley. Hold on to him. I'll figure something out. Yeah, so long. Sometimes I wonder why I don't hate myself. Danny Giger, please. Hello, Danny. McBride, Morning Journal. How'd you like some publicity for the Gaiety Theater? You would? Good. Now listen to me, and I'll splash the Gaiety, Rita LeMay, and Professor Sedley all over page 1.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of The Trouble with Women, starring Ray Milland and introducing the director of the film, Sidney Landfield.
Welcome to the backstage Gaiety. Danny Giger's the name. Just step into the little ladies' dressing room.
Hiya, Danny.
Folks, this is Rita LeMay.
Hi, I'm Hyman, photographer, and this here is Kate Farrell, reporter, and her friend, Professor Sedley.
How do you do?
How do you do?
The pleasure's mine, honey.
Herman, you come with me, eh? Oh, Professor, be sure and stay for the next number. It'll kill you. Come on, Herman.
Hey, Professor, we got something in common.
We have?
Mr. Prockley, my second husband, he taught in college.
Did he?
Yeah, the Kensington Barber College. Not that you're like Mr. Prockley. What a stinker.
Rita, about Mr. Frisbee, your current husband, didn't you charge that he tore off your clothes?
Mr. Frisbee behaved like a beast.
Kate, don't you imagine the newspaper readers would be interested in the psychology of a fan dancer?
Oh, no, Gilbert, I don't...
Yeah, it might be very interesting.
Miss LeMay, why did you become a fan dancer instead of, let's say, a stenographer?
Don't you mention no steno to me. Mr. Frisbee had a stenographer, and what those two...
No, never mind. What I'm getting at is simply this. In wearing your scanty costume publicly, Miss LeMay, do you gratify any tendency towards exhibitionism?
Gilbert.
Listen, you slob. I'm a respectable woman. I cook, I knit, I crochet. I've been a good wife 5 times.
Hey, Professor, come on, take a gander at the next act.
Very well. It's rather warm in here.
You go ahead, Gilbert. I want to speak to Miss LeMay alone.
What a jerk.
Now, you stand right here, Professor, in the wings. I'll be right back.
Thank you, Mr. Giger.
Okay, girls, there he is, the guy who likes to sock women. Now, you know what you have to do when you go on the stage.
Oh, yeah, we know.
All right. Oh, Professor.
Yes?
Come here a minute, will you? Okay, girls, you're on. Take him away.
No, madam. Wait, ladies. Stop. Unhand me, girls. Don't take me out there. Let me off. Oh, I'm on the stage.
All right, just hold it, Professor. Thanks. You take a great picture.
Oh, my goodness.
Look at that picture. Look at that picture. Ain't it a Lulu?
Oh, Joe, you're not going to print it.
Katie, don't you realize what this photograph means?
It means you're playing a filthy trick on a decent guy who wouldn't hurt anybody.
What do you call that libel suit? Take it or leave it? Sedley's on his way over now. We got him on the spot, Katie.
Joe, don't you think we have it coming to us?
Have it come. Have you fallen for this guy?
Of course not.
Hey, Joe, here comes Sedley.
Gilbert.
Hello, Kate. And I suppose you are McBride?
Yeah, that's right. Let me present you with this picture of yourself. Very tasty.
Gilbert, if I'd realized that
I know, Kate.
Would you rather I didn't publish it, Sedley?
I suppose you're going to offer to suppress this picture if I withdraw my libel suit against the paper.
Bright boy.
McBride, I have an overwhelming desire to punch your nose.
Yeah? Go ahead and try it.
I will.
Gilbert, you're wonderful. You knocked him out.
Now, if I can only find Martha Motherly, I'll do the same to her.
Yeah, well, come on, let's get out of here, Gilbert.
You're right, Kate. I've had just about as much of this place as I can stand.
Hey, Joe. Joe, you all right?
Yeah, I'm okay. Hand the phone down here.
Yeah, here you are, Joe.
Hello. Give me the composing room. Hello, Al. Yank out that beauty contest picture on the front page. That's right. We're running the picture of Professor Sedley instead.
This is where I live, Gilbert. It was very sweet of you to take me home.
Oh, I like taking you home. I'll write that down.
Are you writing in that silly book again?
Oh, well, it's just that I had an urge to kiss you. It's unthinkable, of course.
Of course.
Temperamentally, we're oceans apart.
Well, we're pretty close physically.
Well, I must be completely honest with you, Kate. My feeling for you...
Yes, Gilbert?
Well, very likely it's essentially chemical, like what the deer feels for the doe or the gander for the goose.
Well, is that bad? Do you want to kiss me?
Yes. I'll write that in the book.
Throw the book away, Professor. We're going to write a new one, starting now.
Gilbert.
Yes, Agnes?
I believe I've found the cure for your infatuation.
Oh, it's hopeless. Quite hopeless. Might as well face it.
This book may change your mind.
Why, it's the Bryce College Alumni Annual. And here's Kate's picture. Catherine Farrell, now reporter for the Midwest City Morning Journal.
You see?
But Agnes, she told me all about her connection with the newspaper.
This annual, Gilbert, was published 3 years ago.
That's impossible.
Look at the date. I've had the journalism department check on Miss Farrell. She happens to use the pen name of Martha Motherly.
You mean Kate? Kate was responsible for those articles? Oh, no!
Professor Sedley, you've gone too far.
Dr. Dawson, what?
Look at this picture in the morning journal.
Gilbert, you and those shameless women, how could you?
Oh, what difference does it make now?
What difference does it make? Professor Sedley, I'm calling an immediate meeting of the Board of Regents. You would be wise to prepare your resignation.
Joe, how could you do it? How could you print that picture?
Oh, Katie, it was news, wasn't it?
News? I'm quitting. If that's news, I'm through.
Now, Katie.
And on top of everything else, the poor guy found out that I'm Martha Motherly. Now he won't even speak to me.
Listen, kitten, I'm human. I can be jealous. Sedley got my goat. Now, Katie, look, I love you. Marry me, kitten. Marry me. I'll do anything you want.
Anything would be a human being instead of an animated typewriter.
I'll give it up. I'll quit honest newspaper business. I'll take a publicity job. Katie, I'll be the best husband you ever saw.
Oh, Joe, do you really think we'd be happy together?
Together, I don't know. It's apart I'm worried about. I'll write my resignation right now. Just watch me, Kate. City desk. Oh, hello, Sedley. Now, wait a minute. Don't get sore at me. Oh, well, yeah, that's too bad. Now, look, sue anybody you want. I'm not even working here anymore. I'm leaving. I'm getting married to Kate. Kate Farrell. That's right, married. Sedley. Funny, he hung up.
Joe, you shouldn't have told him that.
Well, I was excited.
But it isn't true.
Look, I'll show you what kind of a husband you're getting. Sedley said the Board of Regents is fixing to bounce him because of that picture. Why don't you go down and straighten it all out, huh? You'll feel better then, and then we can talk about us.
Professor Sedley?
Yes, Dr. Dawson.
It's my privilege to inform you that the Board of Regents has refused your resignation.
They have?
Miss Farrell, that Martha Motherly girl, she told us the whole story, blamed herself for everything.
You mean Kate defended me?
In glowing terms, Sedley. She spoke very highly of you.
Well, would you say that she seemed fond of me?
I would say that, yes. A fine girl, Sedley, a fine girl. If I were you...
Yes, Dr. Dawson?
Think it over, Sedley. That Agnes Miller somehow reminds me of warm beer.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dawson.
Good afternoon, Professor Mealer.
Gilbert, you'll be remaining at the university.
So it appears.
How wonderful. I'm doing research in one of your own specialties, hypnosis and its bearing on emotion.
Oh, very interesting subject.
Gilbert, do you think that hypnosis can cause a person to reveal his true emotion, love, for instance?
Yes, but only true emotion. For instance, they wouldn't lie about hypnosis?
Yes, Gilbert.
That's it, hypnosis.
Exactly what I'm talking about.
That's how I'll find out about her.
About who, Gilbert?
Miss Farrell.
But, Gilbert, she's just a body without a mind.
And you, Agnes, are a mind without a... hand me that phone.
Who are you phoning?
My attorney. I want him to get that lawsuit of mine into court as soon as possible.
Your Honor, my client, Professor Sedley, wishes to make a statement.
Proceed. Your Honor, Martha Motherly, in one of her articles, alleged that I am a dabbler in hypnotism. I should like to prove to the court that I'm not a dabbler, but a professional.
Proceed.
I shall do this by hypnosis in this very courtroom.
Objection! Your Honor, this demonstration is pertinent to our case.
Proceed. To set the defense at ease, Your Honor, I should like to perform the experiment on one of the defendants, Miss Catherine Farrell.
Well, in that case, we're willing to cooperate.
Miss Farrell, please. Now, Miss Farrell, I want you to follow my instructions.
Yes, Gilbert?
I suggest that you observe this very closely, Your Honor. Proceed. Kate, just watch my eyes and try to relax. Steadily. Steadily. Your sight is growing dim. Dim. Your sight is growing dim. Now, Miss Farrell, you were asleep. But you hear what I say, don't you?
I hear what you say.
You don't love McBride, do you?
I don't love McBride.
You won't marry McBride.
I won't marry McBride.
You love me, don't you?
I love you.
Repeat after me. I love you, I love you, I love you.
I love you, I love you, I love you.
You'll marry me, won't you?
Well, it's about time you asked me. Of course I'll marry you, darling.
But, Kate, weren't you hypnotized?
Not for a second.
Then why did you say I love you?
Because I do.
What about McBride?
Oh, I never really said I'd marry him. Besides, he could never leave the paper. Look at him. He's already writing the story.
What a headline, Katie. Svengali courts girl in courtroom.
Oh, come on, Kate. Let's get away somewhere. Your Honor, this concludes my demonstration in hypnosis. With your permission, Your Honor.
I love you, Gilbert.
Your Honor.
I'll marry you, Gilbert.
No, thanks, Judge. I already have a girl.
Gilbert, I love you. I love you. I love you.
Our guests will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater turns the pages of fantasy as we bring you the dramatic screen story, It's a Wonderful Life, with the original team of director and star, Frank Capra and Jimmy Stewart. And now, here again is tonight's star, Ray Milland, and screen director Sidney Landfield.
Sid, now that we've finished The Trouble with Women, I've got a great idea for a sequel picture.
Sequel to The Trouble with Women?
Sure, we'll call it The Trouble with Screen Directors.
Ray, there just isn't enough film in Hollywood to make that picture.
Well, it's a comedy about a screen director who finds himself on a radio show, and you are a natural for the part.
You mean it's going to be a picture about what happens when I get in front of a microphone?
Exactly.
That isn't comedy, Ray. That's tragedy.
You mean you're really afraid of a little old microphone after all the people you've taught how to act?
You want a one-word answer?
I do.
Yes.
Well, in that case, I'll teach you the 3 magic words of radio. Once you know those words, Sid, you won't have to be nervous anymore. Now listen.
Just those 3 words?
That's right. Now, go ahead and try them.
Okay, I will. Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
And good night to you, Ray Milland and Sidney Landfield. The Trouble with Women was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Gutter, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Ray Milland is currently being seen in the Paramount picture Alias Nick Beale, and can currently be heard on the Family Hour of Stars. Sidney Landfield's forthcoming release is the Paramount picture Sorrowful Jones, starring Bob Hope and Lucille Ball. Included in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Frank Lovejoy, Sarah Jane Wells, Florence Hallop, Griff Barnett, Herb Vigran, Bob Bruce, Ralph Moody, and Dan Riss. The Trouble with Women was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, It's a Wonderful Life. Director, Frank Capra. Star, Jimmy Stewart.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, It's a Wonderful Life. Director, Frank Capra. Star, Jimmy Stewart.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present a flight of fancy into time that never was. It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart, and introducing the director of the film, Frank Capra. For a motion picture audience, there can be only one measure of a truly great director. His name by itself must be a badge of excellence upon the screen. Such is the name of our guest screen director tonight, for it has become a synonym for unforgettable motion picture entertainment. The NBC Theater is proud to present the distinguished director of such brilliant films as It Happened One Night, Lost Horizon, You Can't Take It With You, and tonight's story, It's a Wonderful Life. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Frank Capra.
Thank you. The story of It's a Wonderful Life became a motion picture by a rather roundabout way. It started out as a simple message of goodwill, a brief fantasy printed on Christmas cards to be exchanged between friends. It was a fine story, warm and human and exciting in a very unusual way. We felt that it had something that perhaps could be shared by everyone. That's why we made the picture. And now tonight we hope to share it with you again as a radio play. It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart in his original role of George Bailey.
supreme excellency. I, Clarence Oddbody, angel of the second class, do make application for promotion to angel of the first class for services as follows. On Christmas Eve of 1948, one George Bailey of Bedford Falls was on the point of committing suicide, an act abhorrent both to his maker and to the Hemisphere Federation Mutual Life Insurance Company. Feeling in exceedingly low spirits, George Bailey did go, proceed, and travel to the high-level bridge where he mounted the rail. Before George Bailey could leap into the icy current, I, Clarence Oddbody, did hurl, project, and fling myself past the great Magellanic Cloud, through the constellation Lyra, into the Earth's atmosphere and the Bedford River, executing, if I do say so myself, a perfect swan dive. Help! Save me! I can't swim! Help!
Relax, now don't struggle.
Help!
I'm coming in after you.
Help!
Here I come.
It's a good thing this old toll house on the bridge was unlocked.
Yeah, well, we can both dry off in here without freezing.
Yeah.
How'd you happen to fall into the river?
I didn't fall in.
Huh?
Well, I knew if you thought I was drowning, you'd jump in to save me. So I jumped in.
You jumped in?
To save you. You see, you didn't go through with it.
Go through with what?
Suicide.
How'd you know I was going to... Hey, who are you?
I'm an angel.
A what?
An angel. Clarence Oddbody, AS2.
Oh. AS2. What's the AS2?
Angel second class.
Oh, I see. What are you, crazy?
Well, I'll confess I've been rather distracted for the past few centuries due to my failure to acquire my first-class wings. But crazy? If I do a good job on you, I'll get my wings.
Brother, you haven't even got your buttons.
Why don't you tell me your troubles?
Oh, you're balmy, that's why.
Well, then humor me. Do you good to talk.
Yeah. Well, that's about all I have left in life. Just talk about it.
Well, talk.
Oh, I was going to knock 'em dead, I was. I was going to shake the dust of this crummy little town off my feet, and I was going to see the world, build things, do things, travel, the Taj Mahal and silken Samarkand and the moon pools of the East and Everest and the deep Aegean. Yeah. Pipe dreams.
Why?
Well, my deaf ear, for one thing.
Oh, that was when Howie, your kid brother, fell through the ice back in 1919.
I jumped in to save him. Hey, how'd you know that?
I read it in the Gabriel Daily Trumpet.
Well, anyway, I got an ear infection. It was weeks before I could go back running errands at the Gower drugstore. So what does Gower do? He hits me in my bad ear.
Why?
Well, he just heard about his son. He died in college from typhoid. Gower had been drinking. I wouldn't deliver some medicine for Mrs. Blaine's little girl because the bottle he took it out of was marked poison.
Dear.
Well, Doc Gower smacked my bad ear, and I guess I cried. But I finally made him understand his mistake.
Was Doc Gower grateful?
Well, he cried.
11
years later, he bought me a fine set of pigskin luggage to take on my world trip.
Oh, then you did go away.
There was a girl in town named Mary. We'd grown up together, and she was engaged to Sam Wainwright. I had an hour or so before train time, and I stopped over at Mary's house.
Well, George, just think. After all these years and all your planning and saving and wishing, you're going to realize your great ambition.
This is the most exciting day of my life, Mary.
We'll miss you terribly in Bedford Falls.
Well, I'll only be away a year.
You'll write, won't you?
I'll send you a golden apple from the Garden of the East for your wedding present.
Thanks. I'll make golden applesauce out of it.
What's the matter? Would I say something wrong? Hey, Hey, the doorbell's ringing.
I know the doorbell's ringing. Don't you sneak away, George Bailey. I want to talk to you.
Mary, I'm looking for George.
Uncle Billy, what brings you over here to Mary's?
George, your father's just had a bad stroke.
Oh, no.
Dad, what, is he...
No, but I don't think you'd better start on your trip, George. Not just now, anyhow.
Well, go on, George.
Well, Dad was gone that same night. That gave old man Potter his chance.
Old man Potter?
Yeah, richest man in town, a banker, a big stockholder in our loan company. We'd always fought Potter on a lot of issues, and now he wanted the loan company to dissolve so he could rule the roost in Bedford Falls. Potter and I had it out a week after Father died, right in the boardroom of the loan company. Now, just a minute there, Potter. Now, just hold on here just a minute. I admit that in the 25 years since Father and Uncle Billy here started this loan company, we didn't make any money. I admit that. But who gave the low-income people in this town decent homes to live in, huh?
You did?
Yes, Mr. Potter, we did. Who built Bailey Park of model dwellings where you wanted to put Poor Cemetery?
You did.
That's right, we did. We gave this town those things. We gave Bedford Falls and its citizens...
That's the trouble with you, Baileys. You gave everything. No wonder you never made any money.
What's galling you, Potter, is...
Mr. Potter to you, Bailey.
My nephew is Mr. Bailey to you, Potter.
Your nephew's wet behind the ears, you mindless fool.
Say that again. Say that again.
Just keep out of this, Uncle Billy. I'll handle Potter.
Mr. Potter to Stripling.
What's eating you is that you can't gain control of this loan company, Mr. Potter. It's up to this board to decide what to do about the company now that Father's gone, but if I can do anything to help keep Bailey Park a reality and to keep Potter from making people crawl to him when they need help, just count me in, gentlemen. Count me in. As a result of that speech, the board voted to continue the loan company if I'd remain as vice president.
Goodbye, trip around the world, huh?
Yeah. At least until Brother Harry came home from college to take over for me. Only Harry came home with a wife.
Well, that's co-education for you.
Yeah. But did his wife's father have to give Harry a big job out of town?
Oh, I see. Leaving you holding the bag with the loan company.
Yeah. Hey, what's that music?
That's a church hymn. Old 100. Seems to me Mary sang it that day long ago. Remember? In the church choir. After church, you walked Mary home. Remember, George? Remember?
Come in for a minute, George.
Well, just for a minute, Mary.
Here, let me take your hat and coat.
Mary? Who's that down there with you?
It's George Bailey, Mother.
What's he want?
Well, I don't know. What do you want, George?
Me? Well, not a thing. I just came in to get warm.
He's making violent love to me, Mother.
Well, tell him to stop. It's Sunday.
Hey, now, look here, Mary. I didn't come here to...
What did you come here for?
Well, I just walked you home, that's all.
Lots of girls ogling you at church. Why pick on me?
Well, now, listen, Mary,
Why don't you go home?
Well, I will.
Thanks.
Where's my hat?
You got it on.
Thanks.
You're entirely welcome.
Goodbye.
Deaf in one ear and blind in both eyes. That's you, George Bailey.
Now what's the matter?
You ought to see a specialist. You can't even tell when the girl you've walked to school with all your life. Oh, go see a big eye, ear, nose, and throat man.
Why, Mary. Hey, Mary. Hey, let's go and see a specialist together. Reverend McAllister, big hymn, sermon, and wedding ceremony man, huh?
And so you were married, huh, George?
Yeah, I had about $2,000 saved, and it looked like a fine chance to combine that world trip with a honeymoon.
But?
A little thing called the Great Depression.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, there was a run on the loan company started by some false rumors of Potter's. the last minute, Mary threw in the $2,000. It was just enough to reassure our investors, and we didn't have to close up.
And you didn't have a honeymoon either.
No, but Potter was licked again. So when he called me into his office one day, I was just about the most surprised man in Bedford Falls.
Well, I want to tell you, George, my lad, that during the Depression, you and I have been about the only ones kept our heads in this town.
Thanks, Mr. Potter.
All that talent, and where does it get you? 28 and 29, married, and making $40 a week.
45.
And you're the smartest young fella in town.
All right. Now, what's your point, Mr. Potter?
I want to hire you.
You want to hire me?
Manage my affairs, run my properties. $20,000 a year.
Dollars?
And 2 months vacation with pay before you start work. Take yourself a little jaunt around the world first, eh?
Everest, the Vale of Kashmir, and the moon pools of the east, and the deep Aegean, and the whispering Aurora.
Well, George?
Well, but what about the loan company?
Well, what about it? We'll dissolve it.
Oh, no. I don't want your dirty job.
What?
You sit here and you think the whole world revolves around you and your money. Well, it doesn't.
You're out of your mind.
I won't let you buy me away from the people who depend on me.
Rubbish.
And I've made my decision, Potter.
And may it stick in your craw to regret as long as you live, George Bailey. May it stick in your fool craw.
You are listening to the Hollywood Screen Directors presentation of It's a Wonderful Life, starring Jimmy Stewart with Arthur Q. Bryan as the angel and introducing the director of the film, Frank Capra.
George, after your marriage to Mary Chase and your very spunky rejection of Potter's offer to manage his affairs, what happened? How'd it go?
Oh, I stuck it out a few more years with the loan company. Then the war. Doc Gower and Uncle Billy sold war bonds. And Harry, my kid brother Harry, shot down 2 Jap suicide planes just as they were about to crash on a transport full of U.S. troops.
Well, what about you?
Oh, it's 4F.
The bad ear?
Well, it just wasn't in the books for me to get out of Bedford Falls, that's all.
Well, it brings us to tonight, Christmas Eve. What made you want to jump off the bridge into the river?
I can give it to you fast. The bank examiner came to check our books, and we were $8,000 short. Next question.
Where did the $8,000 go?
Well, if I knew, I wouldn't be here on the bridge, would I?
No.
All I know is that I sent Uncle Billy to deposit $8,000 to our account over at Potter's bank. Uncle Billy talked to Potter for a while in Potter's office, and then he went over to the teller's window to deposit the money, only it was gone.
Well, where?
How do I know where? I was almost insane. I questioned Uncle Billy half the night trying to locate that missing $8,000, but it was no use.
Please, George, please don't ask me any more questions. I can't think anymore.
You've got to think anymore, you stupid, fumbling fool. I've got to have that money. Do you realize what this means to us? It means bankruptcy and scandal and shame and prison.
I know, George.
Now, one of us is going to jail for this, but it's not going to be me. I've had enough of being the fall guy for this crummy little town. You can just deal me out of this one. I've given up my years and my ambitions for the people of this town, and all I've got is frustration and disappointment. And I've had just about as much as I can swallow. It's sticking in my craw, just like Potter said it would.
Well, maybe Potter would lend you $8,000.
Potter?
Maybe.
Potter? Well, yeah, it's our only chance.
Well, what about all your fine friends you've done so much for, George? Why don't they lend you the money, hmm?
Well, they don't have that kind of money, Mr. Potter. You know that. Now, please help me.
Well, what kind of security do you have? Any stocks?
No, sir.
Bonds?
No, sir.
Real estate collateral of any kind?
Well, I've got a $15,000 life insurance policy.
What's its loan value?
$500.
$500. Look at you. You were going out and lick the world once. What are you now? You're a miserable clerk crawling in here on your hands and knees and begging for help. $500. You're worth more dead than alive.
Oh, it's very true.
So you want me to help you, eh? Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to swear out a warrant for your arrest.
Arrest?
Misappropriation of funds.
Arrest, but Mr. Potter...
Merry Christmas, George.
And so, because you were worth $500 alive and $15,000 dead, you thought killing yourself would make everybody happier?
Yeah, better still, I should never have been born.
What's that? What's that you said?
I said I wish I'd never been born.
That's what I thought you said. George, they've granted your wish. And maybe I've got the scheme to win me my wings. Angel first class.
What wish?
George, you've never been born.
Oh, stop it, will you? You're talking like an idiot.
Am I, George? Let's see.
Excuse me, man. Got a match?
Who are you?
Come in, Doc. Come in.
Got a match, anybody?
Hey, you're Doc Gower, the druggist.
I was Doc Gower, the druggist. Until I poisoned a little girl by mistake.
Oh, no, now, wait a minute,
Been
Doc.
drunk ever since.
Now, Doc, don't you remember? I discovered your mistake, and I warned you just in time.
Oh, you.
Well, don't you remember me? I'm little George Bailey. I ran errands for you.
Nobody named George Bailey ever worked for me. Match?
Here you are, Mr. Gower.
Now, all I need is a cigar.
Here you are, Mr. Gower.
Obliged. God rest you, merry gentlemen. May nothing you resist.
Oh, wait, no, Doc.
Let him go, George. Let him go.
That broken old derelict, Doc Gower.
Well, you weren't born, George, so you couldn't prevent that broken old derelict.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, I'm going home.
Home? What home? You never lived.
Oh, shut up now. Cut it out. You're crazy.
Let's see if I am. We'll go to your home. Ride the bleak wind, George Bailey. Let's see where you live. Let's see.
But I tell you, this boarding house can't be my mother's house.
Knock again.
Oh, this broken down old shack, my mother's house?
Knock again, George Bailey.
All right, but
There's no vacancy.
Mother.
What are you talking about?
Mother, please help me. There's something terrible's happened to me. Just keep me here until I get over it, please.
I never saw you before in my life. Don't take in strangers unless somebody I know sent them.
Uncle Billy sent me, your brother.
You knew him.
Well, of course I know him. I saw him just today.
That's a lie. He died in the insane asylum after old man Potter took over the loan company. Why do you lie to me?
Mother, please.
Good night.
Listen. Mother.
Come on, George. We've other places to go.
Why are we in the public library on Christmas Eve?
Some people work late if they're lonely and have no Christmas to go home to. Like that pinched-looking woman at that desk there.
Mary.
Yes?
Mary.
The library's closed, you know.
Mary, you're my wife.
You must be quite out of your senses.
Now, look at me. Look at me, Mary. I'm George. I'm your husband. We're married.
I never married. Man I'd marry never was born, if you must know. I hate them.
Mary, now look at me. I'm George Bailey. You're Mrs. George Bailey.
I'll call the police.
Mary, you must listen to me.
Hello.
Please, Mary.
Hello.
Mary, listen to me.
Give me the police and hurry.
It's very dark on this road.
Yes.
And cold.
Stop here.
Where are we?
Potter's Field.
You mean Bailey Park?
I mean the poor cemetery.
You mean my low-cost home development?
Look where you stand.
Gravestones.
Here dwell in final squalor and humility the nameless, the vagrant, the very poor, the disinherited. You put them here.
Well, I tell you, no, I built Bailey Park on this ground.
Read that tilting gravestone at your feet. Read.
In memory of our beloved son, Harry Bailey, 1911-1919. This isn't true. Harry's alive today. He went to war. He shot down 2 planes that saved the lives of every man on that transport.
Your brother Harry broke through the ice at the age of 9.
It's a lie. He saved the life of every man on that transport.
Every man on that transport died.
No.
You killed those men on that troop ship. You wished it so.
I didn't.
You.
Please.
You.
No.
Yes. Harry wasn't there to save those men because you weren't there to save Harry. You wished it so.
Yes. Forgive me, Clarence.
You see, George, you'd have lived a pretty wonderful life if you'd only been born a strong and useful life.
I know now. I know that no man is an island unto himself. I know now that our lives are woven inseparably one to another. I know that life bestowed by the Almighty is for no man to reject.
Then my work is done.
Wait, Clarence. Help me. Help me get back. I want to live again. I'm glad I was born. I want to live again.
When you hear the musical chimes, I will have won my wings. Guardian angel, first class.
Send me back, Clarence. Send me back to life again.
Live, George Bailey.
Send me back.
Live.
Thank you, God.
Live.
Thank you.
Live.
George!
Live.
George!
What? Mary.
Oh, George, darling.
Mary, how'd you know I was here?
Oh, I was so afraid for you. I thought of the bridge, too.
I'm sorry, Mary.
Oh, please come home. We've been looking for you.
Looking for who?
The whole town. Everyone in Bedford Falls that you ever helped. And that's everybody.
I know, but there's $8,000 missing from the loan company.
They know that. And they've taken up a collection to help you for all you've done for them. There's more than $8,000 under the Christmas tree.
No.
Cash, money orders, and checks.
No.
Yes.
Well, hallelujah.
Merry Christmas, George.
Hey, Mary. Hey, listen.
I didn't hear anything.
When you hear the musical chimes...
What chimes?
Attaboy, Clarence. Attaboy.
Our guests will return in just a moment. Next week, the NBC Theater brings you another outstanding motion picture story to the microphone as we present the romantic drama Hold Back the Dawn, and our star will be Charles Boyer. And now, here again is tonight's star, Jimmy Stewart, and screen director, Frank Capra.
Say, Frank, do you mind if I ask you a professional question?
Not at all, Jimmy.
How do you turn out so many wonderful pictures? What's the secret, anyway?
You really want to know?
Yeah, I really do.
Clarence.
Huh?
Clarence, the angel.
What do you... Well, you mean the character in the story?
Oh, sure. He's been around for years. Stands behind my right shoulder and tells me what to do when I'm in trouble. He practically directs all my pictures.
Uh-huh. Clarence, huh? On a movie set.
Yeah, well, it was a little difficult at first.
Yeah, I can imagine.
He didn't have a Screen Directors Guild card.
Oh, yeah. Well, tell me, Frank, if Clarence was so smart, how come we had to shoot the last scene of It's a Wonderful Life 5 times?
Oh, that. Well, you see, Jimmy, that...
Hey, Capper, better quit while you're even. Say goodnight. Let's get out of here.
Okay, Clarence. See how he keeps me out of trouble? Good night, everyone.
Good night, folks.
And good night to you, Jimmy Stewart and Frank Capra. It's a Wonderful Life is presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is Bride of Vengeance, starring Paulette Goddard, John Lund, and MacDonald Carey. Jimmy Stewart can currently be seen in the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer production, The Stratton Story. Frank Capra is currently producing and directing the Paramount picture Riding High, starring Bing Crosby. Included in tonight's cast were Arthur Q. Bryan, Joseph Granby, Hans Conried, Irene Tedrow, Georgia Backus, Herb Butterfield, and Barbara Eiler. It's a Wonderful Life was adapted for radio by Milton Geiger, and original music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley, associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. Listen again next week when the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, Hold Back the Dawn. Director, Mitchell Lyson. Star, Charles Boyer.
The NBC Theater came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.